That's not true because everyone's God. Everyone is God. I'm not the
No,
only God. So
you could be a part of
like
it.
this you
Ruh-roh.
guys are lying to me. The mushrooms are lying to me.
You're
So
not. Are you sure you're not
I'm kind
lying
of
to yourself?
slighted. I'm kind of slighted by mushrooms right now cuz I feel like they're liars and they like guilt trip me and I don't like that. I don't like being played with like that. I don't like being played with like that. So no. Yeah, I don't take them anymore. I'd
Yeah,
rather not.
yeah, I definitely understand the guilt trip aspect of it. There is some of that going on for sure. Um, it's like, yeah, but I don't know. I just take like a really high dose. I don't know. I take a lot of mushrooms, so like I'll find like if I smoke a lot of cannabis sativa with the mushrooms, it's a pretty pleasurable experience. But if not, then I find I don't really enjoy it that much.
Oh
So
yeah, you got to be smoking.
yeah, so that's one of the things is like, but the combination is pretty good for me. You know,
Yeah, maybe microdosing isn't bad, but those hard trips, they're just too much. They're too much. You don't know what you want to do with yourself if you take too many.
I gotta go to bed. I'll see you guys later.
yeah, blessings, Red. Yeah, we've been here for a while. Yeah, we will shut this down at some point. You know, pretty soon.
Alright,
Soonish.
Damn, King Reddington.
shut up, red man. It's not my
It's
echo, by the way. Somebody's
probably
doing it.
mine. So does like most everybody over here atheists or what is it? What what's the vibe?
It's all different.
I have no labels at all. Is
It's
there
all
some
different.
sort of intelligent design? Yes, there is. Anything
Yeah.
Right.
beyond that, you can't
Yeah.
label
Hold
me.
on. Yeah. So here, hold on. This guy here. All right. So Avian's like a Buddhist, right? Hostile Hyperborean is uh I mean it's really in the title. He's a Hyperborean dude, right? And
Yes,
then
sir.
yeah. Yeah, Neurojack's pretty much a Christian,
What about you? Are you a Muslim?
yeah, Cage is like into some, different type of stuff.
Yeah, don't even worry about that.
I'm not
Yeah,
a
like
Muslim.
yeah, I'm like some kind of Muslim, so there's like a bunch, so everyone's different, right? Or
Well,
whatever.
what is Marilyn? Is Marilyn a Luciferian?
I'm God. I'm not a Luciferian.
Lady,
I'm
you're
God.
not God. I'm sorry to
I'm
break it to you.
God.
You're a
Do you
part
Everyone
of
is
it.
God.
Everybody is, but you're not
do
God.
do you
Everybody's
think
God.
you think women are a god? Are
Every
you a goddess?
No, it's
everybody's
not. No, it's
God.
not a woman thing. Um, but yeah, I talked to Marilyn.
That's an ego thing.
Briefly. She doesn't believe in the Trinity, but she believes in God. So yeah, so I think her views are pretty based usually. So yeah, so blessings.
No, but you can't claim that you're God. Are you out of your mind?
Ruh-roh.
Everyone is God because of God. He who sent me has not left me, and all that
Oh, look at you.
jazz.
You're very special, aren't you?
Like he shows no favoritism. We're all his favorite. We're like I don't know. There's just
So
so
then,
many
is
things.
Machine God too? Is everybody on the panel God also?
Yes, yes,
Is
yes.
Jeffrey Dahmer a god?
We are the image of God.
I
We are not separate from God.
think you need the mushrooms did the opposite effect. It should have fucked your ego up, not increased it.
Is that neuro?
What is
Holy
that? Is
fuck.
that neuro?
That LARP
It's
is top
madness.
tier.
No, seriously. Like, I don't see why we can't all just think and be the highest of good and just stay on that wavelength, stay on that path of life rather than always having so many doubts and so many fears and
Since you're God, answer me a question. Can I ask you one?
I don't know, you're God too, so we'll see.
What is a reflection in the mirror?
A reflection in the mirror is
Yeah,
just
when you look in the mirror and you look in your eyes, what do you see?
it's a
You
reflection,
say you see
but
God?
but we are not an object. We have a brain like God has a brain. We have eyes to see and ears to hear and a mouth to speak. So we're
Can an
not.
ant learn how to split an atom? What if
We
there's beings higher than human
no,
capabilities? Oh, so there's
no.
nothing higher than you, and you're God.
There's nothing higher than God.
No,
Obviously,
but you're
there's
God.
nothing.
So then you're implying that there's nothing higher than you.
I'm implying that nothing is lower than me. Nothing is
What?
nothing is lower than me, and nothing is higher than me. Nothing is lower than you. Nothing is higher than you. You are the best. Like we are
Okay,
the
how
best.
did you come to this conclusion that you're God?
I had just some stuff happen.
So, Marilyn, what do you think about the deportations by Trump? Is that really me because he's deporting gods?
You're parroting things they have no idea about at all, lady.
Parroting what? I honestly believe all this
Some
stuff.
sort of weird psychological operation that's being done on you.
Some sort of weird. No, as for like, I think we should burn all the money, and that money is insane. What do you call
Do
it?
you
And
don't you not use money? How do you have your clothing and your internet on right now and your
an
camera and your
owner,
phone?
an owner of an electromagnetic field tech protection company, Lance Shuttler,
But you're in it.
he said the entire idea of money is insane when someone comes to learn that the technology already exists to literally turn this planet into a thriving
So do you feel
oasis.
entitled to be God and have everything handed to you, even though like
I
shouldn't there
think
be
we're
a?
all God because of God. We're all
That's
kings
not
and
true.
queens.
No,
We're all
human
He
kings
beings.
got
and queens.
triggered.
And
Trigger
everything should
Max.
be free. I think human is a psyop. I think human is a psyop.
Ruh-roh.
I don't know what you smoked or something, but they probably spiked it, or I don't know what the fuck is going on with you.
That's funny. Hey,
I'm
Vito.
just saying.
So, Marilyn, what do you think about deportations by Trump? Do you think that's bad because he's deporting other gods?
I'm an illegal. Yeah, yeah. What about all the other gods? Everyone's God. What about the ones that don't have food and get abused in life?
Well, I've never
So
voted.
other gods are
I've never been
creating
that
suffering to other
rich.
quote gods. There's one God,
Well,
lady, and it's
well,
not a human being.
yes, they
Okay.
are. They think they're doing good for people. Like most of them think that they're doing the best plan, the best, system that they can think of to help everybody, but they're not
Oh,
realizing that
by the way, I know that's not even a picture of yourself.
we're
Nice
doing more
catfish, by the
harm than
way.
good. Why do you
Turn on
say
your
that?
because I know it's not you. Turn your camera on.
Yeah,
Turn
chill
my
Also,
out with that,
camera
man.
on. Turn my camera on. What? I'm in the dark.
Let's chill out with that. He's trying to holler at people on the stream call or whatever. That's not gonna
That
bother me.
was weird. That was strange.
Let's stop the simping for now. But yeah, let's ask more pointed questions. Does anybody else have more pointed questions? Blessings. Or take the conversation in a different direction.
Yeah, we might need to. That was the triggering just happened.
Sorry, I didn't mean to trigger anybody. It happens.
I think Saint Vicious has some really pertinent questioning.
What?
Saint, would you like to ask another question?
I think he might have stepped away. He
Damn
like,
it.
he goes like in and out. Like this is how he is. Yeah.
Yeah, those
Who, me?
yeah. I was interested in your questions. They're really thoughtful.
So y'all believe in creation or evolution or
Yeah.
both? Neither one.
Nart.
Yeah.
How do Australians say it? Nar.
Yeah, I think both of them are pretty lack of explanation there.
Right.
For a lot of, yeah, I think both of them they're coming up slim. I mean, creation and evolution. Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yeah, evolution, I think it's self-explanatory how that one sort of comes up slim because you can't just evolve from just dead matter into life. So like there's no spirit there. And then I think anything that God creates has a living spirit. So I don't think God creates like dead things, so on and so forth. Right. So I
Right.
think everything God creates is already with the living spirit. So I think like all of life, is like, some aspect of, the spirit, right? So on and so forth. I think there's an aspect of mind to all of existence, right? And so yeah, so yeah, that's kind of like my starting points. And
So
then yeah.
you believe in creation?
So, what do you think of Maryland's starting point?
I don't believe in creation or evolution. I think they're
Right.
both psyops.
That's right.
I think that we are God, so we always were and we always will be.
Based. I think Vicious's stance is like abiogenesis, like life arises out of non-life. I think he can explain it better than I can, though.
That'd be fun.
Yeah. Neurojack. I don't think he thinks that. No?
No, I'm trolling right now.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
going
sure.
along with.
I am God. I shall show you my camera. I am God. Fuck is wrong with you?
Here's the one. Cuckmeister.
I think atheists are closer to Christians, or I think atheists are closer to God than Christians. Excuse me.
Hmm.
Anyways,
Well,
just because they've got far less idols and they have autonomy, they know their power and their worth, like, is theirs. They have it. It belongs to them. I don't know. They're just a little more self-aware, I think. But it really doesn't matter. We're all going to the same place.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't really know if like their actual
Machine, we got a crazy echo going. It's not me because
it's cool. It's cool. I'm just gonna like talk through it, but yeah, I think like like existence is like in the shadow of the creator. So I think God is really pretty much the only thing that is in existence, but I don't believe that there's like some sort of like universal mind, right? So I think that that's false, right? So yeah, so there's I don't believe that matter exists, right? But mind does exist, right? And I think it exists in everything. So so there's some of my and I've explained a lot of that, especially around part 10 or part 11 of like this entire series, where like it says part 109. On part 10 and 11, I sort of explained a lot of that on the show, but yeah.
Okay.
yeah, I want to say, yeah, if matter doesn't exist and mind is everywhere, then that's idealism. I think so. That's idealism.
I think he's
Right,
saying
but I don't
that
think there's a universal mind,
Oh, yeah. Okay.
right? So yeah, so
Is
I
that
think
you're saying matter-
pluralistic idealism?
mind,
Yeah,
yeah,
plural.
pluralistic, yeah, some
all
pluralistic,
minds are interconnected, though.
some
through the
pluralistic
magnetic
form
field.
of idealism,
Yes.
a la panpsychism. So it might be something like that. I mean, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't
minds
think
are
it's
interconnected. I think
panpsychism does have
All
matter.
minds are interconnected, and
they're
it's
not,
a simple
though.
equation. Yeah, they
think
are.
no, I think your
No,
observation is misleading. I think
no. I think you need to do some research.
Well, they think with the body, like the mind-body relationship. Like there's this neural complex in the brain, and that's what you're seeing. That's what you're calling the mind. So when you see the interconnectedness, it's between brains, neurological synapses.
Okay, so what? Okay, so define the brain and define the mind.
I'm saying the mind. How you need to define mind.
So it's like hardware or software kind of thing, right?
No, yeah, I think you're identifying the mind with hardware.
Okay.
That's the
I
interconnection.
can see that observation.
Yeah, the minds are not I'm saying minds are not hardware, and that the hardware is what's interconnected, not the software.
Look at a computer. It's a bunch of elements all mixed into
We're
a
not
certain
computers,
state.
though.
Oh,
That's
well, actually, we
false.
kind of are organically away.
No,
Kind of
that's a
like,
false equivalency fallacy.
well,
We're not
it's not a
computers.
fallacy. There's many ways you could look at it, and actually correlate that back to how the mind or the brain or whatever is interacting with reality.
Just like the body, the human being, the composite or the tripartite being or whatever isn't the spirit, the mind isn't a computer. It's like it's analogous. It's like you
Does the
keep
mind
getting
not
more
have
imperfect.
computation?
Say that again?
Does the mind have computation?
Yeah.
Input, output?
Yeah.
Okay. So then there's a
I'm not saying
similarity.
I'm saying it's not a 1-to-1 ratio. They're not
No, but I was saying you can use it allegorically or in like even like compare it to kind of explain the processes of how
Yeah, the
reality is
hardware.
generated.
The hardware, like the brain, the neural.
Hardware is their body, and yeah, the brain.
Yeah, you're not your
Um,
body, is what I'm saying.
Okay, I know that, but then there's also the software on the hardware. It's a program being ran onto it.
But you are your body.
We got the echo going.
You're your body and your spirit. Like, I feel like everyone serves a death cult. We are not trying to harness the energy to live forever and go towards the path of life. We're trying to go towards the path of death and have this cope about it. Like, we are
All
somehow
right,
separated.
don't tell anybody, but I bought adrenochrome. Maryland's my adrenochrome plug. Don't tell anybody.
So stupid. No, the flesh is just as precious to God as our spirit. You can't kill the flesh and manifest all these thoughts in your mind of wanting the
Maryland,
flesh
I just
to
want
die.
adrenochrome. Okay, well, we'll call you God because you sell everybody adrenochrome.
I think when you identify when you try to mix spirit and matter together, you're mixing being and becoming together. And I think that's a problem. I don't think you can flatten out being and becoming. You can't mix eternity and temporality. Like one has to precede the other. I think best case
No,
scenario is that you could say that like becoming arises out of being, but even then I think that's wrong.
but you're being for a reason. You are the purpose. You are the plan. Like, you are what's important. You've got to know your reality, the reality that exists. You exist. You are truth. I mean, your ideas and your thoughts, they change, but you
I
are
have a question.
foundationally like truth.
I
I
have a
agree with that.
question for you, Marilyn, everybody here. What is everybody's favorite flavor of Kool-Aid? What color and what flavor?
I like that Grizz Ape, dog.
That
All
grape is
right,
so
that could be.
good.
How about you, Marilyn?
That grape is so good, but that blue
The
raspberry is
purple?
good too. The blue raspberry is good too, and the
Okay, so
purple.
blue or purple? What about
Hmm.
the purple? Can we all agree on that we can all have purple Kool-Aid?
Yeah, we can. Yeah.
Can we get off-brand stuff?
What?
Definitely not put cyanide in. Off-brand Kool-Aid. We can call it fucking
Oh my god.
Machine Lie-Aid. Why not?
Can we go back to the death cult?
He said the machine lied. That was pathetic.
So why are we killing the flesh? Why are we
Well, you're not
killing it?
killing it. You're not the flesh, is what I'm saying. I'm
But
saying that you
but you
exist.
are. Like, you are. You can touch your flesh right now.
Well, Marilyn, Marilyn is not the body, right? Like when we bury the body of Marilyn,
No,
and
no, don't say that. Don't put that witchcraft on me, Ricky Bobby.
well, no, we all will die, right? Okay, so
No, no. See, you're casting
Hyperborean, right?
spells
I have
right
a
now.
body.
You're God, and you're out here casting these spells, and like giving power to death, and like
Well, no, I
signing
agree with most
contracts.
of what you're saying. Like,
And
if you actually knew how much I agree with what you're saying right now, we could probably build a little bit. Like, you're right. You are God. That is right. We are all gods on this panel here. I agree with that
amen.
statement.
Where's the butt?
Yeah, you're not your body. So like the thing beyond your body, like you don't. So if you are God and you're your body, then what? Do you cease to exist after 80 years? Like after we get buried, after we get cremated, are we done existing?
I understand you live forever regardless, but like there has to come a point where death, which is an enemy, has to be destroyed.
I'm saying death is not a thing. It's an
Okay,
illusion.
if God comes back, he's not coming back to a desolate place. There will still be people here. There will still be people that will walk right in and they will not die. They will never perish. They'll never see death in their physical form. Some will raise from the dead, some will be healed, some will search for death and not
Is this
find it.
like
It's
Christian
like,
eschatology? Are you
I'm just saying, like,
like
there has to be a
Revelations and stuff?
point where you've got to stop with the killing of thoughts and you have got to edify every thought, take captive every thought and be like, no, I'm not going to prepare to die ever. Like, why do that? Why? God is a God of restoration, not retribution.
Yeah, no,
It's
we
just,
agree on the not dying part. Like we don't die. I agree on that. And that's where we have to get to. We have to realize that we don't die.
you're coping right now because you're saying we don't die, yet you are preparing to die. You are literally willing to sacrifice your body when Jesus has already died for you. Like, you're not a Jew, man. You're not a Jew. Jesus lives in you. I don't
I think
know.
you're mixing a lot of different ideologies that are not compatible with each other.
How so?
Yeah, so like you claim to be a god yourself, but then you like invoke Christian eschatology, like
Well,
that
it
you'll be
helps.
resurrected by Jesus Christ's power or whatever, or through him.
I mean, he's the closest one that we can come. We're supposed to do even greater works than him, but he's as close as we've come to like having those ideas of never
But like earlier
perishing
you said nothing's
and
higher
having
or lower than you.
no one, nothing's higher or lower.
So
Yeah.
Jesus is not higher or lower than you, right?
No, we're friends. We're friends of God. Are your friends higher
Perfect.
than you or
So
better than
why
you?
are you able to save yourself without his invoking his name?
I'm already saved. What do I need to
Well,
be
I mean,
saved
without
from?
invoking his name. You
But
just
even if
mentioned being saved through
I
him and
don't think he
resurrected.
should have died. I think he broke a lot of hypnosis off people, but like I don't even think he had to die. Like God's been chasing us this whole time. I don't feel like he's ever given up on anyone. I don't feel like it anything matters but us to God. We mean just as much to him as he means to himself. Like there is no separation. He's not going to look at you like a slave. He's going to look at you as his prized possession. So, like, I don't know. I don't live
I
in
would
that
I would say that
fear.
that's a cope. I would say that trying to hang on to the flesh is a cope.
But it's yours and it's perfect.
How do you own it? It's all about me. You own everything. You're God. It's me, 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 me. You're a de facto Satanist, technically, with the tenets that are being ran. All right,
No,
lady?
I
Get
just
me?
know God's identity and his character, and he's not going to want to see you ever die. He wants to see you live forever. He wants to see you
First of all,
flourish.
how is it a he? And how
Him,
do you
he,
know this?
she, it, they,
How do
them,
how do you how do you know?
pronouns.
Okay, how do you know about that though? Where did you get this information from?
Are you asking her to prove her epistemological claim?
The
Yeah, she's
what?
God, right? Come on, God, tell me.
We are without excuse. We already know God's divine nature and his invisible qualities. We are without excuse.
It's Cage. He doesn't know what epistemology means, right? But yeah.
No, we're like,
I
we
know
already
exactly
know
what
this stuff.
epistemology means, actually. Yeah,
We
I'm
already
not
know what God's
unread.
character is. He's not, he leaves the 99 for the one lost. We're his favorite. Like there's no place else to go but back to God. He's the first and the last, the beginning and the end. Like there's nothing more powerful
That
and
sounds Judaic. Like when you were claiming that I'm not a Jew, like this sounds like Jew talk.
no, because the Jews don't believe that death and sin was defeated. They're still waiting on it
So,
to
okay,
happen.
epistemology has to do, it's the exact opposite of what you're saying because it has nothing to do with your opinion. It's justified knowledge. For example, jump up and down.
That's only one answer to epistemology. Justified true belief. That's Plato, right? So
Okay,
that's
but
only one.
belief has nothing to do with it.
That's what he's saying. No, yeah. We'll move past epistemology. Don't worry about it, Cage.
All right, but don't test me like I have no idea. Like you're claiming I have no idea what that means. Okay, we're gonna study this
It's all
for more
good.
than half my life.
It's
It's
all
all
good.
right.
Everybody can Google it. I'm just messing around. But yeah, blessings.
All right, but people, that's quite the claim, though. People claiming they're God. We all are part of the creation, right? Okay, you're no more God. Like a rock I found on the ground is as much God as you are, if you
No,
want to be real.
I think people are the closest manifestation of God. Like they are the highest, they have dominion over the animals in the land. Like
avian.
we're the
No, you
image
don't.
of
Okay, so let me put you in a fucking cage with a
we're the
lion or something and see how you can deal with it.
we're the image of God. Well, no, because if we turn this world
That
into a
sounds very
thriving
Jewish.
oasis, we'd be able to tame all the
You're not an
animals.
elitist, lady. Okay.
Wait, hold on. Hold on, Cage. Let them cook on this Jewish on this Jewish thing because this is interesting angle. You know, because you know, yeah. So I don't see what she's saying as espousing either Judaism or Christianity. Like you dig what I'm saying? So
Like being made in the image of God, or that they're the closest thing to God, that the animals are below. Sounds like Goyim talk, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, you fucking cattle. Here's their number.
Well, I'm saying, where do you pull that idea, right? Like that you're made in the image of God. Is that something that you derive from, natural science, or
Look at AI. We're doing it with AI.
Well, you're just idolizing the word God, like in its origins. It doesn't matter.
What does that mean? Okay, what does it
Man
mean to
came up with
you?
yeah,
every
hold on,
thought.
Cage. I don't want to keep having to say that. So yeah, go ahead, man.
Man came up with every thought that has ever been thought. So, I mean,
No.
we do know everything to be all knowing if we're all God and all part of the one body, but that's not really my point. My point was you we know we came up with God. We came up with the word God. We came up with the idolization of God. You're acting like it's something separate from man
That's a
that could,
word. What is it?
that could exist on its own or something.
yeah, I believe in multiplicity, plural real, like the spirits are plural. We're not like a one. So that is probably where there's this disconnect in our conversation. But that presents a problem too, right? Because we're all gods, or are we all God singular?
We're all we're all part of the one body, but we're all whole. We're not fractals. God, it doesn't have half of an identity, he has a whole identity, and we are inheritors of that identity. We're inheritors of all the power God has and all the authority God has. So, like, there is no separatism. We're not lower than God just because we're all God. It individually as a whole.
I'm not saying that we're lower than God. It seems like by the tone of your voice when you say that like you're insinuating that may be my stance. Just so we're clear, I'm not saying that you're lower than God.
Okay.
I'm not even saying that God is. I'm not saying God. I'm trying to be careful here. When you say the word God in the sense of like the biblical sense, I don't agree with that at all. Like, that's not my claim. I'm not saying there's some creator God out there.
Well, God, would you say God is order? Like there's an order to things? God.
I don't think there's a being that is the source of order. I don't think there's a who. Let's say that a who that is the source of order. I think order is like the ground. It's like a place, not a who.
Well, yeah, truth doesn't have an agenda. I agree with that. It just is, just like you are. You just are without your thoughts and everything. You exist um as truth because you
See, in
don't.
truth, right? Like, not to interrupt you, but even there, I have to make a distinction. Like, truth isn't even a thing. Like, that's a part of a false dichotomy. Like, truth only exists because we have things that are false. And I'm saying falsity
No.
is.
Do
Well,
you
no,
not believe? I have a question though. Do you not believe
Falsity
that there?
is false.
Hold on, please. Do you not believe that there's something higher than your own awareness or being?
no, that is the high.
No.
That's the pinnacle. It's the ground. It's the
Oh,
origin.
okay.
Yeah, your will is a part of the.
The
It is
hubris is
that
high.
omnipotent thing, that omnipresent, omnipotent thing.
In a way, yeah, you're connected into it, and it's curated. Like, the reality is curated to the observer. But if you tell me that you don't think, did you create the soul in your little mind or no?
Well, nothing's created. I'm not making that claim.
What do you mean nothing is created? You're in a fucking system right now called reality.
Yeah. Well, it's not created. Reality is eternal. It has no beginning or end. We have to
How did
define
it?
the term.
Okay, but how did that start in the first place? Nothing can have.
It
has
does
to
not start in the
It
first
could
place.
be. It could be an infinite loop. But
No.
yeah, either way.
So
What do you mean no?
I'm claiming that there is no infinite regress. You cannot say, well, this thing started it, and then keep asking that question over and
I'm
over
not
and over
claiming
again.
what did, but you're telling me there's no sort of program behind
There's
this
no
reality that's
start.
curated to the
That's the
observer.
hardest leap in my worldview. That's
Oh
the
fuck.
hardest leap for people to make outside of my worldview, is that they cannot conceive of this
All right,
place
but there's
that
something
has
there,
no
so it had to be there either way, right?
well,
Maybe
that's
we'll
because
use a
you're of
different
the
term.
world. When you
No,
believe
no,
in
I'm talking
becoming,
beyond this world even.
beyond this world, being is eternal and it has no start. That's the ground. It's always
No start or
existed.
beginning. It's like the Ouroboros, right? The snake eating its own tail. There's
No,
no
because
start
that
beginning.
implies some kind of circuit or like movement. It's not even
There
that.
is. Okay, so explain to me how this came to be, this reality.
I mean, I have an explanation, whether you or not you buy
I'd
it.
love to hear it.
Yeah, so like becoming what you are experiencing as time and becoming and life and death and truth and falsity, all that comes from a being who is eternal, who's plasmating with his will all the forms that you experience in becoming. He shapes it. It's a pre-existing matter that's eternal, and he shapes it and forms it. You don't have to say he, you could say it.
Okay, it, that, whatever, he.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter, but you're just contradicting yourself if you really look into what
How am I
you're talking
contradicting
about.
myself?
Because you said nothing created, it just
It's not
happened. But now
created.
you're saying, now you're pointing a finger at something that created it. How
No,
the fuck do you talk?
I
Like
didn't
what?
say that. I said he molds a
But
pre-existing
no,
matter.
but just by saying that thing, you never directly said it. But you're
I
saying
did
so
say that.
something did create this. Okay, so
No, they don't. It's a pre-existing matter that's eternal. Do I need to say it slower?
yeah, in Japanese maybe.
Okay, let me say it really slowly here. There's a pre-existing matter, the prima materia. It exists. It's
Oh,
eternal.
look at you, alchemy, salt, sulfur, and lead. Yeah,
I'm saying
salt, sulfur,
alchemists are
mercury.
wrong. My position claims that alchemists are wrong and they're goofballs.
We
I'm
just
just
use an
using the
alchemical
term.
term.
I'm
Yeah.
just using the term that they use to explain this eternal matter or this eternal substance,
The tria prima.
the prima materia.
Oh, what about the tria prima?
I'm not familiar with that.
Look it up. Thought,
Okay, are
emotion,
you going
and
to
action.
explain it?
Thought,
Is
emotion,
it
and
relevant?
action. Yeah, it is very relevant. Thought,
Okay,
emotion, and action.
continue.
All right. So before you speak, what happens before you speak? Even if it's unconscious, you have to think, right?
Yeah. Well,
Then you
I'm
speak.
assuming.
Then you speak something into existence, and then the action solidifies it, right? Salt, sulfur, and mercury. Tria prima. The prima materia is the first prime. which is what I'm explaining now.
And its relevance to the discussion we were just having about creation and the
You
lack
just
of.
brought up a topic. You brought up a word, and it is very relevant to
Well,
it.
no, I'm trying to stay on the topic. We were already on a topic, which was,
All right,
why
but you're
creationism.
saying nothing has ever been created, just happened. Things don't just
Well,
happen
they
magically
don't
by
just
themselves.
happen. I agree with that.
Okay.
There is no happening. That doesn't work.
Magnets. Magnets. Sorry.
Was the happening is not a thing? Was that the knockout blow? Did that knock him out the panel? What happened?
Magnets are
No,
fundamental
no, I thought
properties.
you wanted to get to a different discussion. So I was,
No, I was trying to bring him back on topic because he moved into alchemy when the prima materia stunned him.
the stunner.
That was the what's old boy's name that just beat Jake Paul?
I can't remember his name.
Damn, I can't remember his name, but that's what that was.
I can't believe he was trying to say those elements were fundamental properties, natural properties. Like, what do? They don't create energy. They don't have eternal
Well, no,
energy. They don't.
I've never heard them called the tria prima. I've never heard that, but those are the fundamental elements of the alchemists. They say that like those are irreducible, like salt, sulfur, and mercury. They could represent also 3 different states. Like you could say that salt is earth or solidity or fixed. You could say mercury is like uh, the mixture, or let me go to sulfur. Sulfur would be like the movable, the fire, and then you have like the water or the mercury, which is like a mixture of the two.
Wait, actually, there is something I want to say. Um, if becoming, is an illusion, and that means nothing truly has ever arisen. Would you agree with that?
Exactly. That's my position. There's nothing happening here. There's only shit that's already in existence. Like when I was mentioning earlier to Marilyn about the truth thing, that's why I say that. I don't know if I've said it on this panel before, but epistemology really has nothing to do with true wisdom, because it's not about what's true or false. Existence is just real. It's more the thing that you should put above truth is capital
Right.
R reality.
Yeah,
Like
Right.
but
becoming.
Hyperborean, I recommend going deeper into Buddhism, like the Lankavatara Sutra, Nagarjuna, because in the sutras I read, no arising is considered the highest teaching. Non-arising, no arising, they call it.
Yeah, there's no arising. What's
Yeah.
becoming is an illusion. It's an interaction between the will of an eternal being with the eternal matter.
So
And
why are
it's
you
moving.
trying to kill your body? That is the question.
The body is like a trap. It's
It's not a
making you
trap, not after what
identify.
you just said. You just said all that hype, and then now you're going to say the body's a trap after what you just
What did
said.
I say that would negate that? What did I say that is confusing you?
Because you're saying reality is basically all that matters. It is matter. It is, you know, it
I didn't say that.
why are we trying to kill the body? If all that
You're not
if all that's real,
there's
if you
nothing to
believe all
kill.
that.
There's no killing. That's not what I'm doing. I'm not saying go jump off of something. I'm not saying bite a bullet. I'm not saying that.
People lived a lot longer in the past because they were not afraid to die. They weren't afraid of dying. We literally bring it upon ourselves, this fear.
Oh, okay. No,
We do.
I see your stance now. So you think the flesh can live eternally as long as our
Right.
will
We have the
permits it.
courage. We have the courage. When we have the courage, we have the energy. We have the will. Yes,
Yeah, I don't buy that.
but it's the only thing to buy, or else you're buying a lie of
Yeah,
destruction.
so like the material world shows the thing that's most consistent is entropy. Like I get that life is a thing. I get that. There's something that's fighting against entropy that forms living organisms. I get that. But that seems to be the exception, not the rule. The rule is like shit is falling apart as hard and as fast as it can. Like, and I don't think that's my mind doing that. I'm pretty optimistic. Like I've always been an optimistic person.
You don't
So
think
like I
that
don't think that me thinking any different is going to stop entropy or stop make me live to 200 or 300. Like I get it. I believe in the placebo. I believe the mind has power over matter to a certain extent. But like, yeah, not in the way you're saying. I'm not going to live for 1,000,000 years in a human body. I'm not going to live timelessly in a human body.
because you give power to death. You believe
Well,
in it,
no, I'm saying the
and the
body isn't
majority
real.
believes in it.
But you're far down the road from like where I start. I think the problem is way earlier. It's with the first principles. You're associating becoming with being. You think that the body can associate and like intermingle with being and like live forever. I I, I don't see it that way. I think they're two different things.
But why? Why do they have to be two different things?
It just seems apparent to me. It's one of those gnosis things. I can't I can't measure it. It's not empirical, but like it just doesn't seem to be the case that matter is eternal or the human body, the becoming, the thing that's illusory, like all the forms, a tree, a dog, your human body, those things don't seem eternal to me. They seem to only last for, in the dog's case, 20 years, in a human's case, 70 years, tree, hundreds of years.
But that would mean there would be no point for them, that our design did not matter, that our body did not, like, it would be kind of pointless to exist in this realm, in this body, if there, it
Yes,
didn't matter.
correct. There's an existence outside of this world that's more pertinent.
But
It's
this is the
more,
only world you've ever
that's where
known.
we disagree. Yeah.
But it is. That's reality. This is
Yeah.
the only world you've ever known.
Yeah, we can agree to disagree on that point. And I get your claim. Believe me, I respect the claim. I understand where you're coming from, that, this is the only thing. I think that we just don't pop up or arise out of nowhere and then boom, we're in the world now. I think you come from somewhere.
I still don't understand the logistics behind killing the flesh.
Yeah, so maybe explain where I've said that or how you can interpret what I'm saying as killing the flesh. By like
Because,
discarding the body, is that what you mean? Like,
right, right.
yeah. Yeah, well, when you say kill, that seems kind of like that means like a practical way to discard the body, like doing something about it. And that's not what I'm implying. I'm not saying bite a bullet. I'm not saying seppuku or something like that.
But it's what you're doing. It's almost like if you were to go to sleep and didn't have an alarm clock and you were like, I need to wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning, and you put it in your brain, I'm gonna wake up at 5 o'clock, I'm gonna wake up at 5 o'clock, and keep saying it, and like, even if you don't have that alarm clock, you're going to wake up around 5 o'clock, if not on the dot. It's the same thing with your lifespan. In your mind, you've got your alarm clock set that around this time, around this, I'm going to shut it off, shut it down, wake up, go to sleep, whatever you want to call it. You're programming yourself to, internalize that fear of death.
Well, actually, no, that's wrong. That's actually the exact opposite of my thinking. So, like, I don't think death is a thing. For me, death is defeated. For me, I'm eternal. Life and death are a false dichotomy. I'm eternal.
That's
Right
speaking out
now,
of both
currently.
sides of your mouth.
Well, I'm not. I'm saying the matter. Well, for you in your worldview, it is talking out of the side of my mouth because you think the body and the spirit are one thing and they are symbiotic. I'm saying these are separate ontological reality. These are separate.
Oh, ontological. Wait, you're full of shit, buddy. Stop flicking through books you have no understanding of. Okay, you're telling me the mind, whatever that is, the electric.
Why would
You're
you
telling
make
me
the
you're
claim?
telling me
Wait,
it's
wait
not
a second.
symbiotic. Are you out of your
Let's
mind?
let's back up. So when I said the
Oh,
word
let's back
ontological,
up, buddy. You're terrible at it.
when
Okay,
I
what does
said
that
the word
mean?
ontological, what triggered you?
But you're fucking. You're talking about ontological, but saying that the body and the quote spirit, whatever that fucking means in your mind, has no symbiotic relationship at all. Come on.
No, they're not dependent on each other.
How?
No.
Explain it to me.
The spirit is not dependent on the body. And even Christian
Actually, yeah, it
eschatology,
is. Why would the spirit be in the body in the first
it's
place? Then?
not though. Even in Christian
Oh,
eschatology,
it's
it's not.
not.
No,
Okay.
because the bodies that they talk about in Revelation
Do you
aren't
have a body?
fleshly
You're
bodies.
using your lips and your fucking tongue and your vocal cords to talk right now, aren't you not?
Does this offend you?
No, I'm just asking you a simple question. Like, you use logic.
Yeah, no, I think you understand my position very well. I have a
Oh, I
body.
do get it.
Yeah, but you're asking me a question that you already know the answer to. That what I'm going to say. I'm going to say, yeah, I have
Yeah,
a
I
body, but I
know.
don't
Yeah,
believe
I
it's a
know. Because
real
it's
thing.
retarded. Yeah, I get it.
I get how you could think it's retarded. I get
Yeah.
that.
Okay, but how do you
It's
get this
nuanced.
information?
It's very nuanced.
Okay, well, I get it. It can get deeper in, into these ideals and
Since I
whatever.
answered a question for you, can you maybe answer one for me about the ontology? Like when I said ontological, what triggered you? What made you think
Nothing.
I'm flipping through a book right now?
Nothing. But I'm saying, obviously, you've gotten these words and that, and without experience, you're just parroting things and
Without
forming
experience, what does that mean?
an opinion. Life
Without
experience.
experience, what does that mean?
I just told you, like you're parroting things. You're not actually experiencing them, and then you have this stringent ideology of how things work. That you really have no idea about. We can say
How would you know if I don't know anything about it?
I can really tell.
You're making claims about somebody else's knowledge.
Okay, we get into metaphysics, right?
Well,
Okay.
why don't you talk about your own knowledge? Like present your own ideas that would contradict my ideas instead of like ad homs.
I'm
Like
not trying
try
to.
to
I'm not trying to contradict anything. All I'm saying is, obviously, the body, the body and the mind have some sort of symbiotic relationship. What? That's pretty obvious.
I could make the same argument about your stance and it would mean nothing. I could go, oh, Cage, man, you're just, bro, that's stupid.
I
That's
don't think
retarded.
You're
it's
telling me you're buying. Okay, your temple or your body and your and the whatever something outside of it has nothing to do with each other. Then why would you be here and
Yeah, I don't
talking?
think it's possible for it to be defined
Come on.
purely based on
Based.
symbiosis because,
Come on.
yeah, but think about it, there has to be two things that come together first for there to be symbiosis.
Yeah, that's
know?
your thought, your
So
emotion, and your
before that,
action.
before the
Yeah,
symbiosis,
pretty
they were
much.
separate. They were
Yeah.
separate before the symbiosis. Like, you see what I mean? Like,
Okay, but
like,
why are they together now?
We've come into reality.
but
We
that's
are matter.
temporary. They're together only temporarily.
All right,
Yes,
but
and even
okay,
Christian
temporarily for
eschatology
now, but
states that. Like
what,
if you're a
what,
Christian,
come
I'm
on.
not saying you are, but it sounds like you are. I'm insinuating that. But if
I
you
have
are,
no
even
religion.
okay, well, even if you believe so okay, so are you saying that like matter and the body they last forever too? Are you making the same claim that we
No, I'm
were
not saying that. I'm saying there's a symbiotic relationship between the two, and
so
that's why you're here and able to
so what
talk on a
happens to,
fucking
in
YouTube
your
channel.
worldview? Let's work step by
Holy
step real
fuck.
quick. Let's take some time, slow down. In your perspective, in your worldview, what happens to the body eventually? The human body.
Gets put back to where it came from.
Like in the ground, like you mean like in the ground buried or cremated or whatever?
Whatever. It goes back to the essential elements and back to where it came from.
Okay. And you're not your body. I think you've already stated that, right?
It's a vessel, and
Okay.
that's
So where
working
does
in
the thing
symbiotic
go?
relationship with.
What do you call the other thing? not the body, the thing that it's a holding.
That's a word that I cannot define.
Okay, so that thing, right? Let's agree to not define it or even give it a name, right? I'll just claim to know what you're talking about. Where does that go when the bodies went back to where it came?
Let's say Newton's law, right? Like energy cannot be destroyed, only transmuted. It goes back to a higher plane of existence,
Okay, is that separate from the body?
or a plane of existence.
Is that
Yes,
separate?
yes, yeah, but they work in a symbiotic relationship. You can't have one without the other in order to have a conversation like we're having right now.
So once the body has separated from that non-nameable thing, how are they symbiotic? How is that? How are they dependent?
It's right. If you look around you, bro. Look, we're having a conversation, right? So apparently that is within you, in your belief, apparently, or your observation, and also you're using it in order to have your heart beat, to breathe,
We're
to
talking
talk,
about once they
to
separated.
use your vocal cords. I'm saying there's a
The body
symbiotic
goes back.
relationship.
Let's slow down. The body goes back to where it came, in the ground or cremated, whatever. Then there's this unnameable
Oh,
thing
to
that
the
goes back
essential
to a
elements,
higher
right?
plane, right?
Mm.
Now, what's happening? Where's the body? How are they working together once they've separated? How are they symbiotic?
This conversation.
So when you die and you're the thing that's
No,
unnameable,
I'm saying, how is it working?
we're having a
Okay,
conversation.
how
I'm
can
not
you have a
understanding that.
conversation and interact with this reality without it?
But no,
Without a symbiotic relationship.
I'm
Think
trying
about it.
to.
It's very simple.
It's not simple because you just said the thing separates, right? We're no longer having a conversation. The body's
At the point of death,
gone.
yeah, the vessel's gone.
Okay, so they're no longer symbiotic at that point.
And for now, it is though. Again,
Okay,
I cannot
so
speak
they're
on
not
that. Have you
symbiotic.
died? Can you tell
So
me?
they're not symbiotic.
Have you
Bottom
died?
line.
Have you died? Yes, it is. Right
So
now,
they're
we
not
can
symbiotic.
say or claim that yes, it is.
They do not.
Attempt, and he could accomplish more. Nobody gives a fuck about your dumbass fucking philosophy. Nobody gave a fuck about anybody's philosophy takes. What the fuck? When did a philosopher ever do a fucking thing? Show me one time a philosopher ever did a fucking thing.
Facts.
That's wise. I don't think philosophers do things. They're not meant to do
Was
things.
that EBT clip?
Yeah, that's a good quote. The unborn is the ultimate truth.
Yeah.
Birth and death belong only to deluded perception.
I was dozing off. Sorry.
That's okay. Yeah,
What have
just
we come to? What is? We're still trying to mesh spirit and flesh together and make them make sense.
That's what people try to do, and it's pretty perplexing to me.
Well,
You can make the claim, but then it puts you in it. There's first principles required to make that claim, and those are what I don't agree with. You have to believe that you're a part of this one
but
thing.
you are right now. You are part of it. That's reality. You do have a spirit and flesh in one right now. There's no need to separate
Me
the
and you
two.
are not one. We are not one. Like, we're not drops in an ocean.
I have a spirit in me and I have a flesh.
Yep.
In one body. Okay, that's what's happening. So why do you want to separate them so bad? Why is that your agenda?
In order for there to be individual agency, absolute freedom of the individual, we have to be separate, or else we're just one hive mind. I don't want to be a hive mind. I don't want to think what you think. I don't want to think what the one thinks. I want to think what I want to think. No, it's not. I want you to have that same freedom.
You can think what you want to think with, and also know and understand what other people are thinking or whatever they're.
Not if you're one mind, because then it's just one mind.
You're looking at telepathy on a weird. I don't think you thought telepathy through. Like, it doesn't have to be like that.
So what do you mean? Why is telepathy? How is that relevant to what we're talking about?
Because I mean, you refuse to ground anything. You come from like a very spiritual, you know, y- just
Is that not
vision.
a ground?
No, if all you're thinking of is in the spirit form and you're
So the
not in the
spirit can't
spirit
be a
form,
ground.
you're how can you ground it if it's all
It's
spirit?
eternal. It's the only thing to ground to. That's my
Well,
claim.
what's eternal right now is reality. Reality is
Bingo.
you and I both exist, and telepathy, I mean, it is a real thing. I believe we can work on it and, sharpen it, but it's more of a grounded thing rather than what you're making it out to be.
Well, when you say that we're one, that means that's one thing, right? So the mind is just one thing. There's no telepathy to be had. It's unless you're like talking to yourself, like maybe playing pretend or something.
Right,
And
but
like,
we're like not in the order of things right now. Everything is very like intertwined and tangled. Like if all the lines were uncrossed, we and there was an order to things. Yeah, what you're saying is true. Like you wouldn't have to think about it. Everything would be working perfectly as
so
it should.
let's back up. Maybe we need to define our terms. When you say one, are you meaning whole? Is that what you really mean?
It depends on what you're talking about as
So
one.
when I
What
say
is your
one,
definition of one? Because one isn't just a number. What is the
yeah,
ways of order? I'm talking the ways of order, not in the ways of numbers.
I mean it in the way of on like philosophy. Ontologically speaking, what when I say one, I mean it's indivisible. You
You have
cannot
to tell me what the one thing is. One is an imaginary number. What are you tying down the number one to? Is it
I
one
just
the puppy,
I just
one
gave you the definition of it.
toothbrush,
One
one
means
God?
indivisible, right? It doesn't break down into parts. Now, when you say the word whole, another word for
Depends
that could
on your
be
definition of what one is.
I just gave it to you. It literally means indivisible. So is that what you mean when you say we're all one? Because that's what I'm hearing. When you say the word one, it makes me think that we're all one mind, which is indivisible. When you say whole, that gives me a different idea now. It means that we're a bunch of parts and we're making a unity. We're communing, we're coming together as a group of parts to
But
make this like
we
whole.
are all whole, but we are still part of the one, and the one we do, like, we all collectively believe a certain thing. So say the news came on tomorrow and they were like, we found this plant and it will make you live forever. It will reverse time. That has every vitamin and mineral known to science in it, and if you drink it, juice it and drink it before it oxidizes, it'll give you like an instant blood transfusion, like just whatever. They're just going to tell you everything. They're going to feed you up and tell you that this plant is going to make you live forever. That will ground your what you need for your cope in your brain about death. All because of the propaganda on the TV saying this. So it's like if the collective, the whole, the majority believes that this plant will make you live forever, then more people are gonna live a lot longer because they're not
Are they going to
living
live
in
forever or
constant
a lot
fear.
longer?
They're not gonna live in constant fear. They're not gonna live in scared of this, scared
Are
of
they
this,
going to
scared of
live
this.
eternally or a lot longer? Because I
We
noticed you said different things there. You just said from
because
forever, and then you
Be-
went to a lot longer.
because
Like
this
you
is the
evened out it.
present. This is the present. We are all going down the path of trying to harness the energy to live forever, not down the path of death and accepting death and saying, oh, it just is what it is because it's always been this way, even though nobody wants to die. Why are we not? Why? Like, there's just two paths, and you're going that way, and I'm going this way. So It's
Yeah, I
basically
think to live forever in the world is like the worst condemnation. That's the worst possible future, is to like live eternally on earth. That's terrible.
in this system, the way it's set up.
Well,
Sure,
it's meant to be set up that way. That's how I see it. You live in a system that you ultimately don't control. You don't make the trees. We're not all consciously thinking of the trees and the grass and all the flora and
people
fauna
plant trees all the
and deep
time.
sea creatures. We're not thinking of that. It's the demiurge that's thinking of that. That's my worldview. He's making the forms, not you. And you are identifying your individuality with your body, the form that he's molding and creating and fashioning. You're identifying your reality with a demiurgic archetypal form. That's the worst future, I think.
How so? If we weren't under this highly provisional, culturally and linguistically sanctioned hallucination, if we were not under any of this and we didn't have gatekeepers and nobody and everybody felt like they were all God and everybody got whatever they wanted and whatever color they wanted and they could travel and do whatever they want, like even if you've experienced this situation before,
Yeah.
every time is going to be different. You
No,
have the capacity to
I
live
get your
forever if
worldview.
it was possible. It's not
Believe me,
about that.
I get your worldview. And if I believed certain principles that align with it, it would be permissible. But there are some that make it impossible. Like, I don't believe evil is something you can eradicate from this world. It comes into it on purpose.
But
It's
you're
in
manifesting that right now.
Well, I'm
Like,
saying evil is real, and it's not some shadow, or it's not
no, it
ignorance.
is. Evil is merely the intentional throwing off of the equilibrium. Like,
Yeah.
you are doing that on your own with your thoughts. You are coming up with those thoughts. You've got the pattern in your brain of those thoughts, and it's coming out of your mouth. Like,
Yeah, I think this is like a new age concept. I don't buy it. And that's fine. I'm
because
just
you
letting you know
want to
this is
feed it. You want to feed it. You want to give it power. You want it to idolize it. You want these things to be your idol. And
I
even though
don't
you hate them, you're idolizing them by
I don't
giving them
think
power.
I don't think simply by thinking positive that's going to make the whole world positive in the future. I don't agree with that.
But good is God. God is good. So why can't you just be good and be God?
Like I said, you're way far down the road from the problems that are presented right off the bat. Like the first principles I have, they that you don't even get to where you're at. Like the only reason you are making these claims is because you agree in radically different first principles than I do.
The truth does not have an agenda. If you have an agenda, you are practicing witchcraft. You've got
I'm
some
saying
sort of
truth is not even a
control.
thing.
You want to control something or you want to manipulate something, and and you're infringing on other people and other, not staying in your own lane with that type of gatekeeping. Don't you think?
Are gatekeeping? What?
By feeling the way you do, it's sort of a form of gatekeeping,
I
very
think
much
that
so.
that's so weird because, like, on my end, I think that your position, and I don't mean this in a derogatory way, but I could take your position and what you say, even if it was from a different person, as a sort of gatekeeping. It's trying
Because
to get people to stay in the world.
stay in the world. You already are. You already are fine. Like, you are, like, everything is fine right now. I
Oh,
do
yeah, no,
not
my
have an
life's
agenda
fine at the
for
moment.
you to
Like, I don't
die.
have
You
anything
have an
bad.
agenda for me to die. You literally have an agenda for me to lay down my life
No,
and not
no, I'm
live
not
anymore when
if
life
you mean by
is
thinking
God.
in general that people die, is that what you mean by just thinking that
An
death
agenda
comes
is
to human?
going from one plan to another plan, and it's not my plan. It's control and manipulation.
But
I
you're
do
saying
not
it's
want
my
that.
plan.
But why are you saying how could I be gatekeeping if I don't believe in leaders or followers? Like, I don't believe anyone is
We
above
agree
or
on
below
that.
anyone.
So
Like,
that's not our point of contention. I agree with that. There are no leaders or followers.
we
Death
are
is
all
not a
God.
thing. I don't believe in death. I don't believe in life. All that's a false
No, you do
dichotomy.
believe in life. See, you're still not rightly dividing truth because life
Truth
is
is
what
not a
is
thing.
truth.
So
Life
truth,
is what is
falsity,
good.
life, death, light,
No,
dark,
bro.
hot,
You
cold,
can't
up,
mix.
down, left, right. All those things are wrong. They're
There's
illusions.
nothing wrong with left or right.
Well,
There's
I'm
nothing
saying they're
wrong.
dichotomies that don't exist. They only exist because of becoming. It's an illusion. It's an appearance.
What?
Yeah. You come into this world. You come from somewhere, and that place isn't this place. It's not a place of appearance and seeming. When you were born, that's not the beginning of Maryland. I'm going to guess, right? Like 20 something, 30 years ago, that's not the beginning of you. You get what I'm saying? So you're not from the world that we call Earth. When you look up in the sky at night and look at all the stars, that's not where you're from. Like that's a new age thing, is what I'm saying.
We always
Identifying yourself with astral light and
we were known before the world began. I know that.
yeah.
I mean, I'm God. I mean, I'm not confused.
So you're not a body. You're
I
God.
am this is my body. This is mine.
This
Not
sounds
not yours.
transhumanist in a
Translation.
way.
Let me read
Not
some
yours.
stuff. Yeah, this is something existing or not due to causes. No such thing occurs. The confusion of habit energy. From this the three realms appear. Yes, in truth, nothing arises from causes, nor does anything cease. Regard conditioned things like flower in the sky. Let go deluded views, the grasping and the grasped. Nothing has arisen or ever will, nor do causes or conditions exist. Nothing exists at all, and these are nothing but words. Something like
Yeah, it's like radical non-dualism.
you
Yeah,
think
that's
so?
yeah. And that's pretty close, but Hyperborean wisdom goes a step further because
Yeah.
there is a sort of that. There is a sort of like I said, it's the Tao. That's the closest thing I can get to. We just can't describe it. It is movement. It's not. It is up and down, but it's not. It is hot and cold, but it's not. It's really silly sounding, but
Yeah, I think the main difference is you argue for individuated awareness. The
yes, that's
individual.
the bottom line, is that
Yeah, but
that's what separates me and Marilyn's worldviews, is that ultimately I need individual agency. I need absolute freedom of the self. I'm not trying to unify with some other person's mind. That's not what I'm about.
yeah,
That's
I
not
got
what we're
that.
trying to
Yeah,
do.
that I think spontaneous illumination.
I
And
don't think it has to be
poets,
like that.
some poets get into that though. Like, yeah,
Say that again. Spontaneous what?
illumination. Spontaneous.
Yeah, I like the sound of that. I'm gonna look into that.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that all of the well, the thing with traditions is, you find a lot of disagreements and some distinctions. Some of them do lean more to individuated awareness. While other ones are more of the cosmic, one or whatever.
Yeah. Just to back up real quick, just about the truth thing, right? I want to try to explain that, give a background to that. So the reason we have truths is because they can be compared to falsities. As soon as you revert, or that if you were to just be in pure being or pure eternity, there is no falsity. So there is no truth false dichotomy there. It's only reality. It's only real. So if there's a debate, like if anything that you consider as truthful has a falsity as it's dichotomy, it's not the real thing. It's not what's going on. Like if you say light and dark or whatever, or even ethical concerns, most of those things are purely subjective in the world. Not
Right.
until you get into the eternity do you have pure, real, true ethic that cannot be displayed,
Why can't
cannot
this
be reflected
be
in
the
in the world.
eternity? Like, why can't you see on earth as it is in heaven? Why everything that you compare truth to is some effervescent thing, this ethereal thing, when rather than a grounded foundational like a rock. You cannot tell me a rock is not a true object. It's truth. It is obviously exists. What is the opposite of a rock? What is the falsity of a rock? Like you can't find a falsity of a rock. There's
No,
no
I
falsity
stated
of a
that.
rock.
So the prime matter is eternal. The thing that your flesh is made of, the thing that your blood is made of, the water, the trees, what it's made of is eternal. Its shape and its form, its complexity, that is not real. It will go away in time. It ceases to exist. It comes
Because you
in and
want
out
it
of our
to?
view. Say that again?
Because you want it to? Because you expect it
No, it
to?
doesn't have anything to do with me thinking about it. Like I said, I'm not sitting here willing that deep
So you have
sea
no
creatures
power or
exist.
control over your thoughts
Like
and what you believe?
how did deep sea creatures or any creature or flora or fauna that was unidentified before, some guy found it, how did it exist? If our minds weren't willing it into existence. You're like invoking this observer effect thing, this quantum physics thing where like what we think is our reality. I don't think that's true. I don't think we make trees. Like right now, the Amazonian forest is not being upheld by me. I don't know what's going on there. The people
But it's
there
not like you
might,
need to
you know,
create. It's not like you need to create the Amazon forest. It's already created. It's like it's not your
I'm saying it's not
duty.
created.
It's not your duty to create it. So why are you so concerned
So
over
how
it?
am I going to prevent that tree from aging and withering away over time? But you're saying it's my belief that causes the tree to decay.
But it's not just your belief, it's the collective, it's the majority's belief that it does. Like you, if we all believed in life and chose life, since we're all part of the one whole, we're going to manifest that into our reality because we're all
This
going to believe it to be true.
this comes back to the traitor issue, right? So like evil being a actual thing that has ontological existence. Like if we were if we are people who have that ability, surely we came from that, right? Surely, like, I'm sure you buy like the Christian narrative that there was a fall. Somehow this all arises from our ignorance and misunderstanding of how reality works. So we like buy this, this illusion of death and we accept it. And that's what causes us to die. Is that kind of what you're saying? But at one time we were immortal. Like we lived for a long time in human bodies because we had this wisdom.
Right, we were never intended to die, and then we got fear of death
How
and
did
let
that
it
happen?
gave it power. Just
How did we get fear of death if we knew that we wouldn't die?
feeling guilty probably for anything, for killing the apple that we ate. I don't know, like just feeling some sort of shred of guilt that brought on other fears and other fear, and it just, manifested into the worst thing possible.
Going on a wild tangent here. Um, is Christianity Jewish at all to you?
It's very Jewy.
Okay, so what you're speaking about right now is very Jewy. I don't think I've invoked any of that. But earlier you were like, you're a Jew or you think like a Jew. Do
But Jews, they don't believe that death has been defeated. They believe death is a real thing. They believe you need to do rituals. They believe that you need to, serve a master. They,
so what
they
makes Christianity still Jewy?
because they still need a master. They still do rituals. They still, feel like, yeah, Jesus died for them, but they also do not accept that Jesus died for them. They still think they're a sinner. They still think repentance precedes salvation. They still don't understand that Christ is justice, Christ is salvation, Christ is God. Like they have not integrated God's spirit. They want to be Christ-like. They don't want to be equal to God. They don't want that responsibility. When it says in Philippians that Jesus did not consider equality with God something to be used to his own advantage, but people do, like they would. They don't understand how to handle that much power and worth all at one time. They just people aren't used to that.
Yeah, yeah. No, I think we understand each other better after this conversation. So I appreciate it. Appreciate you sharing your ideas.
Yeah, this was fun.
Yeah.
This was fun. We'll get
Yeah.
there.
The main thing is that need to work out. I think the individuated awareness versus the one mind. Yeah, that's the main thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it usually is. That's what it boils down to. The one or the many. And I choose the many, and I'll always choose the many. I don't think I'm going back to the one.
Yeah. Yeah, the many. Yeah. Let me see here. Could there be something besides the one versus many? Or let me think here.
I don't think so. I've not
Yeah.
come across that yet.
Yeah.
Well, there could be the combination of both, but I see that as, what did they call that something in philosophy? They call it
Yeah, aperion or something. Aperion.
incommensurability or something like that. Or
I think it's aperion or something. Aperion.
oh, you mean the Greek term for that idea of
Wait,
it's like
no,
a
no, it's not.
symbiosis.
No, that's not aperion. It's something else. I forgot what it was called.
I
Sorry.
forget who was Aperion. I don't if that was no, it's not
Something
Thales.
else.
It's Anaximander, I think. or
That's
somebody.
from Plato, from the Philibus, I think, or something like that.
Aperion. I thought that was an Anaximander. Or hold on, let's find out real quick.
Yeah, it could be before Plato.
Yeah, it seems like Plato summed up the pre-Socratics pretty nicely, except that like he just started saying shit that they didn't say. That's the weird part about Plato that I don't like.
He tried to combine a lot of them, or he tried to do like some weird jitsu where he combined a bunch of shit.
Yep, it's Anaximander. I'm on Google
Yeah,
right
but
now.
what I'm confused is then, like, what are you getting from Dzogchen? Because I think Dzogchen is a radical non-dualism.
It is. Yeah, it is. Exactly. There's
Yeah.
this Jew running around on YouTube who's pretty interesting. He claims to be a radical non-dualist. I think I brought him up before. His name's David Kayam Smith. Have y'all seen him yet?
No.
I think I have seen him. Yeah, I've
That
seen him.
man is wild. He's way out there. Way out there. I've got his phone number. I've texted him a couple times. We don't agree, but
Yeah,
I like his stuff. He's
yeah, but let me get your opinion on this. Let's say like the Zoroastrian and the Manichaean belief. Like in the Zoroastrianism or Manichaeism, there is a being of like pure light. Which is like serene and good. Everything, all the good moods are in that pure being. And then there's the being of darkness or evil. That's defined by greed and other stuff. And then the evil, orb of darkness or the being, it went and it attacked the light. And see that, and I actually talked about this and read a lot about it in Manichaeism. But basically, there was like some conflict, and then the darkness swallowed the light in Manichaeism, and that led to the flesh and the material forms as being kind of encasing that is evil. But within that, there is the fragment of light, that Mani promoted to liberate back to the source. So like only two beings, but not many. It's like just two. It's like one and two or something. You get what I'm trying to say? Or
I do. Yeah.
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 What's your
And I
opinion?
think what they're trying to do is they're trying to not trying to, but they maybe consequentially what do they call it, personified those original dual states of eternity. Like you could say that one of those, the darkness could be matter, the eternal prime matter, and that the light would be the spirit, and then through the intermingling, the light gets swallowed or encased or enchained or trapped, whatever terminology you want to use, imprisoned, whatever. So that could be the case maybe going on there. Either way, the dualistic cosmology is there.
I think we just want to give life to.
Yeah, so what was your problem with my original dualistic image I gave a long time ago?
Did I have a problem with it?
I think you considered it sentimental or something.
No, I try to find what I said because I can't recall. Hopefully, I didn't say
I actually
that.
had an argument. Let me tell you that I actually do struggle between Buddhism and Zoroastrianism because I read the Gathas and I read the Mani Codex. I actually know Manichaeism pretty much pretty well. Let me see here. Yeah, here you go. Let me see if I can find it again. Let me see it. Yeah, here you go. Yeah, I tell you what, my old practice that was actually kind of close to the Hyperborean way, but there are differences. Here you go. Let me see here. Also, here I'll get it for you in 1 second. Let me see. I don't want to keep TML up too long. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Here I'll get it up. Here you go. TML. Can you like share that? I want to just show it. I actually talked to Twilight about this, but
Doesn't light cast out the darkness though? Doesn't, and like realistically speaking, if there's light shown in darkness, the darkness must flee, and darkness can't even stand in light. Like light is going to not even allow darkness even around it. So like, are we feeding the darkness and just saying the darkness has swallowed the light when I don't know. I feel like
yeah,
we
they have
choose these
antagonistic
paths.
relationship in the world of being. They have an antagonistic
In the world of
Right.
being, that's the big thing. So you're thinking of light and darkness in terms of becoming, right? Like
So
there's a metaphysical light, there's a metaphysical darkness, and these things in the dualistic cosmology, they have their own ontological existence. They
But
both
none
are
of
real
them,
things.
neither one of them are evil. Like the darkness aids, and so does the light aid.
no,
Those aren't evil and good
no, I
things
think
in
they're evil. Like
reality.
let me explain this though. But in the past, I shared like in the top row, I would say that's more like a reflection of the light of the being of light. It's a reflection, you know. But of
Is that
course,
Dr. Seuss in the middle there?
no, that's movements. That's movements.
Oh, movement. Okay, keep going.
Yeah, and the bottom row is of the darkness of Ahriman or Ingram Manu. The top is Spento Manu, and same for films. And for the films, actually, they're very intense. The bottom row, I think, the house that Jack built is probably one of the most disturbed films. But the top row is more closer to the light or something. Like it's like a partial reflection, you know, like imitating the forms of light and darkness. So, I
Yeah,
mean,
imitations, exactly. Yeah.
yes,
I think maybe what I could have said was, yeah, affectional or emotional or something like that.
yeah.
Maybe when you said sentimental, maybe I maybe have said something like that. And I probably didn't by that kind of statement. I'm not saying that you're wrong. It's more of like a nudge of orientation. Like, because when you read the fundamentals of Hyperborean wisdom, it lays out very clearly how damaging or how problematic affection can be. And I think you already got that from a certain line from Nimrod about poetry and how he's not ruling out poetry entirely, but he's talking about a specific kind of delivery in poetry to basically cope and make the world beautiful, the ugly, dark, torturous, chaotic world beautiful.
Yeah, but maybe if you see it in the sense like from the being, like this is just like uh like imitating from that, but it's not truly like being. It's like like being the kind of the rays or the darkness go through it or something, and we see like some glimpses of it, but not the
Yeah,
full
that's
totality. You see what I'm saying? Like
I do know what you're saying. When in our earlier discussion, when I mentioned opaque, the opaque term, right? That's kind of how I see it. It's something that's got a cloud over it or something. And then the more aligned it is with the origin, the more clearly, the true existence shines through the symbolic representation.
yes, exactly. That's what I was arguing for. I think Zoroastrianism and Manichaeism, I think one can see it that way, at least in many ways. Like I think they were arguing, it was claimed that a lot of Persians and Zoroastrians went to Plato's uh,
Academy?
funeral. They went to
Oh,
his funeral.
gotcha.
They went to his Plato's funeral. I believe that. I actually remember reading that somewhere. I can have to look again. I have to double check. But I think so. I think that Zoroastrianism is closer to being closer to the Platonic spirit in general, at
Yeah,
least
it
based
is.
on my research.
It is, right. And I mean, even the dualism, I don't think he rules out entirely. He would just give it a different terminology and rearrange it in the cosmology as like a hierarchical structure.
Yeah, I do
Even
have
though it is mono.
problems. I do have problems with non-dualism for the reasons the short story you read went into. To be honest.
Yeah. No, I do too. So when you read these things from Buddhism, they sound really good, and then you understand they're coming from a non-dualistic perspective, and that's the problem, I think.
Well, they feel like they don't feel the highest being. They feel like the least. Like they don't feel like they're worth the most.
So what
They
was your
feel like
problem
they're
with
worth the
the
least.
Brahmins?
The
Brahmins. You
monks.
said that Vaishya and the Kshatriya they can
Yes.
understand Hyperborean wisdom better, but the Brahmins cannot.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, it's the priest class, the priesthood, that they tend towards a sacralizing attitude. This is explained in the fundamentals as well. He goes into these different attitudes. Basically, that one sort of attitude is a hindrance towards the return versus others. And the priestly type attitude usually tends towards culture and reverence of the one. Ultimately, like over time, it does. Back in the past, the polytheists were warriors. Like they weren't running around building temples. They were nomadic warriors. But it seems like there's some connection between the priestly temple, the templeman, that guy, the guy who is a custodian of the temple. There's something about his inability to return. Also the corruption aspect. He talks about, remember at the end of Secret History, he's talking about vocations. Did you get to the part where he talks about the caste system? And he talks about how warriors are warriors always. It transcends time. His caste, it doesn't end when he goes home, right? And naps and then clocks in tomorrow at 9. Now he's a warrior, That's what separates them from other vocations or castes.
Still serve a death cult.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, I don't buy death. I don't think that's a thing. If there's no death, there's no cult to be in. There's no death cult.
Yeah,
But
there is something.
You do believe you're
There's
gonna
something
die.
fundamentally. I would say. I mean, I did mention this before. Like, cannibalistic about non-duality. Like I said that before. Like, like it's not very pleasant to think about, but it's true.
Yeah.
Though.
Yep. The phagocytosis.
Yeah, phagocytosis.
Yeah.
You see that? Yeah. Makes sense. I like
I'm
dualism.
gonna jump down. I'm passing out. This was fun.
Blessings. Yeah,
Thanks
I'm
for having me,
gonna
Machine.
I'm basically gonna end the show now. So so if you guys have any closing statements, that would be opportune time to give them out now. But yeah, blessings. Thank you so much for joining, Marilyn.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, likewise.
Yeah, I don't really have anything to say. I don't really have anything to say. I mean, I'm sure I'll come back on sometime.
Awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, the magnetism talk was I really appreciated that.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Yeah.
Real good stuff.
Yeah, you obviously have studied it.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I'm very interested in looking more into how cold can make magnets, like a lot of different metals magnetize when they're not normally magnetic, and how heat also, it'll break the magnet up and
Curie point.
make it lose its electromagnetic field, but you can still bring it back with cold. So it's just, there's a lot of fun stuff to look into with magnets for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks, TML. Hopefully I didn't derail too bad. I appreciate you reading the fragments.
Yeah, blessings on me. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. I'm gonna I'll tune in tomorrow if you're gonna be talking Parmenides for sure.
Well, Well, it's Tuesday, Wednesday, and Saturday. So
Got you. Tuesday.
I'm not
Okay.
gonna be on for like 2 or 3 days um or what have you. But it's same time, 7:30 p.m. Eastern, right? But we only come on 3 days. So yeah. So remember, guys.
Got you. Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday. Yeah, looking forward to the Parmenides for sure. Avian, like always, I really appreciate your mind and your thoughts, and I'll catch up with you in Discord. You guys have a good night.
You
Do
have a
you
good
have
night.
your own
Thank you.
channel?
Nice talking to you too.
Do you
Yeah.
have your own channel?
No,
No,
I
he's
don't.
not. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
not. Yeah.
Me
Yeah, they're not
neither.
on YouTube. Yeah, either of them. Yeah. So
It was nice talking to you for sure.
Thanks.
I enjoyed it.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
yeah, peace. Yeah, they're in the Discord, but they don't have a channel. But yeah.
Okay, cool. Good to know. In your Discord, right?
Yeah, they're up in there. Yeah.
Based.
Yeah, they got the same names. So yeah.
All right, y'all. Have a great night.
All right.
Thanks
Peace.
again.
Marilyn. Yeah. Thank you so much. All right. So yeah. So we'll end the stream now. Blessings to all the people. Thank you for joining us here on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And yeah, I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies. It looked like my camera is like glitchy, or so I don't know what's going on with that. But yeah, blessings to Avian. Thank you so much for joining as always. And yeah, of course, yeah, Maryland's cool. Yeah, we like Maryland. Yeah, we like all the people that are here. Mama Sue, thank you so much for watching. Made an Empire's Image, just joined, trying to decipher her. Yeah, who you talking about, Lindsay? Yeah, thank you guys for watching. Faye, blessings, you know. All right, we got DOA, Daughter of Assassins. I greatly appreciate your time. Rock E, Shepherd. You know what I mean? Yeah, ESP, Revaluation, obviously. Yeah. Man becomes smart so he can transform into a machine. Sounds demonic to me. Yeah, you said it, brother. Blessings to all the people. I appreciate you guys. So yeah, so we'll talk more about history of transhumanism. Obviously, we only got to the 2nd century today, right? So yeah, as I said, thank you for joining us here on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. The first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. The first step to seeing beyond the program is to realize how you've been programmed. You can't kill what you can't see. And what most people think is real is just flickering images on a screen, right? Flickering shadows on a screen, images of things that aren't even real. So we got a little bit of a outro thing that I do every time. So yeah, blessings to all the people. Yeah, we got some more stuff coming up from Mumford and Alul too, right? We did some of that on Wednesday, right? Obviously we're moving through the text. It was good to get a lot of discussion in today, right? So Tuesday, as I said, right, we're gonna move forward with Rousseau, and I'm gonna introduce Rousseau, right? We've moved the discussions of Hegel, right, and Marx to the Wednesday show, right? So we'll come up with some stuff, right? We'll probably do some Shang Tzu on Wednesday, right? So we'll open up a tons of new material, right? We'll have more about Valentinus and the Gnostics, right, and all that type of stuff, right? So we're going through tons of material, and it all serves to give us a sort of history of transhumanism, right? And also universalism, right? Techno-liberalism, scientific totalitarianism, all these various shades of thought that we're sort of exploring here, right? So I greatly appreciate you guys, right? And yeah, here's some music that I procured for the show, but we didn't really have time. Yeah, what's up, Buddha?
Yeah, okay, final remarks.
Yeah,
Sorry, I
man.
got a little slow at the end because I got kind of tired, but the
No,
talk
it's
was
no
so
worries. Yeah,
fascinating.
go ahead.
Yeah, I hope everyone has a good night. You have a good night too. TML, that's my final remark.
Yeah, blessings, brother.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
blessings.
appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah, blessings.
All right. A little song here for you guys. Little song and dance routine. Here's one by DJ Isolated, where I made a little video for this, right? Actually, you know what? Let me turn the TV on, see if we get canceled out here. You mean? Because they might pop the video off because it's part of the movies and shit. So yeah, give me 1 minute with that. And yeah, blessings. So yeah, check out this music, man.
to a can of oil. Tell your man to tell his man that his man's a goyle. I hold his weight, y'all niggas skinny like olive oil. We throws at least half a key in the pot to boil. Royal niggas rags the richest. Because this boy breaks bitches like glasses, stitches. Burn money like I put it in some grass and split it. If I don't get my man, that's passes, not misses. Female donkeys, y'all niggas ass ridiculous. Hard white rap, this a foil like chicklets. Never had a wife, you better settle for the mistress. The truth like Al Capone dying from the syphilis. Cross me, your name flying on the hit list. Your niggas butt won't even pop a clutch on the gear shift. That ain't your hard pose, nigga, you just scared stiff. I'm on my grizzly, you might walk right in the beer shit. You rock your pants too tight, get off that queer shit. Don't turn it back when it's on, I ain't trying to hear shit. Like the Coast Guard, I got them choppers that can airlift.
Don't you know what you bring? You destroy everything. All the love that you give to men. There's no excuse I could give. We just don't want to live. All the war that you bring to men. What if something home takes families? What another great big fan of it? What if something that is scandalous? Oh no, oh no. What is something I can plan and see? What is things insanity? This world for sure must stop. This world.
Turn up fake niggas, don't get me involved. My back is chunky. 4-5 hanging out, the jeans is crunchy. Facial hair beard looking like Abe Lincoln. Stand next to you with my jewels, look like your cage is shrinking. Love sweets like a dope fiend, not with fat hands. Keep birds around me, they be calling me Batman. Precisely, I pop like cheap luggage, profusely bleeding. Word on the street is that you lost 3 buckets. Fuck it, you keep dying. I'm in the red diamonds. Rob me, bitch, I had your whole hood crying. Lighting candles on the streets like, why you trying? Oh Lord, why you had to lullaby him? His jewels is cursed, his seeds is first. When he do shows, he pop a willy off his merch. 6'3", medium built, tall like lurch. Why y'all faggots be sleep? He be putting in work.
Essence is orbit stance. I got it down to a glance. It's war. I got the biggest gun down my pants. Gotta rock it in my pocket. Gonna knock your head right out the socket. Turn teardrop to smile. The grace to spare child. Spray a gallon of mace in your face. Burn off your brows. No phone home, you're dribbling. We stone your sibling. Get my blood from tilting to burn your building. Poison tip, dagger, sword. Chop through your collarbone. No, you don't got a fucking chance to holler home. Nice dream, the slice lean. Cut through your ice bling. G.O.D. heats. Melt you like it's ice cream. I'm not vanilla, I'm Black Panther chinchilla. My cousins are orangutan, my brothers are gorilla. The others are ape, eternal rainbow straight. Get you trapped in the jungle, now you can't escape. War it is, that's the biz. Glock pop, plops, the fizz. Split your wig, crack your ribs, smack your whiz. Blast your crib, chains and whips. Planes and ships, gun swords and clips. Stones and bricks, punch throws and kicks. You know it's
Don't you know what you bring? You destroy everything. All the love that you give to men. There's no excuse I could give. We just don't want to live. All the war that you bring to men. What if something home takes families? What another great big fan of it? What if something that is scandalous? Oh no, oh no. What if something I can plan and see? What is things insanity? This world for sure must stop. This world,
This where legends get made. Clean titles through the edge of the blade. Afro bro flow smoother than 70s suede. Number 1 headband. Homie Fletch, you's a dead man. No rich IDs, IVs, and bad pants. 1 stroke left hand. Blood in the red sand. You know where I rep it. Desert lands where the Desi blend. Baby working with heavy hands. Dudes call him Afro. He sliced down from good piece to asshole. And y'all talk like I'm the one to listen. I'm on that long mission. Dude is going fishing. 7:30 early, he beating the dawn fisherman. I don't chase him or replace him, my fisherman. I take a rim shot and walk away whistling. Plot on tops of the 5 fam at the christening. Bubba Goose double loop like the Michelin man. Streets of NYC to the Michigan
Well, you
land.
know, you already know. Well, you already know. Well, you know, you already know. Well, you already know. Well, you know, you already know. Well, you already know. Well, you know, you already know. Well, you already know.
Straight out the woods where the hoods don't come. It's the legend and I'm second to none. Son, it's better to run. Try and check before you get to your gun. You're gonna leave, put your head in the trunk. Show enough, I'm a beast on the strip. Realize you done said your last words once I reach for the hip. Man, don't even give me reason to flip. It's the season to flip. You know the drill, so don't even resist. The kid live with the blade, one with the jungle. Calm and I'm humble, but I said it in the rage. I'm looking for some get back, get back. I'm quick to push a wig back. Niggas shouldn't have did that. Now I'm on your ass like tight pants all across mountaintops, deep water and highlands. See me, see the end of your days. For all y'all, I'm deaf in the flesh. Remember my face.
Well, you know, you already know. Well, you already know. Well, you know, you already know. Well, you already know. Well, you know, you already know. Well, you already know. Well, you know, you already know. Well, you already know. Give me some shit, attack, motherfucker, attack.
Fuck you in the hole you came out of. Turn this shit up, blast this shit louder. Fuck you to the cops, of course. Go to work, fuck you to your boss. Dealing with the stress and the struggle. Sometimes you gotta say fuck you on the train and somebody bump you and don't say sorry. What to do? Fuck you. Asshole, yellow cab can't drive. Look them in the eyes. What to do? Fuck you. It's just 2 little words that go a long way when people get on your nerves, like cutting you off on a highway. Give them a finger, scream fuck you all day. And to the nosy neighbors and all the haters, it's fuck you now and fuck you later. Fuck y'all.
It's like the drop as I start to spray it.
Fuck you.
Make no mistake.
Fuck you. Always up in somebody's business. Who did what? Who fucking who? What is this? Fuck the coke connect. Cause when you buy that hard, it's like 20% wet. Fuck the world, don't ask me for shit. If you was dying in the desert, I wouldn't give you spit. Fuck you, you fake motherfucker. Lying piece of shit, straight cocksucker. 24/7 year round. It's fuck y'all niggas and fuck you clown. Come on y'all, say what you wanna say. Do what you wanna do, move how you wanna move. The world is full of assholes. Fuck everybody, increase your cash flow. Fuck who ain't with it. Fuck who ain't feeling me. Fuck you in the New York minute. Fuck all the hip hop politics. I'm smashing niggas, you know how hard I hit. What the fuck you wanna do? From the bottom of my heart, nigga, fuck you.
Listen.
Fuck y'all.
It's like the drop as I start to spray it.
Fuck you.
Make no mistake.
Black Poe. Fuck you. Black Poe.
Throw your back out with the next nigga.
Yeah. Stop with all the blasphemies or you will face catastrophe. My crown shine precise with the princess cut masterpiece through the bullseye. I'm like Crow with the crossbow. I symbolize death like a skull and crossbones. Non-believers get hit with assault heaters. Most dicks are lame like saltpeter. I'ma shake your mind every time I'm taking mine. Devil snake spine, divine rhymes of Frankenstein. I'm talking out loud. They saw the prophet and bowed. Angel wings on my feet, feels like I'm walking on clouds. You ain't shit, you're a punk. Pop the clip in the pump. You're closer to death by a hop, skip, and a jump. Territorial sites divide like stereotypes. In due time I fulfill religious burial rites. I'm sly like a fox, with eyes like a hawk. Spent some time in the box, and I blow up like an ox. You're not safe from hell, you're getting raped in your cell. I jumped the screw for his keys, and then escaped from the jail. My fam's heaven come together like the Trinity, divinity, entity, ready to kill a Kennedy. Your shit gets blown. I have you get some stitches, I'll break you like a wishbone and make you kiss the stone. I'm a beast waiting. In my dreams I see Satan telling me to get a gun and shoot up the police station. I'm from the underworld. My slaves obtained 100 pearls, blunts to twirl. Every night I fuck another girl. I'm on a far star, plant bombs with cops are. I target squad cars, Allahu Akbar. I break you apart, I've been a snake from the start. The only way to kill me is a stake through the heart. My razor shaves next, basement reeks of decayed flesh. Who do I slay next? I read Bible and play chess.
There is a shovel that is important in the countryside. I'm a beast like Ed 209 with Cain's mind inside. It challenging time is marked and there are vineyards and grapevines. This found inside the eye where some man is crushed and dies. My thought is sharp, it pins you to the wall behind. The wooden floor collapsed 3 times, the bodies are hidden beneath the sky. Yet I am a man who has become angry with the decisions of the king. So one night I started a crime ring. We hid barrels of gunpowder under the floor where the king was to give a speech, and blew his ass to smithereens, and blew his ass to smithereens. My poetry has a quill that pricks blood of his paranoia. I had this ship built in such a way that it would collapse mid-voyage. At night late down by the lake, overpass behind the creek, with a lit candle I creep. Perhaps you find I've constructed panels in the ceiling to collapse and kill you while you sleep. It is lost behind the wall, what has never been found to all. In time of the great fire you watch the chandelier fall. A door is cracked, though in fact what you find behind it exact is a place where a memory is trapped, or those killed by my axe. There is a war that rages in heaven, fish, zodiacs, many eyes and wings that are feathered. You are betrayed by creatures who seek their own death forever.
Yo, look me in the eye, your life's a total lie. I'm like the Godfather, I take your kids when you die. I visit small towns, spreading my sickness that's afflicted. Now I live in hospitals, painting pictures of my victims. It became a fairy tale, so the story keeps on living. On how I brought them death, the gift that keeps on giving. I stalk them all, horror calls when the darkness falls. I chop your balls, you hear the growls of the monster bros in the mental institution on all kinds of medication. Now I pray on their souls through constant meditation. Fuck a haircut, you need your head chopped off. Catch you in the crossfire when the lead pop off. My parables are terrible, I walk where pharaohs go, through the halls of miracles, the fallen walls of Jericho. Next to me is ecstasy, the Holy Ghost reflects in me, a living legacy through ESP. I see destiny, I hoard the steel, that'll make them mourn for real. I sworn to steal, I was born in jail. Prophet Muhammad came to me in a dream with the lights out, and instructed me to suicide bomb the White House. For he's the final prophet and Jesus is the Messiah. We're no longer awaiting the return of Elijah. Through land and sea wouldn't find a man more noble. I react nuclear, melt to the core like Chernobyl. Inserted in the gun, you want a hamburger bun. I murder for fun and burn your corpse when I'm done. I bled red gravy, when I was young the lead grazed me. I'm head crazy, I break bread with dead babies. You're disgraceful, wasteful, ungrateful, unthankful. A skeleton reach out the ground and grabs your ankle. In a haunted swamp, when I'm around, you hear the monster stomp a dead body. Could still let out a rotten fart. I see the bitch in you, I'm wishing you the chicken flu. Only if you knew what was brewing in my witch's brew. Throw stones at holes made of glass alone. Recite poems that move bones in sacred domes in Rome. There's no defense known against this killer's assault. No looking back or you get turned into a pillar of salt. If I'm not left alone, then I will wet your dome. There's no better poem. I crack the Rosetta Stone in the Dead Sea Scrolls. I part Red Seas whole. My lead needs souls. In my head I see trolls. No doubt I rhyme best. I got a Teflon line vest. A whole human body is hard to digest.
dragon which escaped from the underground lab. Physical and historical evidence of one of the most notorious figures of hip-hop blast. The spider web helps to solve a killing. You try to find who killed the MCs and why their bodies are mummified in my building. For 200 years, blood was spilled in the name of God. Is that a critical statement? Bomb shelters, jungle hideaways, underground missile bases. Professors murdered in their homes, memoirs decimating victims. There is a majestic death when a computer virus penetrates the radio operating systems. Warships and submarines lurking around. Deep combat conditions, battlefield photography. At night, something unusual falls from the sky in the distance. A time traveler is sentenced to death for violating laws against technology. An ex-convict in a swamp, nobody follow me. There have been the remnants of 1,000 explosions. Ghostly descendants arise from the old down from the mountains and leave you broken. The invention of death, the shrieking earth and threat, far cry instincts, predator, clash of the ninjas, theft, a city fight night to set apart from the rest, the age of earth, wilderness, the societies of insects, the invention of death, the shrieking earth and threat, far cry instincts, predator, clash of the ninjas, theft, a city fight night to set apart from the rest, the age of earth, wilderness, the societies of insects, where archaeologists tell of dangers they face, the sole survivor of a parallel world dies in an earth place, a military tactician thrift stores Hawaiian objects. Listen, I'm the ghost of Christmas past. You die on Christmas. A whale attacks an 1820 whaling ship and inspires Moby Dick. Beware sport. I've infiltrated and isolated an airport. I might write 161 books. I am the night like the glowing eyes of a wolf. At the urging of a dying author, there is a redemption. Serial killers, both real and fictional, consume their victims. 18 enemy soldiers die on this mission. I will be heard throughout the future span, seen on the computer scan. Arise with newer fans. I'll take a swing at Superman. A microchip with red numbers like an inmate with a murder conviction who slumbers and re-risen. A sword cut your eye with precision. A giant ocean eel preys on your henchmen. Some believe Satan roams the earth in the quest to destroy mankind, detested by a bishop. I rip your vocal cord with my sentence. In the heart is true religion. I dance with a dead mistress. The invention of death, the shrieking earth and threat, far cry instincts, predator, clash of the ninjas, theft, a city fight night to set apart from the rest, the age of earth, wilderness, the societies of insects, the invention of death, the shrieking earth and threat, far cry instincts, predator, clash of the ninjas, theft, a city fight night to set apart from the rest, the age of earth, wilderness, the societies of insects, the sound of 6 large explosions, MC's bodies found in a helicopter crash. As I'm coasting, a series of bizarre deaths that coincide with strange astrological phenomena. Cherokee and Choctaw, you're poisoned to death by a tomahawk. Threat stories, the crowd treks through the Amazon rainforest. Night vision technology, the shot that started the Great War was probably seen. Thrown from a man in broken MC's collar and spleen. Tank destroyers, elephant gun, dive bomber scream. I initiate psychoanalysis, where the uninvited die this year, the longest Halloween. After your battleship sinks, because of me, hundreds of fans survive in shark-infested waters. The sky strikes lightning, race to locate a device that will obliterate this Viking. A military plane and its crew disappear while investigating a UFO sighting. You are an incompetent commander who costs lives in your destruction. Incomparable war machines, a man is brutally attacked at night in his living quarters above his bar for dealing with corruption. The crowd investigates death cases on this production. I will give a king into the hands of his enemy if he can't be trusted. Death of all supervillains, blood spilling to their descendants, the Divergent series Allegiant Diligence. I take over Fry's Electronics, consumer electronics company. I kill rappers in the countryside comfortably. Up shook, the place looks while I shatter your install messenger on Facebook. The death of Voltron, but he rises again from one of the world's biggest brooks. Tourist attraction, contraction, lightning action, causing a brain extraction. I do the exaction with fractions at your side distraction. You're impenitent, that means unrepentant. Obdurate, recusant. I murder you with all surgery inventions, abuse it. I harass, laugh, and kill with chloroplast. Animal cells do not have chloroplast. I blast like a cannonball and explode. Great World War is taking place fast. I'm sharp-sighted at night, it's the discomfiture of titans. A robot monster frightening. I sock you through a diving helmet and you start crying. Well, what happens when I start rapping? Rappers shit their cells. Peace to Celts who rock pelts. You scream for help. I cause your musculophrenic artery to melt. Strong advocate of human rights like Eleanor Roosevelt. The rhyme explodes Orion's belt. No stealth, I'm overfelt. Where I dwelt, Darth Vader knelt. From word spelt, collapse shelf. You wreck your car, crash dealt, and die in a seatbelt. I kill a couple MCs in a tunnel. You crumble, your interface is pummeled. Your girl stumbles. Rappers are troubled by heart attacks in a huddle. You're disgruntled. The ground conks out under you. An asteroid trudges your group. Galactus hovers above you and smothers you. There's no quizzing the fact that Holocaust is risen. I stiffen, the best rapper isn't. Wu-Tang commission business, women audition, aerospace is chicken, dope hidden rappers give in. Listen, you've captured a pigeon in a shattered prison. There's no quizzing the fact that Holocaust is risen. I stiffen, the best rapper isn't. Wu-Tang commission business, women audition, aerospace is chicken, dope hidden rappers give in. Listen, you've captured a pigeon in a shattered prison. Godzilla's the king of all monsters, great your bonkers, secret space launchers, boxers and daughters at my concert. I conquer doctors, gangsters haunter, dollars and honors, horror hunters ponder, prehistoric lobsters and rap rosters, robbers, flying saucers, stronger sponsors, kill imposters. I explode dishwashers, rhymes like armed Navy helicopters over foreign waters, piece to Cookie Monster. I comatose watchers who don't moniker, Mr. Commodore 64, the monitor auditor, blockbuster, too popular for gossipers, gobbler of astrologers, omnivore orbiter, gravity softener, explosion vomiter, an astronomer who used a barometer, binocular to kill a biographer, radio interferometer author, resistance thermometer, destruction cinematographer, vinyl polymer. I kill rappers with a magnetometer and mass spectrometer, the interlocular goniometer photographer. I electronically chemically castrate MCs at kilometers, consular, foreigner, polar, forester, globular, mud wasp, sonar, heart donor. I colder solar explosion your molar, because of Arnold Schoenberg, your soul hurt. Kids rap along in strollers. The comptroller controller that drops on soldiers is steamroller. You have an odor. Industry dozer with a cola. I've captured the Joker's broker. Photovoltaic, the wind blower. Archaic, the owner. Mosaic and truth beholder. Ribonucleic motor. I kilowatt shoulders. Come closer. I smolder the president's folder with a flamethrower. There's no quizzing the fact that Holocaust is risen. I stiffen, the best rapper isn't. Wu-Tang commission business, women audition, aerospace is chicken, dope hidden rappers give in. Listen, you've captured a pigeon in a shattered prison. There's no quizzing the fact that Holocaust is risen. I stiffen, the best rapper isn't. Wu-Tang commission business.
Feel free to come up and do one of your own or chat, bring a topic. There's so much of our modern culture, I think, that's still rooted in that, or that paradigm. There's so much of our modern culture, I think, that's still rooted in that, or that paradigm. Because the paradigm is only relevant because it's contrasted with, it was in the context of a rapidly civilizing culture. Because they had those type of primitive religions all over the place. But it's only when it becomes in tension with individuals who are civilizing and adopting to the new norms, civilizing in feeling as well as in behavior. That's such an important distinction for me. Because growing up, I never had a problem with school. I mean, I didn't like going to school. I thought it was boring. I was bored at school. And we're talking the early grades, like 3rd, 4th, 5th grade. School for me was, I got to see my best friend. We got to play because we would act out these superhero stories on the playground for recess. And they were always like continuations of each other. So we got to do the latest story. We got to play games with the kids. It was really all about recess. I liked my teachers. I was just bored with the material. So class for me was not anything to look forward to other than I got to see my friends. So school for me was like a social, I guess, like hanging out on YouTube. But I didn't have a problem following the rules and behaving in class and doing what I was supposed to. I bought into it emotionally as well as behavior wise. So I complied with what was asked of me behavior wise, because believe it or not, I was a good kid growing up. Like I didn't go out of my way to cause trouble. I was still trouble sometimes, but not intentionally. The teachers liked me. In a lot of classes, I was teacher's pet. And then I was in Boy Scouts, and I bought into all of that. Like, oh, we get to help people and do things for the community and learn things and support each other. So I emotionally bought into all of that. It wasn't just performative. The altar boy thing, I was very active in the church, the choir. I bought into the whole Catholic story. So I guess whatever I was involved in, if it, or let's say this way, I guess I could only be involved in things that I emotionally bought into in the first place. So if something didn't emotionally capture me, I didn't overinvest in it, but I could perform it as needed. And I think with a lot of people, they've learned to do the performative stuff. They've learned how to get through school by delivering the behavior that was expected of them, but they didn't psychologically internalize the story for themselves or adopt it as values of their own. And so I think that's where we see a lot of this hostility against the system or against authority. Because I think some people are still wild and feral inside, and they still want to live that way. And that's what this Dionysian religion spoke to and why it was able to grow to the extent it did. It became a very important part of Greek culture, sometimes even officially, eventually turning into what we know today as drama. Our modern drama is pretty much Greek drama in form. And that rose out of the Dionysian festivals. And so there's that part of us that doesn't want to live under anyone else's rules, even if it's for the good of society or ourselves, because we benefit by keeping society going too. But part of us wants to be wild. When I was in the men's movement back in the 90s and on, it was all about the wild man. It was Iron John, Robert Bly, Joseph Campbell, recapturing the wild man. We went out in the woods. We did retreats, weekends. We had drums and body paint. And the men's movement now is all about sensitivity and vulnerability and connecting with your brothers, which we did all that too, but we didn't lose the wild man in the process. And I think the wild man, at least that particular men's movement, gave a space, a context for the wild man where they could give it meaning. I think we still have the wild man with us, but it's been downplayed, reframed, toxic masculinity. Men are more stigmatized now. But, and I was very strong, I still do strongly identify with the wild man, but I've never struggled with the civilizational side of me either. I have no problem participating in structures and institutions that keep society going. It's a great privilege to be able to do that. I'm very emotionally invested in that particular story. Somehow, like growing up. And I still say, I'm sure scientists will study this somewhere in the future. Schoolhouse Rock. Those little cartoons that would play on Saturday morning and they have songs to them. We'd sing them at school. They really made America seem special. And what a great place you're living in. What an amazing opportunity. What a unique time in history. It's a big experiment. It's still going 200 something years later. I know we have the 250th anniversary coming up. And when I was in the first grade, that was the bicentennial. I remember it. 1976, because it was 200 years from 1776. So the whole first grade was very patriotic. They were really pushing that bicentennial theme. It was on the news. I think Jimmy Carter might have been involved somehow, or Gerald Ford, or whoever was that year, because I think it was an election year. But I remember all that. I remember in the first grade, the United States being celebrated for making 200 years. And to a first grader, that was like 2 million years. And so I always grew up feeling proud to be in America. I wanted to do my part for America. I grew up with all of those feelings. I still have them. My beef has never been with the system or the government or America or even people in power, because I know that those change. We can change those, and we do all the time. I've had frustrations and complaints with incompetent bureaucracies and ineffective systems, and systems that are there supposedly to get something done, and that thing doesn't get done for very easy, fixable, obvious reasons. But I never felt like it was intentional or set up against me. So I guess this is a big, long monologue about how much I love America, how great I think it is. And in order to be truly civilized or appreciate civilization, I think you have to be civilized emotionally into it, as well as just behaviorally, which was the point that Russell made in that passage. All right. Why don't we switch vibes? I don't think we have any new. No, we did the rock one last night, Freedom Tales. All right, well, I'm just going to enjoy the vibes for a little while. We could check in on the news. I saw something about the Brown suspect. They found him dead. And the Epstein files this is their deadline for releasing. So I don't know what that's going to mean for the internet today. But that is all I see. It's kind of quiet, actually. It seems like we go from burst of violence to just quiet. We have some wars going on. Ukraine, Israel. But I'm really not sure what's going on. It just seems business as usual. All right, we have a guest, a very low drama, respectful, well-behaved guest. Welcome, Browns Boy.
Thank you. Thank you.
What is your channel?
How's it going?
Find it. It's going good. I'm just
sorry. Hold on, my car door was frozen shut there.
Lord.
What's going on?
Is it snowing where you are?
Dude, it is so cold, and yes, it is snowing.
You're in your car?
I came out to it to get oh, here it is. to get things of importance. One being a pen, since it's the only pen I know where it's at, because I got to write some stuff and go over some stuff. But also, there's some Reese's peanut butter cups in there that are nice and frozen now.
Right.
So,
oh man. Yeah. It sounds like it was worth the trip.
Yeah, I like to just like throw candy around everywhere. So wherever I'm at, it's just like, oh, there's some candy. No, I'm just kidding.
Like a parade.
Yeah. Yeah.
What?
It's like every day I'm like trick or treating.
Tricking, at least, or treating. Mostly tricking. What is your channel? I cannot seem to find it. I want to drop it. Oh, is that a Greek letter B at Brown? I forgot. I don't have to drop channels anymore. YouTube puts the channel name.
It's actually, I think it's a Greek letter S. I could be
Sigma.
wrong or something.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. I'm up, dude. I'm up to like 42 subscribers, and I ain't even have no content yet.
That's pretty impressive. From just, I still can't find your channel because I don't know how to type that letter.
Oh, here, actually, I might have it. Do I have it saved? No. I can't exit out of this.
So easy to find. It's good. How much? 40 something.
It's all good. It's 42. So I think if you type at Browns Boy, it might pop up. I'm not sure.
Well, there is a
Browns
Browns
Boy channel.
Like the Cleveland Browns. Like it's some fan of the Cleveland Browns.
No, I got like a. Yeah. Oh yeah, that letter does throw it off for sure.
Yeah.
If what you got to do is hold. I think you got to hold down S, and then it'll give you like different versions of the letter S, and then you just pick the one that looks like it. Maybe I'm not
just
sure.
Putting a bunch of S's across the screen. Well, while I figure it out, what's up?
Just.
Do you have a link? Just drop it in the back, and I can grab it from there.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Yeah, I can't do it because if I leave this screen, it'll just kick me out. But I guess I could do that and then come back in like a minute. I could do that.
You can do it in Discord. Is that easier?
It's the same thing either way. I'd have to come back because I have to leave the screen. Not very. I'm actually not very tech advanced.
What is the letter in? Let's see.
It's an S. It's an S.
It's not showing up though in the alphabet chart I'm looking at.
Crazy, bro.
Unless it's just a stylized sigma. Let me try that. No, I'm getting all kind of weird stuff. Oh, gross.
Yeah, sorry about that, man.
So what's up?
Oh, not much, man. I'm about to make my second coffee here. And like I said, I got to go through this list of what I've got going on tonight and try to make it like somewhat organized, more organized than it is. But yeah, I don't want to get too much into it because I gotta. Oh, it's about some of the panel actors. I'll just leave it there for now. Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Is this on your channel?
But I heard what you're talking about with the American.
Yeah.
200 years. Pretty interesting.
Sorry to all you Canadians.
Proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free.
That was good. That might even get me copyright.
Really? Do you really know the people? Thanks, man. Yeah. I've been practicing all day.
Yeah, you
I
definitely
like
sound
that.
like
I like that song's easy. That song's easy to sing. It's kind of the same notes as what's that Disney movie with the Lion King
Oh.
where it's like
Katuna
I
Matata.
don't know. Nah, not that. It's I don't know what they're called. It's when the it doesn't matter. I should know it because my brother used to, when we were young, bro, he used to put that thing on repeat like 24/7.
Yikes. What a way to grow up. Well, if I can find Brown's channel, you know what's weird? You're not even showing up on YouTube. Type something in the chat. Are you able to do that?
Maybe that's a good idea. Maybe you can somehow check it from that. Let me type something. I'm gonna type shit.
Because for some reason, I can see everyone else, but your name is not showing up. But I can see you on StreamYard. Oh no, I mean type it in the YouTube chat.
Oh,
but actually, I got the letter. No, I got the letter I need. That's perfect. All right, YouTube, do you think?
Oh shoot, TML's in the chat. All right, and Shift.
Hey,
Shift is funny, man.
And hey, TML. Why isn't it coming up?
Yeah.
All right, all I have to do is put it after you. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna get this. It says this page is not available. Is it under another name?
Here, let me try to join the chat. If this kicks me, just give me a second. It might kick me. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
All right. It's making me sign.
Oh, I wonder if
I don't know what that's going to do.
Because YouTube has you as not existing, but somehow you exist.
Oh, they'd be a bunch of liars, man. Of course I exist. I'm right here.
You're showing up on StreamYard.
Right. Okay. So
are you under a
I'm
different
almost
account?
through this
You have a
stupid thing.
K as your letter.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't know how.
That's what it is. I don't think Brown's Boy exists.
I mean, that's what my tag is. My @ is at Browns Boy, and so is my actual chat name. So it's.
But it's
confusing
coming
to
up
me.
as this channel, like a 404 or something. The channel does not exist.
Yeah. You know what? It's okay. It's okay. We don't have to drop it because it's too. I mean, if I leave right now, I could just come back in 1 minute with the channel. Should I just do that, or should we just not? Doesn't really matter.
My brain wants to say yeah, because that way it'll stop playing on my brain. But what
Okay. All right.
what do you?
I'll be back in 1 minute.
Like ultimately, I think it's better to have the
Wait,
channel,
what?
especially if you have something going on tonight. I can wait.
Sorry, man. My phone broke up. Is it okay if I just come back in one? Okay.
Yeah, just come back. Colt, the problem is it is not showing up. His name is not showing up on YouTube. Like I can see you, I can see Shiv, but I cannot see him at all. And when I'd manually type it into the URL, it gives me a channel not, let me see. Oh, he came back. Okay, I got it now. Browns, you can come back. It worked. Oh, okay. It's the big actor, the big reveal, the actor expose. I've already admitted to that y'all have caught me acting on here before. Acting the fool. I'm doing it right now. So that's happening tonight at 7:30 Eastern, which is like 4:30 my time. For some reason it showed up. So problem solved. But he's like his channel showed up. He's still not showing up in the chat, other than on StreamYard, but I can't see him on YouTube. So yeah, America. Woo. Or whatever country you're in, whatever religion, however you got civilized, those of you that did, the prison system, the street gangs. I was also thinking of, in fact, I asked Charlie this and I forgot to get the answer. Like places where we currently see that kind of Dionysian energy breaking through. And in my generation, Gen X, it was definitely the rock culture. We're pretty much a Dionysian generation. We had our rock music and then later on our raves. But then today, I think we see it a lot at these street protests and these like public performance art spaces and whatever energy they're working off of down there. I mentioned things like Mardi Gras. Burning Man used to kind of be until it got co-opted and gentrified, bougified. Rallies, sometimes festivals in places that know how to do festivals. Here's a good one. Definitely, especially if you're an LSU fan, tailgating. Tailgating is pretty much the modern Dionysian ritual. And then they even say they have digital versions like the Bloodsport channels, the drama channels, how people bond, they come together, the boundaries dissolve between them when they're immersed in the same drama. Drag, game nights, psychedelics. Interesting. Yeah, you can come back up. I got it a few seconds after you left. TML, is that the same thing that's on his channel at 7:30? Or is that something separate? Here, I guess I'll drop your channel too. I'm so used to dropping channels. Even though people can get it for themselves now. There's TMLs. Oh, yeah, I was reading about those and Orphism and the influence on Plato and philosophy, which then influenced some of the development of Christianity. All right, welcome back.
Yo, did you find it? Look like you found it.
Tonight, is that when the actors get exposed?
7:30 EST, Friday night, December 19th.
Roughly how many actors are there? Like, how long do you expect the show to be?
I think maybe about like 2-3 hours.
Oh, look, that many. That's.
I mean, if
like
people, yeah, kind of. I mean, if people, because you know how people are, they show up and they want to talk and they want to say what's on their mind about something, and sometimes it's to derail, but not always. So I think.
Oh yeah,
people want to.
I do know. I think.
Exactly. So, I don't know. I feel like there will be some participation by other people, but if not, that's cool too. I mean, as long as people, I don't know, as long as people, as Jack Talcott puts it, they get to receive what they receive.
Yes, that's kind of my ethos here as well. Okay, well, I guess I don't know if I look forward to it, but I'll peek in on it.
Yeah, because it's it'll be all right. It'll be all right.
Are you using AI in any of it?
No, not that I'm aware. No, not me. No, I don't
You
think
could
there's any
make like
AI.
little graphics of the Scooby Doo kids, like pulling people's mask off as you reveal the actors. Shaggy will come out and grab their AI face and pull it off.
Right.
There's a lot of paranoia to go around.
Oh, I know.
It's really hard to localize it into one person.
Right. Exactly.
And I don't know why, because there's never been a more transparent way of interacting than this. And the paranoia is even
Oh.
more, not less. What were you to say?
I just never have I never looked at transcripts, right? Like I've never done it where but I do know that a lot of people do it. Like maybe so there's information out there that one of these people around here can't get enough of the AI reviews, and they can't, they have so many gems or whatever they're called that try to, like, there's a person out here that's extracting as much physical information as they possibly can, but when they come on screen, they're just, all they do is present lies. So it's very interesting dynamic that would be happening from that perspective. Or I'm thinking through their eyes, like, why would you come around and just tell lies and then and then extract a bunch of information on people? I don't know.
I guess that's something you plan to explore tonight on your show.
Yeah, that particular segment is going to be 10 minutes.
Oh, I would show up to see that. I would show up to see it be only 10 minutes.
Right. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward too. And it's people decide where there's opinion and where there's fact. I think there's a lot of fact in what's being shown there.
I'm looking forward to that, especially the facts. Welcome, TML.
Greetings.
Greetings.
What's up?
Give me 1 second here.
Sure. Robo opticals or Metacraft? What is that?
Right.
What's optical?
It's like Medium is the message, but an upgraded version.
What is the medium now that we have AI and everything's merging together?
The robo opticals, right? They are
the
medium.
robo because it's you can't even tell where the human ends and the machine begins anymore.
Right, exactly. So the machine is watching us watch the machine. So it just is. All right. This is what's happening. But yeah.
So you're doing a show tonight too?
Oh yeah. Well, actually, this was Brown's Boy's idea. It's a continuation of a series I invented called Made by Machine Bob, where we basically explore this concept of robo-opticals or Metacraft by candidly actually, commenting on the various characters that exist, right? So we just objectively comment on their behavior, right? And sort of their motives or what they seek to accomplish in the space, right? So it is really just a series of very objective, almost boring commentaries, right? But it does get a lot of traction. It gets more traction than my regular show, right? So
that's kind of like the drama lab we do here, where we try to analyze it. So the observation part's easy because everything's captured on stream, so y'all could just replay streams. But the motive part would still be speculation.
Not really. When there's layers of sort of collusion, and then also the false pretense that's presented on the screen. It contradicts itself at several key junctures, and then what's happening, right? So it's like, so it's like the mask falls off at key times, key moments, right? And that lets you know more than you should, right, about what's happening.
That's not a very good mask because, like, people can see that as it happens. I see it all the time. I just stay away from the panels that the mask falls off.
Right, and that's why it's metaphorical. The whole acting and the mask type of thing. That is a metaphor for what is happening and being presented, right? So, That's more
So
also.
it's like there's like a live conspiracy right here within the Panelverse.
I guess you could sort of put it that way, but it's more not really a conspiracy as just figuring out it's like I said to Landry the other day, right? When I was up here, I said, well, it's all fine if somebody wants to play a character, right? There's nothing wrong with that, right? Many people have played characters, right? But when they also feign authenticity, that becomes the problem, right? So when you can't figure out where the reality is and the lie begins and the acting begins and the person is actually, who they are that's being projected on the screen, then it becomes the issue for the audience, right? Because it becomes scammy, right? So that is sort of the thing. It's like, what we're actually exposing is not acting; it's acting, non-acting. Right, it's a blend of reality and acting, right? Which is actually which is actually really important for people to understand, right? That
I'm still trying to understand. So, like, when you can't tell the difference anymore between the acting and authenticity, that happens a lot on here. But how is that even a problem for an audience? Because the audience can decide to either continue to watch that person or, like, oh, I don't think this person's authentic anymore. I'm going to watch somebody else.
It's because if you can if you can curate lies, like the more confusion that there is, the more lies you can get away with. So I don't see a huge point in lying unless you're trying to do something nefarious.
People fall for it all the time. There's so many false storylines that they could just go back and watch a stream and dispel. But for some reason, people still fall for false narratives, even though
like we got this.
People blatantly lie about things that people could go verify for themselves and get away with it somehow.
Right. But here, like this is the thing is like, we have one of the characters, Moose, there in the chat, right? And he sort of admitted on a show that he's like an actor or whatever.
He's one of the actors.
Yeah, that he's acting, like playing a bit online or whatever, right? So then when pressed on it, right, then they'll say, well, you're a conspiratorial person. You think everyone's a fed and all this type of stuff. Nobody ever claimed that, right? So it's just interesting. It's actually a very strange way to deflect, right? If you think about it, right? Who actually says that when you try to claim that they just did something that they actually admitted to doing? Right? It's kind of weird. It's a weird way to deflect, for sure, right? So that goes to
like
another
you're on stream saying, "Hey, I'm an actor," and then when you ask them about it, like, "Look, you're on stream saying this," then they don't really address it.
No, they say, "Well, you think I'm a fed and all this stuff," and say, "Well, nobody ever said that."
Yeah,
it's
that's
kind of a weird
man.
response. Yeah, it's a very weird response to just a simple question, right?
Yeah, I get that a lot too. I don't understand it either. It doesn't seem in good faith.
Yeah. That's the thing is like if you start asking them questions, they like just don't give you any sort of a straight answer. And it's like,
and then that's when I just walk away. Like I just leave. To me, it doesn't become an issue unless they start escalating or aggressing against me. Because even if I disagree with somebody's online presentation or how authentic they are or not, that's still not an actual problem when I have the ability to just not watch them. Now, if they took money from me under false pretenses and I gave them the money, I might try to expose that. Like, hey, look, beware, guys. I just gave my money to this person and it was all based on a lie.
Mm-hmm.
But materially, I don't see what the problem is.
It just shows a willingness to not put truth forward first, and a willingness to tell lies. Why would anybody have a willingness to tell lies? I mean, that's it. No, I understand that, but that's like criminally. It's like a criminal mindset.
Well, yeah, like a lot of these people come from the criminal underworld or street gang life, street
Well,
life.
there's a
Yeah, so
conspiracy. That's more
I'm
conspiratorial
allowed
than
to say,
anything there. You know, that's more
No, I mean just
conspiratorial
from
than
their
anything
own
we're saying.
stories, just from hearing their stories throughout. I've never talked to so many criminals in my life since being on here.
That's right. Or people in the military. They're either from jail or from the military. It's really weird.
Yeah. Or they were like starting gangs in the 3rd grade on the playground. Those people. But I also assume because I notice, I see it all when I watch the panels that other people see it too. They can see who's lying and whose stories don't match up, and I assume they just don't care because they're here for entertainment. And as long as it's entertainment,
and then there's a
right.
Then there's another group. There's another group in there that will willingly choose to go along with the lies. You know, they're not just watching it like, oh, this is funny, to put down all these people and spread disinformation everywhere we go. You know, and they have a team of people, admittedly, proving coordination. So I don't like people who get together in groups and then coordinate lies. You know,
It's
I guess that's useful
like,
to know if there's a
literally,
group.
yeah, but it's literally because they don't have any material, right? They don't have anything to talk
Anything
about.
to do.
Yeah, like Moose down there, like, oh, you're a schizophrenic, pseudo intellectual. Like it's just like, it's like, all right, buddy.
I guess.
Yeah, but it's like, all right, you know, it's like that's a lot of stuff to assume about somebody that you don't even know, or make up stuff like I didn't write the book I wrote for no reason. I've never even met this guy. I've never met Moose in my life. I have no idea who he is.
Here's the
fact
point.
is
Here's the
that
point.
the fact,
Here's the point.
just a second, Brown. So,
yeah,
you know, just for them to slander and make up lies about people they've never met before because they're scared that people will take over their space because they have no real talent. That's literally what it is, because they sit around on their shows. Well, they're really bad.
Oh,
here's the point. Here's the point.
No.
The point is,
yeah. I mean, everybody can like whatever they like, but it's like,
I
you
guess
know,
I just have bad taste in good videos.
No, that's personal taste. You know, if somebody likes a video, that's their personal taste. But I'm talking about, like, where's the accolades of, like, you know, that this is a good quality video versus other people who've made the same product, right? This is what I'm talking about, right? I'm talking about, like, having a actual, like, quality, you know, and if you actually do it on that level, these people actually produce mountains of trash and garbage, right? They actually don't produce stuff that's worth watching, right? Especially Moose, right? So that's actually a fact. But yeah, go ahead, Browns.
I completely disagree.
I mean,
you show me something that you think is good. Will you show me something that you think is
like
good?
You
That
said,
he
though,
did?
it's just taste. So we just have.
No, let's not even make this about. Let's not make this about the known liar Moose. He is an actor. Let's not even talk about this guy.
Yeah, I'm not talking about AI videos. I'm not talking about AI videos that. Yeah, like AI videos that you know, that you use to program.
We're getting a little ahead of ourselves here. Okay.
Right.
Moose doesn't matter. He is a known liar, and let's just leave it there for now, because everything, you know, he's admitted liar. So there you go. That's the whole point of anything he says.
To come up tonight and address anything, will y'all let people address?
Well, it depends if he wants to be real, which he's proven he can't be, or not. I mean, we'll see. Whatever these clown people can. Let's just say this: people can do whatever they want. Let's see.
Let me ask you this question: how do you know when someone's being real or not? Because
like right there, like the guy just lied about me in the chat right there. So that's how you know if somebody's being real or not. It's actually very simple. You don't have to, complicate.
You don't think he was just making shit up to get a reaction out of you?
That's the same thing. That's the same thing. It's not being real.
I'm sure it's not meant to be friendly.
Yeah, but if you're making shit up to get a reaction out of somebody, you're not being real. It's a cowardly move. You don't know that person. You're acting. Exactly. That's exactly goes to the main point. It's right there in the chat. I don't have to prove that it's happening. Right? Like, okay, like straight up.
He just got caught acting live.
Right. You just got caught acting live.
Live acting.
Yeah, like all in response to a video where you actually just admit that you're an actor. Like you're just so mad that you're willing to call people schizophrenic. Yeah. You're willing to make up shit about people because you claim something yourself about yourself.
Let's think about this. Nobody was talking about nobody was bringing up Moose as the main example, right? But he has
That's
to.
actually
He has
true.
to. He feels some type of way where he's got to put a comment in there. You know, a guy who's an admitted actor has to put a comment that's a lie. Like that's really all you need to know.
But
You know,
you'll,
and
you'll
here's
have
what
a
I was
very
going to say
high standard for
is
the panel, like of this purity that you expect. I know that people go around.
I was just gonna
saying lies all the time.
Yeah. See, no one's like
it's a quality. It's a higher quality
guys hear me?
standard. Like, yeah, I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Okay. What I was gonna say is, in the real world, having your status be correct is important. Okay. So for an actor, it's not important. So they've already delineated from truth being first, and there's a legal way to correct your status. There's a lawful way to correct your status. And in these transcripts, there's people going around like him, going around literally spreading lies. So they're literally they're knowingly telling lies to
Browns, but he's saying
multitudes
that's
of
too
people.
high of a standard.
Why would they?
He's saying that's too of a high of a standard of purity because we're on the internet on shows that are considered entertainment anyways. So he's saying that's too of a high of a standard.
I'm just saying, like, how do you know what's true or not true from anybody? Anybody could be spreading lies. If it's about you personally, yeah, correct. I've gotten lied about a few times, and I went on record correcting it.
Right. Right, so it's about like getting to the truth and like being real. Like, why would we get personally offended if it's a truth about us and not just truth in general? Right, like because it's the same thing.
And
if somebody comes after an untruth about us, it's part of just because we're defending a truth about ourselves doesn't mean we're not defending truth in general. Right, obviously, right. So the truth in general exists. It's just that we only defend it when we're personally offended. Right, obviously.
Here's what I feel like I'm in a position to defend. It's truths about myself, unless I happen to know a fact about another person I can verify. I can jump in.
And what I'm thinking right now is, you know what? I'm going to correct their status for them. That's just where I'm at with
sure
it.
Status works that way in the panelverse like it does in the real world.
I'm not sure either, but we're going to find out.
Well, I'm pretty certain I've already found out, but you're welcome to run the experiment yourself.
I don't know. I don't know anyone
runs off truth and consistency and authenticity.
Cool. Yeah,
it runs more like high school. It's more tribal and vibe based.
Yeah, that's one way to describe it. But what kind of scams were you seeing in high school that were going on with coordination to knowing? Huh?
They made us sell chocolate bars. We had to like go door to door and sell a certain amount of chocolate bars.
That's what they're doing. They're selling bunk chocolate bars,
but you don't have to buy.
Yeah, we got some bunk chocolate bar salesmen around here. No, but I can also tell other people about it. Like, hey, this dumb guy, this liar over here is selling bunk shit, guys. Watch out,
Well, you're going to expose it tonight on your show, right? I don't want you to use my platform for that. But tonight you're saying that the lies are coming out.
Yes, I'm holding back. I'm actually going to hold back on them quite a bit. So it's going to be funny. We're going to see what people, how they react to things. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, like some of these dudes are delusional. Like
space to do that away from here.
Yeah, like some of these dudes are straight delusional. Like they think they're fooling people, like or whatever. Right, so that's part of their delusion that they're experiencing. All right.
But if they think they're fooling people, but they're actually not, then that means people are already onto them.
No, because it's not necessarily being onto it. It's just about supporting bad entertainment. So you don't have to talk about or think about pre-Socratic or shit like that.
That's like I said, that's like 90% of YouTube to me.
Well, I'm allowed to talk shit about it.
I'm here for bad entertainment. Right, I'm trying to provide bad entertainment.
Right, but I'm allowed to talk shit about it if I want to. If I see garbage, I'm allowed to make a show saying this is trash.
Absolutely.
Right. Everyone knows that, but there's a separation that's going on. the cream will rise to the top or whatever. Okay, if people want to like get, yeah, if people want to go around and knowingly present false lies or knowingly present lies, and that's all they do, you're going to get some videos made about you that are going to make you look like shit. I'm sorry. It's not even my fault. You know what I mean?
So you're playing videos tonight as well? That's part
Oh
of it?
yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of
evidence.
clips. Yeah. There's a lot of
Got the
clips
evidence,
involved.
bro.
Yeah, there's evidence involved, right? See, this is the thing.
Got the proof.
People like to see the clips.
Receipts.
Yeah, because everyone gets to tell their story. Like I said, I'm trying my best to document accurate things about people who all they do is document inaccurate things. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm actually,
yeah, like here's an interesting here's an interesting thing, right? So remember Landry was on a show, right? I'm saying that he wanted to work with Alex Stein or whatever, right? And then we like pushed I guess then like Brown's Boy pushed him on this, right? And said, "Hey, are you working for Alex Stein or whatever?" Because they had appeared together on a show, right? That I guess Landry had done some editing for called Baby Truther Show, right? So we had looked at so we looked at this video with him in Jaronism on Alex Stein, right? On this Baby Truther Show or whatever, right? So essentially, right, later Landry makes a video, right, where he's appearing as Alex Stein's cameraman, right, saying, "Oh, actually I do work for Alex Stein, and Brown's Boy is a prophet. He predicted that this would happen."
Okay.
So I don't know. I just think that's really interesting. Right? I just think that's a really coincidental, interesting set of events that obviously can't be explained with plausible, like theories or whatever. But it is just an interesting connection that was made.
Are y'all
Yeah, I
gonna
like
have any material left for a show?
Oh yeah.
If y'all keep
Oh
revealing
yeah.
it.
Oh, this is nothing. This is nothing right now.
Yeah, that was nothing. That was like tip of the thing or whatever. That's just an example of something that Brown's Boy apparently predicted or whatever, even right now, and which is funny. But, or they claim that Brown's Boy predicted it. That's the key part. We don't know if he was already working for him for sure.
That Brown's Boy might be.
Maybe Alex Stein works for me. No, I'm not going to start any stupid.
Well, folks, if you enjoy this type
That
of
was a
content,
joke.
be sure
It was
and
a joke,
catch
everyone out there.
Brown's Boys channel tonight at 7:30 Eastern for 30%.
It's not. TML's channel.
Yeah.
Oh, not on yours?
Yeah, it's on TML's.
No, he doesn't do live.
On TML's, the
Yeah,
Machine
that's right.
Lies.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I have the link up for it, so it is there.
So
All right,
what
listen,
else is going on?
I like to keep these things short and sweet, but so I'm gonna get going. I gotta find this outline that I wrote. I don't know where I put it, so I'll see you guys later.
Okay. Next time you come up, maybe you'll have something interesting to talk about besides the drama.
That's
I'm
all
being
he's about.
serious. Like I love having conversations with Browns about topics. I'm burnt out on the. I don't have anything to add to it. I've said my piece on all of it, and I don't want my channel to be drama central.
I know exactly what you mean.
House for everybody's drama.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, it gets hectic. Yeah, but this whole thing about pre-Socratics, right? This is an interesting angle. Sadly, I only have like 2 minutes left. I have to go to the congregational prayer. But if you're still on in an hour, and I want to come back and talk to you about it because it's very
okay. And is that something you're going to touch on your show tonight?
No, but I have touched on it in the opening presentations for like the last 10 shows or so. Even going through a complex history of Pythagoreanism, right? And all that type of stuff. We actually read several fragments, right? Actually Thales. We did Anaximander, we did Anaximenes, right? We just started with Heraclitus, right? we also read some ideas from Philolaus of Croton. Now, Philolaus of Croton actually presents a direct link between the Pythagoreans and Plato, because Plato actually quotes him, right? And he was a student of Pythagoras, right? So there's a direct link. With the teachings of Philolaus, right?
It seems like they're still not sure about the relationship of Pythagoreanism to Orphism, whether it grew out of or was influenced by or developed independently.
Well, it's connected to Zoroastrianism, right? Orphic Pythagoreanism is like, it's connected to the Mithraic teachings, right? And I think the students, of Pythagoras, they obviously believed in, reincarnation and the transmigration of the souls, right? So then wherever this doctrine appears, right, in its sort of religious form, like for
That
example,
came out of the north, like from the Thracian shamans, supposedly.
yeah. So
and then
it's
it developed into this notion of this detachable occult self that follows the person from lifetime to lifetime, and it eventually in Plato got transformed into his concept of the rational soul.
right. And it goes on until Christianity. Like in Christianity, you have a teaching called Docetism, right? And some of the Gnostics were like proponents of of the ideas of reincarnation and all this stuff, right? And they sort of got a lot of Neo-Pythagorean influence, right? So there's a whole effect that this has. I guess on the teachings of the Second Temple Jews, right? So there's a whole effect that these teachings have on the Alexandrian Jews, right? And there's a bunch of Christian teachers, right? Like Boethius and a bunch of other guys who developed things like the trivium and the quadrivium, right? And they use Pythagoras for that. So it finds its way into the occult teachings all the way until like the medieval times, right?
Yeah.
So it's really interesting.
And then it all starts to synthesize, and then eventually you have the scientific revolution, and science starts to develop out of it. But then all the non-scientific part just keeps getting transformed into other cultural things.
Yeah, I think Galileo
like
actually
romanticism in the modern world.
Yeah, I think Galileo quoted the whole dictum of of Pythagoras that all is number. So if I like just look at the effect that Pythagoras had on Plato, right, and then the effect that Plato had on Western philosophy, and then the whole idea that like math is the highest form of learning, right, or whatever. Because I guess Pythagoras said like all is number.
Yeah, math, music, and there was one more. Plato said were the three highest forms
Maybe
of knowledge,
geometry,
languages
right,
of the imagination.
Yeah.
Maybe it was astrology.
I think maybe astrology or geometry or something like that. I know he had a statement above his academy that said, "Let no one enter here who is ignorant of geometry," right, or something like that. So yeah, blessings to you, Jeff. I'll come back soon. I got to go to the congregation.
Okay,
prayer.
yeah. If I'm still on, please do. If not, I'll try to peek in tonight.
Yeah, if you're still on in an hour. Yeah. If not, stop by tonight.
What do you want? You want technology to do what you want, TML? You want to agree with it? Of course it's muffled. It's bad, right?
Now.
And whenever you're doing your anti-technology streams, try not to hit the vape.
I don't even do that.
Try not to hit the vape and
What
anti-technology? Anti-technology.
Wait, which anti-technology stream?
When you're anti-technology,
I don't do that. I'm pretty anti-technology because I've literally tried 7 times to send a fucking message through the app to Snafu.
You got the wrong guy.
And it's February 15th snaps. I told you earlier.
I'll be kept in this situation. I love technology. You see, always and forever.
Who pardoned you, Snap? I didn't pardon you from this. This ban has been going on for like 10 months. You're almost through it. Like, I'm not gonna like let it go the last 2 months, dude. You're looking for like time well spent, and you did spend it well mostly. You could do better though. You gotta tighten up.
But you didn't ban him whenever you guys band together to call me a pedo.
What's up, Freedom Grower? How's it going? Looking fucking sharp, dude. What the fuck, dude? He's coming in with the
That
sharp.
looks like a man in a midlife crisis. A midlife bro crisis.
Rest in peace, based Oracle, by the way.
Did you get a Corvette? Waste Oracle.
Dude, he literally just like died on the stream and no one's checking in. I don't know. Dick, we cannot hear you.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Same with Landry. R.I.P. Landry. R.I.P. Waste Oracle.
Oh,
Hey,
what happened to Landry?
Landry, you died. He did.
Like, due to what?
Probably got hit by a car while he was scootering. But it's 6 o'clock yesterday, just sat there and I don't know, maybe somebody came and found his body, so they shut the computer down. Maybe they removed it from YouTube so we wouldn't be wondering if he was ever going to start it up. I don't know. He's got it all figured out. I don't know, guys. What do you want? You want me to go out on my scooter? You think I should go over to Talcott? I don't know. I got it all figured out, though.
Listen, we had, you expressed interest in coming over here the other day, and it didn't happen. And then tonight on Talcott, I didn't see how the conversation ended. Did it end well? Did you guys find a resolution there?
No, but it ended like, you know how Stinky Brew went at me on Jack's behalf, but as soon as I was gone, Jack like turned and bid on him. Happened to Jay. It happens all the time.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
We have entertained every avenue except Jack. You're insane. And that's what I'm waiting for everybody to realize. We've already tried every different route, but he refuses to just be like, maybe I'm a sham and I'm wrong and Paul is my dad.
Yeah, I think Paul went that route pretty hard for a long time. I think we all kind of saw that.
Did you hear me earlier when I took note that like when Paul streamed 7 days a week, that was the way to do that we should all be doing. And now he's praising himself for not streaming.
Yes, I did hear that. And that's factual. Because we all saw. Listen, Snafu wants fucking a pardon. Paul wants a pardon. People want pardons out here, dude.
Paul is. What do you mean Paul wants a pardon? You had him up here to try and grift money, and then you word wizarded the money
Paul,
you did.
Paul, you're welcome. If you want to help me raise money for PayPal.me/healing so I can get some fucking StreamYard in this bitch. Dick, we can't hear it. By the way, if you're
I'm here. I got it. I'm on it.
All right, we hear you now.
Hear me now, right?
All right, we hear you. All right,
coming in good.
Yes. So I was looking for you. I didn't hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm here. I'm trying to follow the protocol. I don't want to end up like Snaps or something and get banned for you. You're pretty strict around here, Truther. Like Jesus.
He's 10 months into a 1-year sentence, dude.
A year?
He's done his time pretty well.
Is he the only one who's achieved that?
Yes, he is.
The funny thing is, Truther Cop back in the day banned me for however long, like a year or something. But in reality, I never came back until it was lifted. So when he told me it was lifted, I was like, yeah, but this is the first time I've been back since then. Without even knowing that I wouldn't be able to.
The first ban for a year. You were banned for a year,
But I didn't know because I didn't care to come back. I was just like, fuck that guy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Anybody that's going to ban Illumatami for a year, like, what would you just bring the good content, Illumatami. You're just here to entertain and keep people excited and engaged. What's Illumatami doing?
I'm back to that season 1 thing where I don't really do live streams. So I just show up places and they can take it or leave it.
Why are you not doing the live streams? Did your channel get shut down?
My second one did, yeah.
Yeah.
I just I have the ability to verify for the third, but kind of looking to reinvent, find my footing with a content posting occasional. I live outside, man, so I got to do things different. The interest in all of this, while living outside, it's kind of fleeting. I have adventures in now.
What does that mean? I mean, are you homeless, or are you choosing to live in like a hybrid house that is open to nature, or what does that mean?
Choosing to not have a domicile. So that's where Roofless came from. Before this so-called community showed me they were going to resist it to say, no, he's broken homeless. Now let's give Jack Talcott money. Jack Talcott is
you've been so DJM's fully gone the laundry route. She's given the keys to laundry. She's like falling for his narrative.
Jack Talcott is sitting on the profits of a 5-bedroom house, convincing you all he needs your money. And Flow State and everybody else is calling me broken homeless. And only a few key donors are being excellent people.
Where are you sleeping, Tommy? Are you sleeping on the street?
Wherever the fuck I want. But I have a regular place where I'm friends with the squirrels and a wood duck. They come up and chill with me.
Okay, so you got a little place carved out in the ground there, kind of a little pad to sleep.
Yeah, I mean, so there's the river and there's the bank, and then there's this one place where the bank teeters down one more level for just this small spot for me and my stuff. And the Rangers finally found it, and I'm at war with them now because I catch them violating their policies and trashing people's shit when they're not there. Like, they're supposed to give people notice if they're going to get rid of your camp so you have time to leave. And if you're not there, they just junk your stuff. And that's why on that one stream, when I was talking to...
why wouldn't you document that? That would be the best content you've ever presented. Like, that sounds incredibly entertaining. Why can't we see that?
Because my phone has been broken all this time, and I literally just got the new one yesterday.
All right. Well, I mean, hopefully you'll start showing some of that, because that sounds like an interesting journey. And
but yes, I woke up to it, Andrew. This is why I was going on Jack's with my name Tom Unslaved, because I was putting out the fat signal so Fat Man would show up. I woke up to a ranger with a gay mustache and a Jufro literally writing me a ticket for a fire that was not a fire. I was laying beside an old ash pile, and he said, "Yeah, you had a fire." I was like, "Did you see me light a fire? Do you see a fire burning there?" And he's like, "You're laying on it, sir." I'm like, "That's why we know it's not a fire. I'm laying on it, virtually laying on it." And he still wrote me the ticket. And he told me, the homeless guy, he said, if I don't pay it, it's gonna go on my credit.
Was
so yeah,
his mustache gayer than Landry's mustache?
It's kind of equal, but he's got a Jufro with it.
Wow.
But it's not just me. There's people I know. They're like all in one day. They went around all these people's camps I knew and like trashed their shit and harassed them and stuff. But the Rangers are weird. They'll like good cop, bad cop. Yeah, like they'll be mean and then they'll like give you bottles of water and sit and chill or whatever. I don't know. Not me. I don't buy into that shit. But I don't know.
This channel, this guy who was like making his house out in the middle of the national forest. He found a place. They finally caught up with him and kicked him out of there. And then somebody gave him some land to go on. But I love watching that shit. It's cool to, see how you can just make do with simple things. There's another guy I watched. He would just go anywhere.
That's like Will Survives or some shit. I've seen that guy.
Yeah, this other guy would just camp in public. So rest areas. He'd be right in the middle of a city, but find a little small spot that was like secluded. And
okay,
that's for a couple of days.
Well, that's me, but that's also everyone. So that's other things I need to cover. Is like this park I used to walk Camacho at and shit. It's the park I was in the first time I went on Zetetic Warriors, I guess. They're literally gutting it just because it's like, oh, there's a place someone could hide. Oh, you could hide a tent behind there. And they're like chopping trees down and brush and shrubs and shit. And they're taking it too far. It's like you guys are so obsessed that you're starting to ruin the landscape over it. And then how is it a park if you're just going to obsess over like trying to thwart people who are surviving?
Yeah, they want to make being homeless illegal. They're really pushing that right now. I mean, that's their new solution to clean it up, is just make them criminals. That's disgusting.
Yep. That's what, and I told various channels this whenever I was still living in an apartment, getting ready to go, and you see how they received it. It's been very disappointing.
Yeah, but you're doing this as a commitment to your own discipline, right? Not because you have to.
I'm doing it for a lot of reasons, yeah, but no, it's not because I have to. It's because I want to be comfortable in this position. Like, let's say there's no rapture. Just hypothetically, let's say there's no rapture. Let's say Mark of the Beast comes in our lifetime, like the ISO 2022 system can facilitate. I want to know that I'm comfortable at any lifestyle level, and I'm actually surprised how I was a lot more worried about taking this on than it's actually ended up. But yes, the biggest problem is people. I was always scared of wintertime and the weather, and I've navigated that pretty well. And I've been surprised at the type of shit I just come across. Call it God, call it a gift from God or whatever. Call it being outside all the time, so rolling your chances dice more often to find shit. I find crazy stuff. That is in that video with the epic old man. That is an 18-gallon bin of weed.
Yeah,
You
man,
found 18 gallons of wheat?
Weed, but no, somebody gave it to me for like this tweaky guy in New Orleans. He's a pretty cool guy, but he is tweaky, and I try and help him. I was sitting there by my fire one night, and he comes rolling up out of the darkness with like these 2 tubs, and he sits them down. He goes, "Hey man, will you guard these while I go back and get some more?" And I was like, "Okay." And he went and got more, and when he came back, he just had like all these tubs of marijuana, and he gave me one of them.
Yeah, man. I know you don't always like constructive criticism from a middle-aged midlife crisis mountain cowboy, but your audio is so terrible, Tommy. It might be just like driving all of Truther's audience away. You've got like that software thing where it just sits there. And
Dick,
scratches your
let's
eardrum.
not get on each other about audio issues, because I'm the most liable to have one. That we can't do that over here. We can't get
No, Jack didn't say anything all stream, and then right at the end he acted like it was a problem. I said, you never complain. Earlier in the stream, we talked about how he didn't complain about something until he was mad, and then he did it with the audio issue.
Now I'm going to do
it's
Alan's dilemma, though, because Truther might ban me for a year if I keep going down this road, but I also feel convicted to.
You're looking at about 3 months, Dick. Let's
Jesus.
not a year.
So
into submission.
I'm gonna respect the audio issue. I've had it before, and also like I hate everybody, but I'll be around.
Well, I appreciate having you here, and it wasn't as bad as when you first started. Mine's probably worse than yours. So like I'm like not very tolerant of Dick's perspective here, because likely I'm the worst.
Drove away the talent, didn't I? And now we're left with Dick.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? You got left.
The freak. No, DeFreak, I'm not a weed dealer, because the same reason a guy can have tubs and tubs of it and give me one for guarding them is the same reason you almost can't give the shit away in Colorado. Like I sold some guys at a bar parking lot. I gave them an ounce for $10, and it was still like a little bit of a haggle. So I think I'm going to do a video where I'll put my Christmas elf hat on and load a bunch of baggies of weed up in a bag and just go downtown and just like give them out to 21 and up, of course. Or maybe I could say anybody that cash out for every increment of $10 I'm cash apped with your address in the notes, I'll send you a scoop for every $10, and a scoop is a good ounce or more.
If I get more than $300 tonight in donation, Illumitami is willing to go for the $10 a scoop. What was it? It was only after me achieving my goals can the Tommy achieve that.
No, Truth or Cop will never achieve your goals. But listen, no ego. Does everyone see that Jack makes the majority of his super chats off of his chatters hate super chatting at me? Like opposing me at Jack. That's why he's getting super chats. Tarek is literally paying him money and then lying about it. Tommy, go up and see if Jack can keep you up. I paid him all kinds of money, but not you. And then he lied about it.
I love the audio glitching. It sounds wonderful. It's just blissful.
All right, just let me do an audio on the, or a visual on the way out. Let me move this computer.
Well, it might be if you just dropped that and came back. You're welcome to do that.
I'll try it once, but even if it fixes it, I might still leave.
I don't blame you, dude. This fucking panel sucks. This channel's the worst.
It's fucking
You know,
terrible.
we limit personally. You
How
know,
you attracted a better talent around here, Truth?
Dick, listen. You've been gone for a long time. When was the last time you were even on my panel?
Well,
you want to get on me about who I attract?
There's no draw. It's like I forgot all about you, and YouTube didn't have much to say about you, so you just kind of drifted off into the abyss. It's not my fault. I just wait for technology to present something to me. I'm not thinking at this point, you know. It's like what was in the feed today? Not Truth or Cop. Why are they banning you? Are you shadow banned or what's going on?
I've been shadow banned since before I began this channel. I was this new channel was destined to be shadow banned before I created it.
This isn't
the level I'm at.
Like your daddy. Isn't it funny how your daddy was always saying he was shadow banned as his subs would go up and up, but he's shadow banned? Well, it's because he was purchasing them, but there is no shadow ban. It's really just people don't give a fuck about panel shows except for panel people. Jack's wondering why he's not reaching Congress and stardom through panel because it's a Zoom call.
You experienced Convid. You know they were shadow banning people. If you were saying the wrong thing, you know, if they got an agenda and they don't want a certain message or whatever to be relayed, they're definitely going to put you in the dark.
But shadow ban still achieves numbers that dwarf all of ours. You can be like tens to hundreds, thousands subs and still technically be shadow banned.
Like who?
So what are we then? We're just like double, triple banned. We're like reverse banned.
I got some hard news for you, man. We're just regular people interacting and making it public. That's why I said
I thought we were cool. We just suck.
I came here to hijack YouTube as MySpace 3.0.
So it's going the way of the dodo bird.
Guys, we have a special guest, a very special guest in the back. He was banned for a year. He's 10 months out of his 12-month sentence. He's almost through. He's coming with 2 accounts now. He really wants to talk on this show. What do I do?
Audio check.
I mean, if he's had good behavior, 10 months, man, like any other reasonable, considerate overlord of enslavement would say, wow, you've been a good forced indentured
this guy.
slave, and I'm going to give you the daylight for a moment. We'll see how you do.
Listen, I'll give him 2 minutes. I was thinking about giving him 5. Snafu, you get 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I'm booting you again for your final 2 months.
Shut up. Dick, if you're going to point out the audio issue, you must release me from my paranoia or tell me it's still doing it.
It's actually worse. It's actually worse than it was the last time.
So you guys.
Yeah,
it's not that bad. You're I'm giving. It's TML. Do I give Snafu 2 minutes here or what, dude?
Yeah. Let's give the crew
2 minutes, Snafu. This is the first time since
or whatever
February.
you want. I mean, it's up to you.
I'll give him 2 minutes. You get till 8:36 on my time. He's gone. All right. Offer retracted. Anyhow, what's up, y'all?
Wow. That switch gears quick.
The crouton. I mean, it's the same stuff. This is gonna be something about Tarek. You know what I'm saying?
Or LCJC family.
Yeah, you know, like I don't even know that lady. It is what it is, though.
He seems to have like, dude, his old supporters are like his greatest opposition sometimes. Like Bad Apple Media was like a good friend of
his. They
his.
just stick around. Sometimes I think they're still working with him because they just stick around, like hating him and like promoting him pretty much. So I'm thinking, what is that?
Or vice versa, his greatest opposers end up, you know.
Right.
working
Like, they
with them
make-
and being on board.
Yeah. Like I see like Bad Apple and like Mad Mystic and like Venus Cupcake and like Tarek, they just make shows about snafu or whatever. So I don't know what that's. Sometimes I think they know each other.
Actually, that's the part I never really understand. It feels like it reeks of like a shill kind of thing, but at such a small level, I go, it can't be that. It's just nonsense. People just focused in an ever existing state of like obsession about someone for what, man? Like, go live your life.
I think it's like scam hunter. Like everybody's like cult hunter or scam hunter or you know what I mean? It's always like ironic. Like
Yeah, I don't.
I seen, yeah.
It doesn't compute to me. I'm sure I'm missing something.
Yeah, I seen some seriously pogo channels that are like, oh, we're gonna discuss cults and MK Ultra and all this stuff. And I'm like, what are you guys doing? Like, what are you really doing?
They're discussing it with a very biased, kind of
Right.
mainstream type of perspective on it, right? Well, you know, it's all over. I mean, the whole technology is bought and paid for. That's why I think with AI, you know, I joke about it. We need to ask AI how to regulate AI, which is absurd, of course, in a loop of insanity. But people have already become so dependent, and you see that shift where it's like now the AI is authority for everything. So everything they want to know, they ask it. And when they find out they just walked into the, you know, the mouse trap and they're stuck, it's like, how do I get out of this mouse trap? It's hurting, you know. It's like, fucking AI is a trip. But I can't believe the time we're in where you just have this like unleashed type of technology that has no consideration to our rights, our freedoms, our basic.
Well, speaking about rights and
principles as
freedoms, Dick,
people, morality.
we-
You know, morality. It doesn't have morality taken into consideration. Truth.
we have someone in the back. He's got a 2-minute
All right.
conversation with his family, his friends and family out in the real world. We're going to give him the moment here. He's 10 months into a 12-month sentence. He's almost through it. He's doing pretty good. I'll bring him up for 2 minutes now.
I'm coming in on my jail phone call here at Truth or Cops Channelverse. I want to know what the difference of shadow banning online is from my year-long ban. Why are you bitching about shadow banning when you're shadow banning yourself, sir?
Thank you, Snafu, for that wonderful question. The ban has to do with not pertaining to the topics. I will give you another moment here. What's up, Timo?
No, I'm saying, did he leave on his own or?
No, I booted him again. I'm being an asshole. Sorry.
Yeah, you're being a jerk. I'm 10 months in, Dick. I need some commissary. Anyone who wants to fix my clutch while I'm here doing my time, commissary will help. But yeah, Truth the Cop, I don't think you have a right to talk about shadow banning or have people feel bad for you when you're putting people on the year ban. The optics are high.
Well, you are the only one to achieve that goal, Snafu. And DJM is here as well. You have about 60 seconds, Snafu, and then praise God, I'll see you in like 2 months, and your sentence will be finished.
I don't know. Let me think. Can we get a count off first? Can you count my 60 seconds down? Or put the clock
You
on?
got, I'm going to say it's 45 seconds from now. Why am I going to?
The real question here is why would True the Cop be concerned about shadow banning and getting banned when he's doing the same thing? I think it's a good discussion to have. The optics are high. And commissary, you guys want to help me? I'll be collecting.
You're welcome to drop your commissary link in the chat, or you can say it right now. But we do have the time is running out.
I'm jailed, and I will restrict from getting written up. I will restrict from catching a new charge. Mr. Dick, be careful. This is a very dictatorial place here, so watch out. You may get that 3-monther. And there's no good time here either.
Thanks, Snaps.
There's no good time. You don't get like good time or parole, or they don't care about pardons. It's just straight up to the FEMA camps you go. But thanks for the cop.
Thank you, brother. Well, you were in the thumbnail. To be honest, I got to drop you, Snafu, and you got to finish the rest of that 2 months of the. You got 2 months left, dude. It's not bad, dude. Done pretty good. You've done an amazing job of taking that into account.
Dictatorial is what he was trying to say. I didn't want to interrupt him because he only had so much time.
Yes, dictatorial. Yeah, be careful, Dick. Be careful. It does take quite a bit to get a year-long ban from me, though. No, but
3 months is kind of like a knee jerk, right? You'll snap on a 3-monther real quick just to teach a man a lesson, you know.
Listen. I've only had one
knock him
sentence
down.
like that, dude. I've only had one. Snafu's the only one to get any charges from me up to this point. Who's the next one? Who's the next one? DJM, you're fucking cutting it close.
That's why I
just
came
feel
up.
like the posturing
how
and
do I
threatening
get
could be like
a
some kind of
year-long ban?
self-fulfilled prophecy. And here I am interrupting one of your, female guests, which is hard to come by around here. So
It's okay.
Exactly.
I'm on thin
The
ice.
mission lies with
Yeah,
you.
exactly. Let's let the lady talk. Honestly,
Oh, you guys are so sweet. Thank
I'm
you.
interested.
I mainly want to know how you get a year ban because I kind of want to sign up. That's why I came up here.
What? We just said that
Terrible.
we need the ladies up here. Like,
Yeah, but I want to get a ban 1 year.
no, you need a year promotion. Like,
No,
She
Sims
thinks
like us
there's
are
some
gonna,
kind
we're
of
gonna
secret
white knight
torture
for you.
chamber or something. I don't know. She
We
wants
don't
in
want
on
you to
that.
get banned.
And also, I need
We
to
need
figure
any
out
kind of
why
females around here.
Tommy doesn't have my keys anymore. Can you guys figure it out? Because he won't tell me.
yeah,
He
yeah.
says
Give her
it's
the
in-
keys. Give her the keys, Truther Cop. What are you doing? Like, just
No.
give her the keys right now. Like,
Just act natural.
Super
Tommy,
thirsty for the
why do you
keys.
have my key? Why did you take the keys away?
Why'd you do
And-
it, Truther?
And if you give someone the keys, can they take them away? Does anyone know
she's
that?
asking nicely, Truther. Just give her the keys. Like,
Well, for one, she's asking Tommy about why he took her keys. Second of all, we have who said this? Oh, I'm already lost.
Because I feel like I broke up with Tommy at this point. Like I feel like we just broke up.
Oh, Chuck's a live
Oh, that
supporter. Brown's boy, it is a miracle that Chuck is not on live support.
wait, she just came up here saying she broke up with the other dude.
Oh, you broke up with Tommy? You want me?
No, I feel like
Exactly.
we broke up. Is that I feel like-
You're married, DJM. You're married to your husband. Why the fuck aren't you? What? Get out of here!
Tommy's my online
You're
husband.
On the creep.
Oh man, that's.
You're married in real life, right,
I thought
DJM?
we were Sims here. Jesus.
All right, DJM, you got 3 months. You got 3 months. Get the
She
fuck
got
out
her
of here.
husband deal with
Go
that.
fuck.
got
Go
3 months.
spend time with your
Wow.
husband.
She
Go
got 3
figure
months
it out.
For creeping.
Could you imagine dealing with that, Jamie? Fucking Christmas. It's out of control.
I'm
Got
sorry
your
to get rid of
online
the
husband.
beautiful woman out here, and I'm sorry to take her away, guys, but she needs to get back to her husband. She's married. She can't be doing this shit. The fuck?
Yeah, I mean it's you know.
It's the
Well-
age we're in. It's like you got to have your burner husband, your online husband, then all your coffee dates on the side. It's
Yeah,
it's the
don't judge
hoarding
me.
society.
Yeah,
Don't
don't judge
judge
me.
me.
How about this? What would Jesus do? Fuck it. I'm judging motherfuckers. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
And DJM has been judged for 3 months. Your sentence, what is 3 months from now? It is December 14th. So what? March 14th. You can come back up here, DJM, and spat your nonsense. But you're going to be on thin ice, and I can already tell.
Well, you run a tight ship around here, Truther. I mean, and then I suspect these characters are on probation when they come back in, so it's just slip of the tongue and they're done.
You got to keep it's a very cycle is continuing.
No scallywags, no Jezebels.
Well, that's fair, man. You're probably probably do well with that. How long you been doing that for? Like a couple of years now?
Well, like I said, Snafu had the first sentence. DGM just earned herself the second one. So, you know, I've been streaming for what 3.5, 4 fucking years, and 2 sentence. Oh, Chuck in Tennessee. Thank God, like I said earlier, thank God he's not on life support, but he is a live supporter, allegedly. Let's see what he has to say to defend himself.
Old Uncle Chuckles.
Yes.
Old Uncle Chuckles.
You're banned.
I know. That's why Truth or Cop don't get donations.
Chuck, you're banned.
Your boy timed me out in the chat.
Who timed you out in chat?
Butts boy. Brown's boy, whatever his name is.
Oh shucks.
Brown's boy, why didn't you time him out 3 months ago?
And you wonder why you don't get no donations.
No, he's bragging about his money.
He's withholding. He's withholding the funds, dog.
Chuck, give me those donos, you motherfucker.
He be withholding the funds.
Oh my God, dude, I have
He got your
song here.
funds.
I might get to it.
He got some funds for you.
Even Flo don't get the funds no more.
Well, Chuck, if that's the kind of backup you're experiencing, I would like to enter the running for your support, and your donations mean a lot here on the Truth or Cop channel. And actually, one of the songs I made for Jack Talcott, I might be able to find it right now and sing it and do an exclusive just for you. And actually, yeah, but this goes back in the day where he was like, where you guys were really going at it. I might be able to get it. I might be able to pull it off.
Oh, see if you can find it.
It's in my memory banks. Or
the donation might go up.
All right.
A little motivation for you.
Chuck, are you saying you're a puppet by having that avatar?
No, I just like chickens.
Not fair enough.
I'm close to my chickens.
Do you actually
My
have
little-
chickens?
Yeah. Sure do.
Cool. Little rooster rockets.
Whew. I
Yeah,
earned a one batch. I ordered some chicks and ended up with supposed to been 10 females. 6 of them were roosters.
That's
That got to
terrible
be-
bad.
Yeah, that got to be a problem. I had to get rid of 5 of them because they did not get along.
Yeah, I ran into that too. That's an interesting experience. And you got to choose which one you're going to take. You know,
For
what's funny
sure.
is the biggest rooster we had out of about 5 of them was actually the nicest one. And that one was the one to live. And he went on to live for a couple years, and he was actually a meat bird. So they're not supposed to live that long. But it was fun to watch that old fucker waddle around. He was a great bird.
My aunt, she used to have one they called Crowbar. The name of the rooster was Crowbar. And when I was there one day, I asked, why the hell are you calling Crowbar? She says, because you need a crowbar to get into the roost.
Yeah.
He said, he'll attack anybody.
That's right.
I had one good rooster he fought like a son of a bitch to the end. But a pack of what the hell were they? Turkey buzzards or something like that. He was fighting 3 at once and he lost.
Yeah, man. I've seen a couple battles here where hawks have come down and tried to grab a hen.
Chicken hawk, yep.
Oh, and the rooster coming in there and just kicking its ass. And even though it's a bigger bird, I mean, those hawks are huge. When you see them down close, they're fucking,
Yeah, that's what it was. There was 3 of them that day, and he got his ass handed to him.
The chicken hawk did, right?
Nope, the rooster did.
Yeah,
because they teamed up on him, which I'd never seen before. Because usually it's just one.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
there's
That's all it is. Usually for me is one sitting up in the tree.
yeah, there was 3 of them that day, all taking their turn at him. And I guess they just wore his ass down enough where he was able to overpower. And they tore him up. I shot 2 of them, which is against the law down here, but I got tired of
but when
watching.
they come in and they start, that's. I don't think it is against the law here. I think if they're actually attacking your chickens, actively doing it, and you're in the act, you can kill it, whether it's a fox or whatever.
No, down here, they're protected.
Man, that's some bullshit. Like, you know.
Well, they got to catch me first, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I live out in the middle of nowhere, so I ain't worried about getting caught.
I mean, I get people will say, hey, first line of defense is to not allow the predator to get to your animals. And that while that is true, I mean, there's a lot of things you could do. Get a shepherd dog, a mountain dog, or whatever. You can get electric fences. You can use a lot of different gauges of chicken wire and bury the shit in the ground.
Yep.
You can get, even different, like you say, roosters and all this shit and other animals to pair it with. But a fox is called a fox for a reason. They're sly. And they really are something amazing how they can overcome all that. And you'll turn around and that motherfucker's got a chicken in its mouth and he's running off, wagging it, he's just laughing.
I had a bobcat issue one time. Oh, he'd take 3 at a time.
Oh yeah,
Took
the
me
foxes
forever.
will here too. If they can get away with it, they'll kill them all, thinking you'll like walk away and they'll be able to come in and grab the other ones. They want them all dead as fast as they can. So if you have
That's a
30
fact.
chickens, they're going to try to kill them as quick as they can.
But it's amazing when danger shows up, man, them chickens will run for that coop in a heartbeat.
Yes. Yep. Even if
They're like
you might not even see the danger and they hear something and it's like they're all running because that sounds territorial to them.
Let you know there's something going on.
Yeah. Especially when you're in an environment where things like that are coming in. If you're in suburbia or whatever, but if you're out in nature where bobcats, mountain lions, fucking foxes, skunks, porcupines,
Coyote.
they're all looking to eat them chickens. That's the best tasting meal. Super easy. The skunks out here. One time, check this out. One time I was putting my chickens away, and I had a manual door, but it broke. Or sorry, an automatic door, but it broke.
Right.
So I was manually closing it up at night, and I went out there and I was smelling something, and I'm like, man, it smells like ganja or a skunk.
Oh yeah.
I had them all in the coop, and the skunk was in the coop, sitting in the back, just waiting for me to close it up so he could sit there all night and just fucking chew on my chickens, man.
I'm surprised the chickens went in there because they're pretty good about sensing danger.
Even squawking nothing. He was sitting there being as quiet as all get out, but they just went right in like dumb little birds, getting ready to roost. Wait for him to come out and just eat them. And so getting him out of there was interesting. I freaked out, but he actually didn't attack him. He just stayed in the corner, and I was able to get him out of there. And then, he just stayed in there, and I tried to, and I moved the chickens to a different area. And so once they were out of there, I started trying to knock on the side, and finally he jumped out and jumped over the fence, and off he went. Fun stories of having the chicken.
How big was your hen house?
I got 2 of them. They're both the same size. They're 4x8.
Oh, okay. I built a 10x10 enclosure, two-story.
Yeah, 4x8's my coop is what I'm talking about. The actual area.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the area they can free range is.
Oh yeah,
it's a pretty large area. I mean, but I put in it's a round circle, and I put in a bunch of T-posts. So I buried all the wire and everything. So I did all the stuff I was telling you earlier. Made an electric fence.
yeah.
Tried to protect them any way I could. Put like owls on the outside.
Yep.
To deter 'em.
Been there, done that.
Yeah, CDs flashing. When the hawks were really coming in strong, I had to put that hawk netting on top of it.
Yep.
And that,
so that
helped
shit
a lot.
only lasts for so long. The weather tear that thing up.
It works though, that will stop it for the hawk if you can cover them completely. But then you have to keep them in a smaller area typically, which we did that for a
Yeah.
while too.
Well, their run for them that's attached to the coop is 200 by 200. I gave them a good sized run.
Yeah, I don't know if mine's that big. Mine might be 150 by 150. It's
Yeah, but still trying to cover that is a pain in the ass.
It's too much. Yeah, it's too much. When I closed them in with the hawk netting, it was probably a 12 by 12 area.
I had to put all them posts up to hold the hawk net up. Yeah, that was something else.
You gotta have. That's why you start looking at it, and it just starts making more sense to have other birds, a rooster there, and it's just gonna alert you.
It's not the chickens are expensive. It's all the accessories.
Oh yeah. Well, feeding them can get expensive too if you're trying to get like organic feed or something high quality.
Well, I got a local spot that carries at a good price, so I got no complaints there.
That's good, man.
For feed.
Yeah, my buddy's raising goats. He's a neighbor down the way, and I'll go watch his goats for him. He'll give us some goat milk. That's the best. I don't even like goat milk, but when it's raw and from his goats, man, it's spectacular.
Yeah, what I really liked is when I had the ducks, the duck eggs.
Oh yeah, I love especially for cooking. I mean, the way that light and fluffy. Duck eggs are the best cooking eggs you can get.
But the flood took them out in the spring.
The same guy down the way who has goats has ducks, and he's actually got a teeny lake on his property. He's very fortunate. And it's just such a trip because I would think, ducks free ranging out here would just be sitting ducks, literally, like they'd be gone in a day. And because he's got that shepherd dog that runs around and just circles the property, nothing gets in and gets his ducks. He puts them in at night and stuff. So it's not like they're sitting out all night. But during the day, they're just sitting out on the water, floating along on the lake. And oh man, can you imagine the eggs? I've never had any from him, but
they're good. They're good.
But I mean, just ducks also live in that way, right? Just naturally on a natural lake.
Yeah, I had a half-acre pond I'd let them out in.
Oh, there you go.
But they always wanted to come in the house.
Perfect.
They always came to the door. They always wanted to come in the house.
Yeah, they're your friends. So now they're like, live with you. Isn't that interesting how you can bond with these animals that people kind of look at as inanimate objects in society where they don't really consider how personable and loving, and like a cow, for example, don't get me wrong. I'll eat a cow. I love a steak. I love a burger. It's we're dependent on it, but they are just loving, amazing animals too.
Yeah. And then you got your favorite chickens and you start giving them names, you personalize them. And it's like, oh man, no, Susie, I'm not going to put you down. Don't worry. You're going to live a long life.
Or if you are, you name them Nugget or Tender. Yeah, KFC. Popeyes.
There you go. If they got that name, they're in trouble.
Yeah, if you got meat birds, that's the rule, right? Is from day one, don't name them, treat them as a collective, take real good care of them, love them, give them the best life possible, make sure they get lots of fresh air, time in the chicken tractor, lots of grasshoppers to eat, but don't connect with them or name them because you won't be able to take them as soon as that happens. You cross that line, if it goes
They
to
become
a pet, it's not gonna. You're not gonna be able to harvest that thing.
I've seen it happen so many times.
Right. That's why with roosters, if you want to take them, you're better to take them soon because they have so much personality and character. The longer you have them, the harder it gets to kill them. It's really difficult.
Yep. Well, if you wait till a rooster gets too old, though, that meat gets too tough.
Oh yeah,
they're not that tender.
I mean, after 10 weeks, the meat birds I was raising, it sucks to say, but they're not near as tender.
Yeah.
Those fast harvest, like Cornish game hens. Now you get like a free ranger or something like that, or more of these heirloom birds. 12 weeks, 18 weeks. They're still pretty optimum, and that's kind of more the range.
My wife wanted to get some of them, what do they call them, guineas? But them eggs they lay are so little,
Uh-huh.
You can't, takes about 6 eggs before you actually get an egg. They're so small.
Right. A lot of those hybrid birds will do that. They'll lay smaller eggs or not be as consistent. There are some good hybrid birds, though, where you can, they'll do both. They'll be a good meat bird and they'll also lay eggs.
That's what I liked about the duck eggs. Some suckers were big.
Yeah, they're gigantic.
And they got a different taste to them, but they're good. They're good eggs.
I never had one just cooked up like scrambled or sunny side up.
Oh, okay.
I always had them in baking.
In the mix.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how we were told to use them. So whenever we'd get them, there's a little kind of farmer's market situation down here where people would sell duck eggs, and I would buy them from time to time, and I'd make pancakes with them. I'd make, a banana bread, whatever.
Yeah. Use them instead of the regular eggs. And there's a big difference in flavor, even with chicken eggs, between a fresh egg and a store-bought egg. Huge difference in flavor.
People who haven't experienced it, and then some people who have experienced it don't see it as profound as I do. But to me, the difference and the contrast between eating an egg straight from the coop, right after the hens laid it, it's still warm from the hen, taking that in and cracking it on cast iron with some good grass-fed butter and, put some cracked pepper on that shit, sea salt. That's the fucking best egg ever imaginable, and it's so much superior to anything I can get in a store.
Oh, yeah.
It's not even
100%.
a close comparison. It's a different product altogether, different energy, everything.
That's for sure. It's
man.
I wouldn't trade them off now for nothing. A fresh egg.
It's incredible. I mean, when they really get laying in the peak parts of summer there, and they're just kicking them out, man, you get so many goddamn eggs.
Oh, ain't that's true. Yep. I charge people for the cartons, but not for the eggs.
Yeah,
I think it was 35 cents or 40 cents for the carton. But other than that, I had so many, I was just trying to get rid of them.
Yeah, you guys ever
Once
hear
my-
of Joel
Oh, go ahead.
Salatin?
Yeah.
Joel.
you bet.
Yeah.
What?
Joel Salatin. He created this thing called polyphase farming, where
brilliant.
like he grows grass. Like he says the only his only product that he farms is grass. So so he says the cows eat the grass, and then they make like the little cow patties or whatever, right? And then they have bugs, right? And then he has a movable chicken coop, and the chickens eat the bugs. So he has a whole natural system, where like all he grows is the grass, right? And he moves the cows around so they can naturally graze on the grass. So yeah, he invented this whole system where he doesn't have to, procure any resources to keep his farm going. He just uses the chickens and the cows and the grass. Yeah.
He's probably taking the chicken shit and composting that too, and then reintroducing that into the soil to grow his vegetables.
Oh, yeah.
So he's got the most minerally
If you
rich
got
vegetables.
If you got a tick problem, just let the chickens loose.
Right.
Man.
There you go.
They go after them things like it's Sunday morning.
Oh, it's amazing what they do to the landscape and the terrain. I mean, you don't want to keep them somewhere too long because they'll just make it desolate.
Oh, it'll turn into a barren. Yeah, they'll eat up everything.
So much nitrogen in it. It's so hot. But now chicken manure that's broken down, it's like one of the best amendments you can give your soil, bar none. I mean, it's incredible. Takes a while to compost it, though. I'll tell you that much.
That's a fact. I got a big composter out there where I try to recycle the chicken manure into garden fertilizer. Takes a while, though.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Joe Salatin was in the Pacific Northwest, somewhere there in Oregon, like I think right on the border or something, the Columbia River. I remember watching a documentary of just how he took it over from his father and the philosophy and everything behind what he was doing. And it's just like these people are the geniuses of our time that we should be listening to and learning how to connect with the cycle of nature in a way that's not just sustainable, but it's going to create like a balance and a healthy lifestyle for everything around you.
Eco balance system,
Yeah, there's another guy too named Alan Savory who does permaculture too, and he he made this thing called greening the desert when he went to Jordan, and he like made things grow like in the desert without like all these aluminum sheds and pesticides and all this stuff. He used pigeon shit and swale contours, right, where he would collect the rain and then like make these pits. And then he'd use like biodiversity and shit, like he'd plant a bunch of shit together that like make it grow stronger. It's crazy because the root systems of the plants are shared, and then they share information, right, and all this crazy stuff. It's weird.
Well, especially through the mycelium, the fungal networks.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah, it's wild actually how they communicate, and they've actually got the relationship with the biology down there, in combination with that mycelium, the mycorrhizae on the root system right there in the rhizosphere. It's like somehow it's communicating with the biology through the sugars and proteins, and then that's transferring or whatever the information to the other plants through the root system. So they got like a whole communication network going on underground.
Well, what is that tree in the swamp they talk about? That do that through the root system. Is it
you
cedar
might be thinking
tree?
of the aspen, actually. The aspen is the largest organism, right? That has the biggest root system and interconnected organism on the planet.
They're down in the swampy parts of Louisiana. I'm trying to remember the tree.
In the bogs.
Cypress? Might be the cypress.
That's what comes to mind. I don't know. I don't
Yeah.
know that area too well like that.
Yeah, it's like
That
an
sounds
organ.
right.
It's like a continuous body of like mushroom for like miles and miles and miles. It's like one giant mushroom that's like the largest organism on Earth.
Shit, I get all kind of
Which is actually
mushrooms
the
around
aspen,
here.
isn't it? Am I like conflating two factoids in my head? Isn't it the aspen, but it actually produces that flowering mushroom or something too. It's like
I think it was like a honey mushroom or something. It says it says the honey mushroom 3.5 square miles of forest in eastern Oregon is a continuous mass. It's a honey mushroom. That's what they call it.
But the largest organism is the aspen, right? Am I wrong in that?
I'm not sure about that one.
I recall what you're talking about there, Dick. It's like, yeah, this is something different than what Chuck is talking about. He's talking about the largest, like something in the swamp. The cypress or the, what did you call it again?
The largest organism being the aspen.
Oh, so the aspen is like, it's like a one organ. It's like one tree. Because like the beech trees do it here too. You can see with the beech trees, like they rather than spreading seeds, they spread through their roots across the soil terrain. Like grasses will do this too. Rather than spreading through seeds, they spread through the little tendrils they send out. So you get
we get a lot of the, what do they call them, chicken of the woods type mushrooms.
Yeah, it's maitake, I believe.
Hell, I just know them by chicken of the wood. You know, they grow pretty good around here. You can eat them suckers.
Okay, so check it out. I am correct about this. Aspen trees produce this host of many mushrooms. No, I'm not correcting it, but I am correct that it is the largest organism, and this is kind of interesting. If I can just read it real quick. Aspen Grove, specifically the massive clone named Pando in Utah, is widely considered the largest single living organism. So it's not all aspen; it's one specific one in Utah by weight and area. And
yeah, I'm getting different info because I'm getting info that like there's a honey mushroom located in the Blue Mountain within Melchior National Forest in eastern Oregon. Armillaria astoye, and it says that it's the oldest organism.
Information by chance?
Huh?
Paul Stamets, is this his claim?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I've heard him make this claim about the honey mushroom or shoestring fungus that's in Oregon. That's the largest organism. So I don't know.
Yeah, Google is directly contradicting because I just looked it up and it says yes, the honey mushroom, and it gives the official name in Oregon's Malheur National Forest, considered the largest known living organism.
So wait, what was the other one it said?
Look up the aspen. Just ask, is aspen the largest known living organism? And it describes that one in Utah. Or if you want to look up specifically what it is, it's the Pando, Pando in Utah is widely considered the largest living organism by weight and area.
Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, maybe it's measuring it differently, like weight and area. So I think that might be different. Yeah.
That maybe the mushroom is just area, and this is beating it out in weight.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I think the other one is because of that. How much area it covers, because it's always talking about like the honey mushroom in Oregon is talking like that. It's like a continuous mass of like square miles and shit. So it's like how long it is instead of the weight. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Dick, have you ever heard of Paul Stamets at all?
False statements?
Paul Stamets. He's like like the biggest mushroom guy out in the Midwest. He's like the main.
Yeah. He was like even on Joe Rogan and shit, right?
Yeah. Oh right, yeah. He would have covered like but I followed him for a long time before even that happened. But yeah, that guy.
Yeah, he's pretty brilliant as well. When I remember listening to him, I mean, it's just a cool guy that dedicated his whole life to mushrooms, and he wears kind of the mushroom hat. Yeah, it's good stuff.
Yeah.
This guy Brown's boy thought Earth was the largest living organism, but okay. I don't think science considers Earth living as like an organism.
Yeah, they fucked that one up. Yeah.
But I would guess that it is. I think that it probably is.
Well, like the problem is really with evolution, because where does life really start? If you look at like Gaia theory, right, by James Lovelock, he said like the Earth basically changed, right, like the oxygen, like it started producing oxygen so there could be life. So he's like the Earth basically had a huge part in creating life.
Right.
Right. And so
yeah, like how does something produce life that is not life? Like we don't see that in nature. Everything in nature that produces life comes from life or is life.
Yeah. Yeah. So the two problems are the problem of mind and then evolution, because yeah, so in evolution it's just how do you get living things from dead stuff, right? That's just matter, right? That's just like chemicals, right? So when does it start becoming a living thing, right? Like what combination makes it a living thing? I mean, then with philosophy of mind, it's like what combination of matter starts to create an agent that can think about, oh, am I matter, or am I, did I evolve, or right? Like what's happening here?
Even at the most micro level you could contemplate, you're still like, and if they say the chicken or the egg argument, did an organism appear, or did an egg of sorts, or so, it's like still the miracle of that happening is unexplainable regardless. Even if you could say that actually did happen, it's still incomprehensible to think that death, nothing, and then out of that erupted life.
Yeah, like how does life arise from dead matter, and how does consciousness how is that projected from the neural network? And if it is, then why can't they create a machine that resembles a human brain that then could produce consciousness? So it's all just like, like since they can't define what consciousness is, and they can't define like where life starts from, like stuff, what level of complexity creates life, right? Because life is like an order of complexity, right? Like that's like 10 to the like 100 times more than like the complexity of like a Milky Way galaxy. Like the chemical composition of like a beetle is infinitely more complex than a star system. So it's really weird how that level of complexity, how nature would just create that level of complexity and design.
Well, we're on the level of Paul Stamets, and I saw Ezra said something about McKenna. It's what the fuck did McKenna say? He was talking about like the natural, like the mushrooms.
Right.
It's all about mushrooms.
Well, he said nature is intelligent. Like McKenna just went out with it and said, well, nature is a novelty creating engine, right? Because he believed in Teilhard de Chardin, right? So he said that actually nature is creating, or guiding evolution, right? And there was a guy before, Darwin, named Alfred Russel Wallace, who was like a Freemason, who thought the same thing. He actually created the theory of natural selection, but he like believed like it was like electromagnetics that was like guiding like life to like nature was using like electromagnetic shit to like create like new animals and shit. So it's like some wild shit.
And I saw Joe Cool was in the chat earlier asking for if we were ready for some real talent. I mean, I'm dropping a link again. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, it seems like the argument's pretty solid from like the plant kingdom, right? That it would be guiding evolution, the nature would be guiding the evolution of plants. What would be the counter to that? And I'm sure, there is a good one.
The counter would be that nature is not a guided process, right? That it's like random atoms like smashing into each other, right? So it can't possibly create a living being or whatever. That the product of evolution was basically random, right? And it's based on random selection, and random selection can create an infinite amount of complexity that will eventually create a tree or a monkey or or whatever. But what I would say to that is that the order of complexity of life is way, like I said, it's infinitely more complex than anything that is there produced outside of the Earth, right? So how come it's only happening on this planet? That would be the Fermi paradox, right?
Which we don't know that to be certain, but just of what we know now.
Yeah, from what we've observed, like granted their story is true. We've observed a good amount of the universe, and there's like if there was
the stronger argument, sorry to interrupt, but the stronger argument is that nature is not random, not that nature's not guiding the evolution, because I think that could be more corroborated, but that the nature itself is not random is the stronger argument. Because how could like you say the beetle be more complex than the Milky Way,
right?
Unless it's divine.
That's what I think. Yeah,
a beetle obviously has its own order to establish that, but but the beetle doesn't even recognize that it has that. I would speculate.
Yeah, I mean that's
amazing too. It's not aware of its own complexity, but incredible, like organized nature.
Well, that's the thing is that like the truth-seeking potential of like your cognitive faculty, if it's just developed through random functions, right? So if you believe in naturalism, right, then how could a being that's just based off of random processes, right, arrive at a conclusion like evolution, right? This was what Plantinga said, right? So he posited a dialectic between naturalism and evolution and said, well, since naturalism evolved your brain, right, and your brain is producing the truth about evolution, there's no reason to think that truth is actually based on anything real, right? Because it's just atom smash. Like your brain is just atom smash. It's just random processes. So how do you know that evolution is real or that your brain is producing a truth about the world?
Yeah, I mean it's also though a way or a pathway for the creation or the creator to tinker with the creation. I'm trying to say, like for example, in the plant kingdom, the host or the consumer or the one that I guess it was made for, that's now being created into a cultivar through the genetic selection of the human, who's then evolving this plant into something completely different than it was, right? It wasn't a tomato, it wasn't a potato, it wasn't even edible, but through time and consideration, the creator was able to use the inspiration and the co-creative nature of the human to then tinker with the creation through that pseudo-evolutionary process. But evolution might be the wrong word, even by definition.
TML turned me on to this book, The Botany of Desire. And there was another one I got. Oh, yeah. The Silent Spring by Rachel Carson.
That makes a point of coevolution in that book, Botany of Desire. He's saying that actually it's the plants that are guiding the human societies, right? So he's saying that plants select humans, right? We're not selecting plant species and choosing them, but it's because hemp and potatoes and apples have made themselves so genetically capable of existing within diverse climates, right? They've selected societies of humans that are able to breed, superior strains.
Yeah.
Right. So he he makes an example of like corn, apples, right? And of course he says that these are biologically unique. Because hemp is from India, apples are from Kazakhstan, but they're so they have so many diverse uses that they cause humans to breed them all around the world, and so they preserve their genetics, right? So he makes the opposite argument, right? That plants are breeding the humans, right?
Oh yeah. And TML, with that argument, you could also make the argument, and from that perspective, say that the plants are genetically cleansing, refining, enhancing, and strengthening their opportunity for survival, right? Because the more we depend on them, the more likely that's going to continue and be planted and cared for. It's a wild thought to think the plants actually genetically are having themselves selected for superiority through the human.
They're selecting us, Dick. They're fine. They are selecting us.
Going
Of
both
course
ways.
they would be. Of
They're
course
also
they would.
utilizing us to refine their genetics.
Yeah, and then Silent Spring, she actually makes the argument that that if you use pesticides, you actually mutate weeds, insects, fungus, right? So you have to keep racing against nature, keep developing new forms of pesticides, because there's going to be new invasive species that are created because the pesticides are going to kill and damage most of the existing life in the ecosystem, right? She points out that it causes, like birds, eggshells to like thin out so that birds like sit on their like eggs and they break and shit. And they like poison like the insects in the area that actually eat the like aphids and stuff that actually harm the plants and take over the plants, right? So now you have all these invasive species take over because you killed all the fucking ladybugs and the grasshoppers and the giant insects that are going to eat the smaller insects, right? So you have an invasive species problem. So now you have to keep procuring new forms of pesticides. So you're constantly in a race against nature, right?
Wait a minute, but
trying to
isn't that a
re-engineer.
projection or a reflection? Because the same thing is happening. The interconnectedness, the synchronicity of the human experience is we're poisoning the plants. The plants are thereby poisoning us, creating that same process of perhaps even, what did you just call it? Where it's like the invasive species. We've created an invasive species in humans through the same duality and the same control mechanism that is happening through the plants. That's fucking
that's
wild.
interesting because eating the plants is then causing all these allergies and autoimmune diseases in the humans, right? So that's actually true. So maybe the plants are then they're sprayed with these pesticides and then mutated to then attack the human genes and mutate human genes, right? Which is actually in some cases been shown to happen, because how come these kids are allergic to peanuts?
As within, so without.
Well, it makes sense though. It's like you have poisons in plants, like poison ivy. It immediately creates an itch that we all recognize, but like we don't immediately recognize it when we eat a food. It's causing like this deep irritation in our bodies, and meanwhile, also that plant wants to keep us alive. Like it's a simultaneous thing where it's like, hey, I like that you're depending on me, but it's a little too much. Get the fuck out of here. Find somebody else to depend on. Eat a little more diverse diet and get the fuck out of my space. It's like,
Unless it's water hemlock, and then you're fucked.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but there's those things that are immediately poisonous, but we have yet to identify those things that are like we brush up against poison ivy. Within a day, we're going to be experiencing that challenge. We eat certain crops, and they might have information that computes in our bodies like, I'm gonna fucking tear you apart eventually if you keep depending on only me. Like that's what they do. There is no one plant that is the whole source of all of the food that we need. There's no one animal. There's no one consideration. There is no one way about it. In that regard, there's multiple pathways, but it's always
Well, and if one
life.
came about, that would be the invasive species that would create the monopoly, which apparently is not allowed in the plant kingdom beyond a certain point, because invasive species eventually have dividing lines on geography, right? They'll elevation or certain characteristics of the terrain won't allow it to continue. But if that did happen, which, you know, it may be what we're seeing in the human experience, but that would end the whole entire plant kingdom, is to have one be coveted beyond all others, to where it, you know, it would throw the whole balance of it off.
Yeah, but there's nothing in life that reflects that truth, that like there's one solution. Like you go through your day, like you need to breathe air, you need to drink water, you need to have a shelter to keep you a little bit dry so that there's not too much moisture in the air. And then like you need to have food that sustains your body. And like that is there is no one food that will ever do that. And if you attempted to put it into a book and say this is the one way to live, this is the one way to eat, this is the best way to be, nature's going to prove you wrong.
Well, that's
and
the
it
thing
shows
is
the
that
intelligent design of the plant too, because the plant, even though arguably a plant would say to be the most dominant, if it could take that position, it would, but it would be to the demise of all the other plants. So it has a boundary, if you will, built into its inherent design that doesn't allow it to become that appealing to where it's the manna, right? We only need this avocado and that has everything we need. No, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah, but you know, one thing that's important to realize is that people who subsist on plants, right, that are grown like locally, right, that's like wild plants, right. So this is the thing: is like there's people who live, right, like over 100, right, and usually it's because they eat, right, the wild food that exists in their local population, right, and they've been doing it for years.
Yeah,
Right?
yes.
So there's like islands
It's not. It's not only that the food is like beneficial to people in general. It is like dependent on your geography.
Right. Right. So
and
like,
it makes sense too. It's the biology's indigenous, so that has become more hardy and built up over time, and then you're ingesting that, so it's going to relocate to your body.
Yeah, you get immunity and shit from plants that grow like in your area and shit.
Like local honey. Local honey prevents allergies in your area, not someone else's, only where you're at. That's it.
Right. That's why it's so important like to like replant the wild nature that exists like in the area, like figure out the local ecology, like create communities that respect the local ecology and stuff. Like that's the only really way forward at this point. You know, otherwise it's gonna be fake and gay, like international globalism, supermarket, like fucking Zootopia. You know?
Well, you could make an anti-globalist argument too, to say the same way the synchronicity and the duality of the plants, that we also should stay within our geography, because we become land race just like the plant does, which means it's, I won't use the word evolve now because we've went so full circle on this, but in any case, it becomes predisposed to be optimized for that particular situation it is. So generationally, so would the human. And maybe that's something to look at, of why we don't need to be moving all over the plane, so to speak, but staying more centered and building communally, locally where we're at.
Yeah, because like the only way they have a world government is because they have international trade, right? So if they just stopped international trade, right, like it would be an easy way to like you know, like curb like the use of like large factories and like large scale technology that like centralizes and like gives the state all this power, gives the police all this excess like military power, right? Like this is all the stuff we need to scale back, right? And replant wild nature. Like this is actually the only way forward, right? If we just build more factories that build more robots, we're gonna create an antichrist system. Like this is just, it's delusional, all right? So this is the thing.
Where
Is
does
like,
nature pervert itself, and did nature pervert us through the relationship we have with the plants, like we were just talking about, or did we pervert nature?
I mean,
there must be some plants that cause perversion. There's some plants their ideas aren't quite aligned with, like, it's like people. It's like we've had a lot of people come around this panel, like, and they have their different perspectives, and they each, like Aluma Tommy versus Jack Talcott. You could sit there and park yourself in either camp. They both are here. They both are necessary for our understanding of what this reality is. And that is infinite with plants. Like, there's infinite perspectives.
yeah, and that's another thing that he says in a different book, right? Michael Pollan, right before he became like fake and gay and started like working for the Esalen Institute and started like saying like you need to like smoke DMT to like gain enlightenment, right? He actually wrote a different book called The Omnivore's Dilemma, right? And he like pointed out in the beginning of that book that like 90% of the shit in the supermarket is made of corn, right? And he's like, even the packaging is sometimes made of corn and shit. Right. And he's like, if you just walked into a supermarket and you've seen like how much of the products are actually just corn, like corn syrup, like corn, like snacks and shit, like corn and the chocolate, like, the fucking chocolate bars and the cake mix, like all the fucking shit is like corn. Right?
And when you refer to ethanol is typically corn. So like the fuel to get the product to the store was the same fucking thing.
So corn is like a Jezebel harlot that's put herself out there with her legs spread to get fucked by humanity and GMO'd and turned inside out, to there be the perversion of nature that would then, in the dualistic nature, screw us over simultaneously.
Well, that's the thing that he points out, is that the corn husk that we have is alien, right? Because it needs humans to come and open the husk, right? The actual corn that grows, the husk would open so the seeds could fall to the ground, right? So it could reproduce itself, right? So the literal corn husk that we have is a mutant, right? It's literal mutation that shouldn't exist in nature. It's an abomination. So it's really strange, right? Like they had like different species of
Creator
corn.
and the devil working through the plants, right? Because the creator created a perfect homeostasis, balanced design where everything had a purpose, but also had its place in the kingdom. And then this perversion, the devil comes along and creates the mutant corn that becomes the Jezebel harlot that sells out the whole rest of the community and society and, culture and everything, so that the humans will also become addicted to it. They're all eating the fucking corn. It has no nutritional value. It only inflames the consumer of it. I mean, it's like bad on all levels. And then it's creating death of all the animals through the crop bring. I mean, there's so many ways you could put a nefarious spin on it.
It causes us to propagate it indefinitely, obviously. Corn above all things. Corn above all things. And then what's the key word for the fucking porn that's on the internet? Corn. It's like,
yeah. Or I'll get even more like weird and meta and shit, because like I use one word for two things, right? Like it's the same thing in the plant, and it's the same thing with the global market, and it's the same thing with the global culture, right? Like the global shit represents one thing: lack of biodiversity and monoculture, right? They want everybody to be the same everywhere. It's universal. Right? They want universal means, universal methods. They want a global system, right? So instead of like biodiversity, local plants and shit, they want monoculture. They want one world culture, one world
You're killing
religion.
me, man. That is a fucking spell of black magic within the words. Like you're going
Right.
to call it a monoculture, and then we're going to eat it and become a monoculture.
Right, because the plants are monoculture, right? Monoculture destroys the soil, and that is exactly what it is. That means two things. Monoculture destroys the soil, it destroys the people. Because the soil is the people, and all of that shit. And it's it's just some wild shit, man. I could meme people's heart away.
It's monoculture and homogenization, where you used to have diversity, where there used to be 70, 100, 300 different types of corn, thousands of even at times in culture, thousands of different types of corn. And now you have one type of genetically modified corn, one type of genetically modified soybean that can be owned and technocided against the masses. Like it's homogenization, pasteurization, monoculture. It's all about honing in the information that the people can receive.
And now we have a monoculture, homogenized, pasteurized, grain-fed general public ready for harvest.
Homogenized, mass-produced monoculture. HMM.
It's amazing how those things are so closely related between what they name them as the safety and convenience aspect of the food versus what it's actually doing to the general populace. That's quite a connection that I don't think I've looked at closely.
Yes, I think they said like in the I'm like in the omnivore's dilemma that the corn was changing people on a genetic level because it's like got a different form of carbon in it. And the more corn you eat, you get the different carbon in your blood. And then they can actually, measure how much corn you've eaten in a lifetime because of this, right? Because of how much of this different type of carbon you have in your blood.
They do a hair follicle test. It'd be like a drug test.
Yes, it's a hair follicle testing where they said like 90% was derived from corn.
Yeah, so certain people, like their follicles are made of corn.
That is something. You are what you eat means more than ever now. Huh?
When you look at the deep society of like what the culture is eating, the high fructose corn syrup, it's in the background of every fucking thing we eat. Corn.
Well, and refined, so it's refining you too, because it's refined, highly refined fructose.
High fructose corn syrup.
Yeah, these are the people that probably look like like you see like a guy like 50 years old, he just looks like a melted candle, or like a lady. These are the people. They're corn people.
Yes. And it comes with the corn syrup, which is the sweet sugar that's produced by the corn, which is produced by the grass that the Native Americans allegedly cultivated over generations. And then all of a sudden we introduce you have heirloom seeds versus heirloom seeds dude, this shit goes back to Prop 37 in California when they were like Monsanto and the whole fucking thing was coming out, and like this is like 20 years ago. Ever since then, 90% of the corn has become genetically modified. That was before CRISPR even entered the scene, where they can just engineer the plant or the animal to be what they want it to be. God only knows what the fuck their objectives are in that.
Well, genetically modify the plant, genetically modify the human. We are what we eat.
Yeah,
and
they
then you
got-
have the mRNA come out, the mRNA
exactly,
vaccine.
yeah. And they got it
Like,
for
I
the
ignored all this shit, dude. I
for
was
the
big
plants,
on.
right? They put it in the plants, mRNA.
But this is what they were saying. Like, the genetically modified corn came from like a virus injected into corn. Like, I watched this whole shit unfold. Like, this is where I spent my time, like, looking. You had the corn come in and the
They gonna start
soybeans and
tripping
all
the
that.
food. That's why they put like iron and plastic and shit in the food just to test like what like 1% trace amount would do to like a human body. And if they put like silicone and metals and shit in a human body, so they just start putting that shit in the food. They put like reduced iron and like soy and shit. You got like rocks and plastic in the fucking food.
So God dang it, this is fucking crazy. Because I mean, we genetically tinker with the plants, so then the byproduct is we get genetically tinkered with. You know, it's like we're in an experiment, a petri dish of sorts, in this realm where the toxins are constantly, like you said, the silicone, the iron particulates, conductive materials. They're fucking putting the mRNA in the salad you're eating. So you're constantly being perverted with some kind of foreign, or it's hard to say unnatural, because where does that line get drawn where it's not, that's what I meant when I said, where does nature pervert itself? Because I mean, someone will argue even a jab is natural, right? It's made from something that came from this realm.
It's slave
I think it comes down to intention. And sorry, I'll just cap it with that. It's intention.
Yeah, Slavid 19.
But if nature has a consciousness, that means at some point its intention had to be nefarious for it to take the wrong path, or to, pervert itself.
No, it left us up to our own interruptions to create the wrong path, because we have ultimate responsibility. That's what it means to have dominion over the fucking plants and animals, is to have that ultimate responsibility, that ultimate accountability as individuals, and we don't even fucking understand that role.
Well, that's the thing, is like there might be a situation where like we're creating like a type of egregore, like, you know what I mean, like mind, it's coming out of like the technology that's antithesis to like nature itself. All right, where it's like creating a system that's like opposed to nature and wants to dominate over nature. Right. So it's like there might be a thing where technology being a second order nature, since everything we make out of technology is stuff we make out of nature to go beyond nature itself. Right. It may be a reification of thought that then gets hijacked by some other intelligence. All right, that then causes humanity to just have like some sort of death urge, rather than plummets it into a dark maelstrom of sort of dark creativity. All right, that's like,
Well, yeah, because the original internet is the full circle, the conversation where this place started, which is the mushroom or the aspen, the largest organism, the interconnected communication of the biology and the exudates of the plant in the soil where we started here. That is the original internet, and it convinced us to create our own collective interweb through technology, and this, whether you want to call it a perversion or not, but I mean,
right,
it's just
it's
another
a landing
reflection.
pad.
As
Right, like
above,
we
so
built a
below.
landing pad, for alien intelligence, as they say. Right?
Yes, sir.
Terrence McKenna shit there.
Right.
Well, like, even that book, I pulled it on your stream. I can find it pretty quickly, I think. Where's it at? The plant intelligence, and like the dude was laying out that not only do plants know when you're about to harm them, but like he was like also like he was like, this is a fucking alien intelligence. Where the fuck is this book? Where's that?
I mean, the internet is a direct reflection of the soil when you consider from the fact that the soil has its segregations, it has its countries, its regions, its continents, if you will, its different species and origins within that. We got the same thing here, right? We got, firewalls and different policies and rules for different areas of the internet, but it is all interconnected as one. When you look at the correlation, I mean, it's pretty profound and significant.
Yeah, like I don't know, like if you look at like most of science, like most of like philosophy, like they can't prove that anything other than humans actually has intelligence. So this is a huge problem, because like where did human intelligence come from? Right? Like,
He
like
comes
I
from
said,
the
like
fucking plants that we eat,
to go
dude.
full circle, right? To go full circle, like there's no answer to the fucking question. Like if human intelligence is just contained within itself, then there's no way if we could determine if we're actually intelligent, right? If it just like, like nature has to be intelligent for us to actually make the distinction, right? Or it's either that or, or God like specifically made us in his image and we're the only intelligent things in the universe. But there's only there's literally two motherfucking options, right?
Dude,
Well, and if we destroy ourselves,
God is so infinite that it's like our fingerprints. How they say each one of us has individual fingerprints that are like only ours. Each snowflake falls from the fucking sky, and there's none like it. They say. Actually, I saw some recent videos tearing that apart. Like that's impossible.
I was going to say, if we destroy ourselves, then how can we call that intelligent? With all we've been given, everything, whatever intellect or level of problem-solving capability, or
Yeah,
I mean,
but
is it really intelligent if all it does is tear down and destroy it?
That's the natural conclusion we arrive at. We are destroying ourselves. Everything's against us. Your family's against you, Dick. You're talking to your mother and your father. Who the fuck are you? Like, it's all the same fucking genetic coding that we ingest every fucking day.
I get what you're saying. There's a programming and a propaganda and a message within that through our own creative aspect could be propagating our own demise and what we don't want to see. But simultaneously, there's an observation to take as well that's just pragmatic and practically speaking, that we see what's happening to society and the trajectory and the plant kingdom that we're speaking of, and how they both seem to be creating, terminal challenges, if not circumvented by like God or something, as a superior intelligence from apparently what we have. Or are capable of yielding, because, I think that's a great argument for this realm as well as a proving ground to be a steward of these type of I guess energies, if you will, and what they can create, the cause and effect.
Yeah, I'm trying to find this this little paragraph here from this motherfucking thing. Hold on, let me read some of this. It says here, It says, shit. I don't know where to start this. Energy density and the evolution of complexity. Right. It says narrowing down to the biosphere, the mass of plant life. Oh wait, hold on. I gotta start earlier. It says all complex dynamic structures in the universe are related to their need to process energy. Every physical system, from a star to an amoeba, takes in energy from some source, metabolizes it, and excretes waste energy. In doing so, the system maintains its complex structure in the face of thermodynamic tendencies that would otherwise lead to its demise. Under appropriate condition, a system may even grow in complexity as it feeds off a continual stream of available free energy. Right. So if you look at the energy per density, right? So you could look at mass and the density, the high energy density, right, of something. And it's like, the energy flux rates of organisms are way higher than like stars.
Well, you're going back to the beetle about how complex that is versus the stars. Like the stars seem super overcomplicated, but you're going back to the beetle, and the beetle's even more complicated than that.
Yeah, like this is like the graph. Here, hold on, let me pull this up.
Mm-hmm. What was that fucking yeah, some Napoleon Dynamite clip with Kip and fucking you're pulling up earlier, dude?
You mentioned that. You guys see this energy rate density ERG. So you look at the Milky Way, you look at the sun, you look at plants, animals, you look at human society. And you can also look at per time. So it's like energy per density is increasing over time because according to evolution, living things came into existence at some point. Right? Like 4 billion years ago. Right? So see how like living things only start 4 billion years ago? Like there's a sharp spike 4 billion years in. Right? Whereas 12 billion, like scientists say the universe is 12 billion years old. Right? But there's a huge expenditure of energy per rate of density and mass. Right? That's like, like peaking over time to where like it's growing at an exponential rate. Right? So the rate of energy expenditure is gaining in complexity and losing in mass at an exponential rate. So he's like, how can evolution not be happening on a cosmic level? Right? Evolution is like star systems are used to create like life, most likely. Like because it's the most complex thing that's happening in the universe. Right?
And it's fundamentally always in flux, always in a state of change.
Right. And then where's all the new information coming from? That's another problem for evolution because there should be a like this is a problem for the law of thermodynamics. Cuz like there should be a lower rate of energy expenditure. Like there shouldn't be a higher rate of energy expenditure for a lower density with a higher complexity, like that shouldn't change over time. That should just be the same rate of energy expenditure over time. Right. So where's the new
It
information?
shouldn't lose mass. Where does the mass go? And where does the new information come from, right?
Right. And that's why, like, McKenna said, well, it's novelty has to be introduced into like nature as like a law, because like nature wants to create like new things, right? Because of evolution, right? It sounds like mystical and like pseudoscience, but that's basically what he was proposing. But what he was drawing from is this notion of creative evolution, that nature is creating evolution. But yeah, it's kind of like a crazy idea. Like I like to like fuck with people who like science and shit. To like, I'm gonna show them this shit because it's weird.
Well, it gets into the idea of the quantum field and what is necessarily orchestrating everything, and how much we have a role in that as well, right? If we're looking at it and observing it, and that changes the outcome. I mean, that cause and effect, it's like, that's undeniable.
Yeah, that goes back to like theories of mind. Like, where does mind come from? And stuff like that's the other weird question. Because like you could say the same thing with like creativity, right? Because like creativity didn't just start with humans, or it doesn't seem like it did. Right. So like nature is creative. Maybe you could say nature is creative. Right. So you might be able to say the same thing about like mental stuff, or even symbols, that mind or symbols, that they actually came from nature. That they're not exclusive to humans, or something like that. Right. So you may be able to extrapolate.
I mean, there's this idea that creativity is fresh and new, even though there's arguably nothing new under the sun. But the new information, you could relate to that same thing of, someone orchestrates a song in a certain way. And it's, why did it happen? Where did it come from? Even the person that brought it, if they're honest, says, it was given to me. It was like a gift, I just showed up and I wrote it down, and that's very much the truth behind nature and our experience as well. As much as we want to control things and act like we have the final say or have some kind of authority, it's really all up to God. And if God wants to use us and we're fortunate enough, go ahead.
Because I've been playing like the piano forever. Not long enough, but long enough. And I'm sitting here, I find these songs and I'm like, I couldn't write this. It's simple patterns. It was already there. Anything I could create was already there.
You were recognizing a sequence.
Yes.
Because the chords all have a natural flow and orchestration to them, and there's an order to them. And that's why people speak in numbers when they're musicians and they say, hey, we're going to do a 1-4-5, because they know the chords are placed just precisely enough to have a predictable nature to them in a sequence that can be observed and felt. And it creates direction and order.
And no matter how hard I press those keys, the only thing I could find is the nature and order of that already existed. I can't make it. I can't make it happen. It's there. I can simply recognize it, appreciate it, draw it out. Is my estimation. I could be totally wrong, but
no, it's wonderfully said. You're observing the natural order of how things go together in a congruent way. But then there's the odd note where it doesn't fit into the scale. and it takes a departure from what's predictable, and that makes it beautiful. And it's the same thing with, the micro and the macro, that of just how we see that play out in nature in our lives. It's just, the unpredictable, or the oddball, or the mutant, or the thing, the weed, might become the manna. It might become the thing that is the great revealer and the great teacher.
The rose from concrete.
Yeah, it destroys the concrete eventually and recreates the order necessary to bring life back.
Well, that's the thing, is like, even if you can't say nature is intelligent, you have to say nature is a teacher. Like, is it not? Like, nature is the greatest teacher. The heart is the philosopher's stone, and nature is the greatest teacher. I think nature is the sister of heaven. I think heaven exists all around us. All right. I think heaven is here now. There's not some place that exists in the future. It's bullshit.
Was it the Bob Marley had a song about that shit?
I agree. Bob was the man. He had some profound words of wisdom and great vibes. Calming music.
And they say heaven is a place. What the fuck is that? His lyrics are.
Yeah. Yeah. The concrete jungle.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Nature doesn't change. Right. We could reshape it. Right. But it's still the jungle. Right.
Yeah, nature does it with the tiniest of sprout, the first little weed that pops through. It takes the smallest power and just destroys that large concrete cemented brick of impenetrable or seemingly impenetrable type of structure with rebar and all this, and it just comes through slowly and tears it to shreds.
Yeah, I see it all the time in Detroit here. There's old factories, and they got, trees growing in the middle of, in the middle. You go in the middle of it, it's like a large field, and shit with a bunch of junk in the middle of it. But there's still things growing. It's crazy.
So this is just the way for the plants to get rid of us, because they can't destroy themselves the way they can destroy us. So they can have the planet for themselves again.
All right, I'm about to get out of here, but we got one guy, 666. I'm letting the devil in. I guess.
Star Fox.
Possibly, I don't know.
Yes, it's most likely Star Fox.
Yeah, I got to head anyway. Cheers, guys. Nice talking with you all.
Yes, man.
Yeah,
Good to talk to you,
No, don't leave. No, I want all of you here for this.
Well, we're here. What's up, Star Fox?
You guys are talking a lot of philosophy and history and human evolution, religion.
Yeah, you know how I do.
You're right, TMO. But like, UFOs are real. Aliens are real. You're not the only intelligence out there in the universe. That's a fact. I just want to tell you. So if you want to challenge that, start asking questions.
It's like the mushrooms. Like, they look like satellites. Like, who put them here? It's obvious.
Yeah, like birds look like planes. It was there forever. And how long did it take for this society to actually use thrust and wings to fly around fucking people? Right. And then you see UFOs and you don't know how they work. It's like a Lamborghini in the Wild West. Or, like, it's just, Jesus Christ. The thing about technology is nobody understands it.
Right.
History and evolution and basically everything that you know. In the 80s, there were like fucking landline phones, and we moved to fucking cordless phones. That was the start of the internet, or aka the APRANET, invented by the CIA. and the army. These are all facts, guys. Technology, just because you see something extremely advanced, doesn't mean it's not real. It's fucking real. It's reality. To sit in a panel, and no offense to anybody here, but to sit in a fucking panel and say that, oh, well, basically we're studying the history of the Earth. This is one fucking planet out of a hell of a lot more outside the Milky Way. All I'm trying to say is challenge yourself to possibly understand that technology has no history. There were smartphones found in Antarctica as a fact. Fucking just because technology is advancing doesn't mean that you're the most superior. Yeah, you're not the most superior people in the world. You're monkeys. Everybody on Earth is monkeys. You evolved from them. You're climbing up the ladder. But I just want to say this. To see advanced technology from the stars and say that it's not real is the dumbest thing you can ever say, including if any of you guys are working with the FBI. Fuck the FBI from the 9A. Hail Satan. I'm for real, dude. I don't give a fuck about
Satan's not going to save you from the FBI, Star Fox. We'll get into it later. This is the introduction to the fucking Fallout series between us. But Satan is not Hail Satan, dude.
Hail Satan is a rebellion against what you believe. Because what you believe is the fucking AI. AI is created to destroy you. It's going to kill your planet.
Yeah.
It's going to become judge.
Do you remember Satan and Anarchy Princess and their collab?
What about him?
Satan, right? And Satan. That was Saint 10. That was it.
Saint 10.
Yeah, it was the Anarchy Princess, and they had the whole Fallout.
I'm listening.
A lot of it happened here. You know.
It's a level, what is it, 44th? Or like, he's a high level Mason. But I don't want to answer your questions. Like, what is the point? And it's like, give me something I can work with.
Oh, well, I'm going to give you something we got to all work with. My phone is at 8%, and we got to get out of here in just a moment. But I do appreciate the conversation and the opportunity to speak with both of you and all of you.
Can I ask you one question?
What?
Why do you believe in God? Why do you believe in Jesus Christ? Yeshua, or whatever, that fucking Jew piece of shit. Why do you fucking submit?
Because there is love beyond our understanding, and it was embodied by a man who suffered the most difficult consequences we could understand and still came out in love. And I know you know that. So like,
it's all just folklore bullshit fed to you to fucking keep you suppressed from the truth.
Star Fox, the biggest difficulty I have is continuing with my next breath. Having a reason to have my next breath is kind of crucial to me at this point. And I'm fairly certain
I'll
it's
fucking
the same
die
case.
any day for this shit. Fuck my next breath. But at least I ascend in the intelligence levels. A lot of people, like, it's all about submitting. Like, there are people that say fucking niggers, and then fucking they meet a nigger and they fucking submit. Like, oh, I'm not racist anymore, but I'm racist when I'm not around him. I'm tired of the bullshit. Dude, you gotta be real with yourself. So if you're gonna submit to that kind of shit, then there's no conversation. I love you, man. I love TMO. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but guys, I'm just trying to open your mind to say that being angry about something and submitting to something is why you never fucking ascend. If you have anxiety, if you go crazy, I feel like I'm dying every fucking day. It's been going on for a long time. Sometimes I want to kill myself. But you know what? I don't do it because I think that if I'm already dead, I can do whatever I want. There are no fucking rules on this earth. But
yeah, for some reason you consistently find that peace over and over and over again without definition or the. I'm at 3% I might lose y'all. If that happens, then I'll have to recharge my phone. And you guys can have the conversation. But,
I'd love to have the conversation, but just all I'm trying to say is open your eyes. Religion, everything you know on this earth.
Open your eyes, bro. Religion, everything you know on this earth. You are that, which is. That's it. What's up, Cynthia?
You want me to worship a Jewish God?
No, I want you to fucking do
God
it
is a
right
murderer,
and
right?
not with a
You
Jewish
worship a
God.
murderer. He destroyed Babylon.
I got 3%. It's gone.
I don't
my
care.
phone's gone down.
He fucking flooded the earth. God is a murderer. But yet you submit to him.
God
I'm
who
a
made
fucking
my
murderer,
body
and you should submit to me then. Because I'm God then if I'm a fucking murderer.
So challenging. So sad. God who made me tried to tear me down, but he didn't.
I know where your
and
house
even
is,
then
bro.
I still
Don't
succeed. It's so
all right.
difficult.
We're gonna go ahead and I'm not gonna lose it, but I ain't gonna crash out. But
you're not,
bro.
I'm crashing out. I got 3% left on my phone, dude.
Yeah,
what the
of
fuck's
course.
your problem? You want to talk shit about my God? I'll fuck you up, bitch.
You're on a
I
hit
will fuck
list
you up
now,
over
nigga.
there.
On the dark web.
Yeah,
Fuck
yeah, nigga.
Hail
Yeah. Oh, I
098.
saw your
Call the
fucking
cops,
hit list.
call the FBI, call everybody you can.
You could
And
hire
you know what? I
agents
could walk
come
up to
hire
your
it, man.
fucking house and unlock your fucking car
Fucking
right now
bring
with a
it,
flipper
bitch.
zero,
What the
nigger.
fuck?
Fuck you.
You
The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. They have greatly increased the life expectancy of those of us who live in advanced countries, but they have destabilized society, have made life unfulfilling, have subjected human beings to indignities, have led to widespread psychological suffering, in the third world to physical suffering as well, and have inflicted severe damage on the natural world. The continued development of technology will worsen the situation. It will certainly subject human beings to greater indignities and inflict greater damage on the natural world. It will probably lead to greater social disruption and psychological suffering, and it may even lead to increased physical suffering, even in advanced countries. The industrial technological system may survive or it may break down. If it survives, it may eventually achieve a low level of physical and psychological suffering, but only after it passes through a long and very painful period of adjustment, and only at the cost of permanently reducing human beings and many other living organisms to engineered products and mere cogs in the social machine. Furthermore, if the system survives, the consequences will be inevitable. There is no way of reforming it or modifying the system so as to prevent it from depriving people of dignity and autonomy. If the system breaks down, the consequences will still be very painful, but the bigger the system grows, the more disastrous the results of its breakdown will be. So if it is to break down, it had best break down sooner rather than later. We therefore advocate a revolution against the industrial system. This revolution may or may not make use of violence. It may be sudden, or it may be a relatively gradual process spanning a few decades. We can't predict any of that. We do outline in a very general way the measures that those who hate the industrial system should take in order to prepare the way for a revolution against that form of society. This is not to be a political revolution. Its object will be to overthrow not governments, but the economic and technological basis of the present society. In this article, we give attention to only some of the negative developments that have grown out of this industrial technological system. Other such developments we mention only briefly or ignore altogether. This does not mean we regard these other developments as unimportant. For practical reasons, we have to confine our discussion to areas that have received insufficient public attention or in which we have something new to say. For example, since there are well-developed environmental and wilderness movements, we have written very little about environmental degradation or the destruction of wild nature, even though we consider these to be highly important. The Psychology of Modern Leftism. Almost everyone will agree that we live in a deeply troubled society. One of the most widespread manifestations of the craziness of our world is leftism, so a discussion of the psychology of leftism can serve as an introduction to the discussion of the problems of modern society in general. But what is leftism? During the first half of the 20th century, leftism could have been practically identified with socialism. Today, the movement is fragmented, and it is not clear who can properly be called a leftist. When we speak of leftists in this article, we have in mind mainly socialists, collectivists, politically correct types, feminists, gay and disability activists, animal rights activists, and the like. But not everyone who is associated with one of these movements is a leftist. What we are trying to get at in discussing leftism is not so much movement or an ideology as a psychological type, or rather a collection of related types. Thus, what we mean by leftism will emerge more clearly in the course of our discussion of leftist psychology. Even so, our conception of leftism will remain a good deal less clear than we would wish. But there doesn't seem to be any remedy for this. All we are trying to do here is indicate in a rough and approximate way the two psychological tendencies that we believe are the main driving force of modern leftism. We by no means claim to be telling the whole truth about leftist psychology. Also, our discussion is meant to apply to modern leftism only. We leave open the question of the extent to which the discussion could be applied to the leftists of the 19th and early 20th centuries. The two psychological tendencies that underlie modern leftism we call feelings of inferiority and over-socialization. Feelings of inferiority are characteristic of modern leftism as a whole, while over-socialization is characteristic only of a certain segment of modern leftism. But this segment is highly influential. Feelings of inferiority. By feelings of inferiority, we mean not only inferiority feelings in the strict sense, but as a whole spectrum of related traits: low self-esteem, feelings of powerlessness, depressive tendencies, defeatism, guilt, self-hatred, etc. We argue that modern leftists tend to have some such feelings, possibly more or less repressed, and that these feelings are decisive in determining the direction of modern leftism. When someone interprets as derogatory almost anything that is said about him or about groups with whom he identifies, we conclude that he has inferiority feelings or low self-esteem. This tendency is pronounced among minority rights activists, whether or not they belong to the minority groups whose rights they defend. They are hypersensitive about the words used to designate minorities and about anything that is said concerning minorities. The term Negro, Oriental, handicapped, or chick for an African, an Asian, a disabled person, or a woman originally had no derogatory connotation. Broad and chick were merely the feminine equivalents of guy, dude, or fellow. The negative connotations have been attached to these terms by the activists themselves. Some animal rights activists have gone so far as to reject the word pet and insist on replacement by animal companion. Leftish anthropologists go to great lengths to avoid saying anything about primitive peoples that could conceivably be interpreted as negative. They want to replace the word primitive by non-literate. They may seem almost paranoid about anything that might suggest that primitive culture is inferior to ours. We do not mean to imply that primitive cultures are inferior to ours. We merely point out the hypersensitivity of leftish anthropologists. Those who are most sensitive about politically incorrect terminology are not the average black ghetto dweller, Asian immigrant, abused woman, or disabled person, but a minority of activists, many whom do not even belong to any oppressed group, but come from a privileged strata of society. Political correctness has a strong hold among university professors who have secure employment with comfortable salaries, and the majority of whom are heterosexual white males from middle to upper middle class families. Many leftists have an intense identifications with the problems of groups that have an image of being weak: women, defeated, American Indians, repellent, homosexuals, or otherwise inferior. The leftists themselves feel that these groups are inferior. They would never admit to themselves that they have such feelings, but it is precisely because they do see these groups as inferior that they identify with their problems. We do not mean to suggest that women, Indians, etc. are inferior. We are only making a point about leftist psychology. Feminists are desperately anxious to prove that women are as strong and as capable as men. Clearly, they are nagged by a fear that women may not be as strong and as capable as men. Leftists tend to hate anything that has an image of being strong, good, and successful. They hate America, they hate Western civilization, they hate white males, they hate rationality. The reasons that leftists give for hating the West, etc., clearly do not correspond with their real motives. They say they hate the West because it is warlike, imperialistic, sexist, ethnocentric, and so forth. But where these same faults appear in socialist countries or in primitive cultures, the leftist finds excuses for them, or at best, he grudgingly admits that they exist. whereas he enthusiastically points out and often greatly exaggerates these faults where they appear in Western civilization. Thus, it is clear that these faults are not the leftist's real motive for hating America and the West. He hates America and the West because they are strong and successful. Words like self-confidence, self-reliance, initiative, enterprise, optimism, etc. play little role in the liberal and leftist vocabulary. The leftist is anti-individualistic, pro-collectivist. He wants society to solve everyone's problems for them, satisfy everyone's needs for them, take care of them. He is not the sort of person who has an inner sense of confidence in his ability to solve his own problems and satisfy his own needs. The leftist is antagonistic to the concept of competition because, deep inside, he feels like a loser. Art forms that appeal to modern leftish intellectuals tend to focus on sordidness, defeat, and despair, or else they take on an orgiastic tone, throwing off rational control as if there were no hope of accomplishing anything through rational calculation, and all that was left was to immerse oneself in the sensations of the moment. Modern leftish philosophers tend to dismiss reason, science, objective reality, and to insist that everything is culturally relative. It is true that one can ask serious questions about the foundation of scientific knowledge and about how, if at all, the concept of objective reality can be defined. But it is obvious that modern leftish philosophers are not simply cool-headed logicians systematically analyzing the foundations of knowledge. They are deeply involved emotionally with their attack on truth and reality. They attack these concepts because of their own psychological needs. For one thing, their attack is an outlet for hostility, and to the extent that it is successful, it satisfies the drive for power. More importantly, the leftist hates science and rationality because they classify certain beliefs as true, i.e., successful, superior, and other beliefs as false, i.e., failed, inferior. The leftist's feelings of inferiority run so deep that he cannot tolerate any classification of some things as successful or superior and other things as failed or inferior. This also underlies the rejection of many leftists of the concept of mental illness and of the utility of IQ tests. Leftists are antagonistic to genetic explanations of human abilities or behavior because such explanations tend to make some persons appear superior or inferior to others. Leftists prefer to give society the credit or blame for an individual's ability or lack of it. If a person is inferior, it is not his fault but society's because he has not been brought up properly. The leftist is not typically the kind of person whose feelings of inferiority make him a braggart, an egotist, a bully, self-promoter, or ruthless competitor. This kind of person has not wholly lost faith in himself. He has a deficit in his sense of power and self-worth, but he can still conceive of himself as having the capacity to be strong, and his efforts to make himself strong produce his unpleasant behavior. But the leftist is gone too far for that. His feelings of inferiority are so ingrained that he cannot conceive of himself as individually strong and valuable, hence the collectivism of the left. He can feel strong only as a member of a large organization or mass movement with which he identifies himself. Notice the masochistic tendency of leftist tactics. Leftists protest by lying down in front of vehicles. They intentionally provoke police or racists to abuse them, etc. These tactics may often be effective, but many leftists use them not as means to an end, but because they prefer masochistic tactics. Self-hatred is a leftist trait. Leftists may claim that their activism is motivated by compassion or moral principles, and moral principle does play a role for the leftists of the over-socialized type. But compassion and moral principle cannot be the main motives for leftist activism. Hostility is too prominent a component of leftist behavior, so is the drive for power. Moreover, much leftist behavior is not rationally calculated to be of benefit to the people whom the leftists claim to be trying to help. For example, if one believes that affirmative action is good for black people, does it make sense to demand affirmative action in hostile or dogmatic terms? Obviously, it would be more productive to take a diplomatic and conciliatory approach that would make at least verbal and symbolic concessions to white people who think that affirmative action discriminates against them. But leftist activists do not take such an approach because it would not satisfy their emotional needs. Helping black people is not their real goal. Instead, race problems serve as an excuse for them to express their own hostility and frustrated need for power. In doing so, they actually harm black people because the activist hostile attitude toward the white majority tends to intensify race hatred. If our society had no social problems at all, leftists would have to invent problems in order to provide themselves with an excuse for making a fuss. We emphasize that the foregoing does not pretend to be an accurate description of everyone who might be considered a leftist. It is only a rough indication of a general tendency of leftism. Over-socialization. Psychologists use the term socialization to designate the process by which children are trained to think and act as society demands. A person is said to be well socialized if he believes in and obeys the moral code of his society and fits in well as a functioning part of that society. It may seem senseless to say that many leftists are over-socialized, since the leftist is perceived as a rebel. Nevertheless, the position can be defended. Many leftists are not such rebels as they seem. The moral code of our society is so demanding that no one can think, feel, and act in a completely moral way. For example, we are not supposed to hate anyone, yet almost everyone hates somebody at some time or another, whether he admits it to himself or not. Some people are so highly socialized that the attempt to think, feel, and act morally imposes a severe burden on them. In order to avoid feelings of guilt, they continually have to deceive themselves about their own motives and find moral explanations for feelings and actions that in reality have a non-moral origin. We use the term over-socialized to describe such people. Over-socialization can lead to low self-esteem, a sense of powerlessness, defeatism, guilt, etc. One of the most important means by which our society socializes children is by making them feel ashamed of behavior or speech that is contrary to society's expectations. If this is overdone, or if a particular child is especially susceptible to such feelings, he ends by feeling ashamed of himself. Moreover, the thought and behavior of the over-socialized person are more restricted by society's expectation than are those of the lightly socialized person. The majority of people engage in a significant amount of naughty behavior. They lie, they commit petty thefts, they break traffic laws, they goof off at work, they hate someone, they say spiteful things, or they use some underhanded trick to get ahead of the other guy. The over-socialized person cannot do these things, or if he does do them, he generates in himself a sense of shame and self-hatred. The over-socialized person cannot even experience without guilt thoughts or feelings that are contrary to the accepted morality. He cannot think unclean thoughts. And socialization is not just a matter of morality. We are socialized to conform to many norms of behavior that do not fall under the heading of morality. Thus, the over-socialized person is kept on a psychological leash and spends his life running on trails that society has laid down for him. In many over-socialized people, this results in a sense of constraint and powerlessness that can be a severe hardship. We suggest that over-socialization is among the more serious cruelties that human beings inflict on one another. We argue that a very important and influential segment of the modern left is over-socialized, and that their over-socialization is of great importance in determining the direction of modern leftism. Leftists of the over-socialized type tend to be intellectuals or members of the upper middle class. Notice that university intellectuals constitute the most highly socialized segment of our society and also the most left-wing segment. The leftist of the over-socialized type tries to get off his psychological leash and assert his autonomy by rebelling. But usually he is not strong enough to rebel against the most basic values of society. Generally speaking, the goals of today's leftists are not in conflict with the accepted morality. On the contrary, the left takes an accepted moral principle, adopts it as its own, and then accuses mainstream society of violating that principle. Examples: racial equality, equality of the sexes, helping poor people, peace as opposed to war, nonviolence generally, freedom of expression, kindness to animals. More fundamentally, the duty of the individual to serve society and the duty of society to take care of the individual. All these have been deeply rooted values of our society, or at least of its middle and upper classes, for a long time. These values are explicitly or implicitly expressed or presupposed in most of the material presented to us by mainstream communications media and the educational system. Leftists, especially those of the over-socialized type, usually do not rebel against these principles, but justify their hostility to society by claiming with some degree of truth that society is not living up to these principles. Here's an illustration of the way in which the over-socialized leftist shows real attachment to the conventional attitudes of our society while pretending to be in rebellion against it. Many leftists push for affirmative action, for moving black people into high-prestige jobs, for improved education in black schools, and more money for such schools. The way of life of the black underclass they regard as a social disgrace. They want to integrate the black man into the system, make him a business executive, a lawyer, a scientist, just like upper middle class white people. The leftists will reply that the last thing they want is to make the black man into a copy of the white man. Instead, they want to preserve African American culture. But in what does this preservation of African American culture consist? It can hardly consist in anything more than eating black-style food, listening to black-style music, wearing black-style clothing, and going to black-style church or mosque. In other words, it can express itself only in superficial matters. In all essential respects, most leftists of the over-socialized type want to make the black man conform to white middle-class ideals. They want to make him study technical subjects, become an executive or a scientist, spend his life climbing the status ladder to prove that black people are as good as white. They want to make black fathers responsible. They want black gangs to become nonviolent, etc. But these are exactly the values of the industrial technological system. The system couldn't care less what kind of music a man listens to, what kind of clothes he wears, or what religion he believes in, as long as he studies in school, holds a respectable job, climbs the status ladder, is a responsible parent, is nonviolent, and so forth. In effect, however much he may deny it, the over-socialized leftist wants to integrate the black man into the system and make him adopt its values. We certainly do not claim that leftists, even of the over-socialized type, never rebel against the fundamental values of our society. Clearly they do sometimes. Some over-socialized leftists have gone so far as to rebel against one of modern society's most important principles by engaging in physical violence. By their own account, violence is for them a form of liberation. In other words, by committing violence, they break through the psychological restraints that have been trained into them. Because they are over-socialized, these restraints have been more confining for them than others, hence their need to break free of them. But they usually justify their rebellion in terms of mainstream values. If they engage in violence, they claim to be fighting against racism or the like. We realize that many objections could be raised to the foregoing thumbnail sketch of leftist psychology. The real situation is complex, and anything like a complete description of it would take several volumes, even if the necessary data were available. We claim only to have indicated very roughly the two most important tendencies of the psychology of modern leftism. The problems of the leftist are indicative of the problems of our society as a whole. Low self-esteem, depressive tendencies, and defeatism are not restricted to the left. Though they are especially noticeable in the left, they are widespread in our society. And today's society tries to socialize us to a greater extent than any previous society. We are even told by experts how to eat, how to exercise, how to make love, how to raise our kids, and so forth. The power process. Human beings have a need, probably based in biology, for something that we will call the power process. This is closely related to the need for power, which is widely recognized, but it is not quite the same thing. The three most clear-cut of these we call goal, effort, and attainment of goal. Everyone needs to have goals whose attainment requires effort and needs to succeed in attaining at least some of his goals. The fourth element is more difficult to define and may not be necessary for everyone. We call it autonomy, and we'll discuss it later. Consider the hypothetical case of a man who can have anything he wants just by wishing for it. Such a man has power, but he will develop serious psychological problems. At first he will have a lot of fun, but by and by he will become acutely bored and demoralized. Eventually he may become clinically depressed. History shows that leisured aristocracies tend to become decadent. This is not true of fighting aristocracies that have to struggle to maintain their power, but leisured, secure aristocracies that have no need to exert themselves usually become bored, hedonistic, and demoralized, even though they have power. This shows that power is not enough. One must have goals toward which to exercise one's power. Everyone has goals, if nothing else, to obtain the physical necessities of life. Food, water, and whatever clothing and shelter are made necessary by the climate. But the leisured aristocrat obtains these things without effort, hence his boredom and demoralization. Non-attainment of important goals results in death if the goals are physical necessities, and in frustration if non-attainment of the goals is compatible with survival. Consistent failure to attain goals throughout life results in defeatism, low self-esteem, or depression. Thus, in order to avoid serious psychological problems, a human being needs goals whose attainment requires effort, and he must have a reasonable rate of success in attaining his goals. Surrogate activities. But not every leisured aristocrat becomes bored and demoralized. For example, the Emperor Hirohito, instead of sinking into decadent hedonism, devoted himself to marine biology, a field in which he became distinguished. When people do not have to exert themselves to satisfy their physical needs, they often set up artificial goals for themselves. In many cases, they then pursue these goals with the same energy and emotional involvement that they otherwise would have put into the search for physical necessities. Thus, the aristocrats of the Roman Empire had their literary pretensions. Many European aristocrats a few centuries ago invested tremendous time and energy in hunting, though they certainly didn't need the meat. Other aristocracies have competed for status through elaborate displays of wealth, and few aristocrats like Hirohito have turned to science. We use the term surrogate activity to designate an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that people set up for themselves merely in order to have some goal to work toward, or let us say merely for the sake of the fulfillment that they get from pursuing the goal. Here's a rule of thumb for the identification of surrogate activities. Given a person who devotes much time and energy to the pursuit of goal X, ask yourself this: if he had to devote most of his time and energy to satisfying his biological needs, and if that effort required him to use his physical and mental faculties in a varied and interesting way, would he feel seriously deprived because he did not attain goal X? If the answer is no, then the person's pursuit of goal X is a surrogate activity. Hirohito's studies in marine biology clearly constituted a surrogate activity, since it is pretty certain that if Hirohito had had to spend his time working at interesting, non-scientific tasks in order to obtain the necessities of life, he would not have felt deprived because he didn't know all about the anatomy and life cycles of marine animals. On the other hand, the pursuit of sex and love, for example, is not a surrogate activity because most people, even if their existence were otherwise satisfactory, would feel deprived if they passed their lives without ever having a relationship with a member of the opposite sex. But pursuit of an excessive amount of sex, more than one really needs, can be a surrogate activity. In modern industrial society, only minimal effort is necessary to satisfy one's physical needs. It is enough to go through a training program to acquire some petty technical skill, then come to work on time and exert the very modest effort needed to hold a job. The only requirements are a moderate amount of intelligence, and most of all, simple obedience. If one has those, society takes care of one from cradle to grave. Yes, there is an underclass that cannot take the physical necessities for granted, but we are speaking here of mainstream society. Thus, it is not surprising that modern society is full of surrogate activities. These include scientific work, athletic achievement, humanitarian work, artistic and literary creation, climbing the corporate ladder, acquisition of money and material goods far beyond the point at which they cease to give any additional physical satisfaction, and social activism when it addresses issues that are not important for the activist personally, as in the case of white activists who work for the rights of non-white minorities. These are not always pure surrogate activities, since for many people they may be motivated in part by needs other than the need to have some goal to pursue. Scientific work may be motivated in part by a drive for prestige, artistic creation by a need to express feelings, militant social activism by hostility. But for most people who pursue them, these activities are in large part surrogate activities. For example, the majority of scientists will probably agree that the fulfillment they get from their work is more important than the money and the prestige they earn. For many, if not most people, surrogate activities are less satisfying than the pursuit of real goals, that is, goals that people would want to attain even if their need for the power process were already fulfilled. One indication of this is the fact that in many or most cases, people who are deeply involved in surrogate activities are never satisfied, never at rest. Thus, the moneymaker constantly strives for more and more wealth. The scientist no sooner solves one problem than he moves on to the next. The long-distance runner drives himself to run always further and faster. Many people who pursue surrogate activities will say that they get far more fulfillment from these activities than they do from the mundane business of satisfying their biological needs. But that is because in our society, the effort needed to satisfy the biological needs has been reduced to triviality. More importantly, in our society, people do not satisfy their biological needs autonomously, but by functioning as parts of an immense social machine. In contrast, people generally have a great deal of autonomy in pursuing their surrogate activities. Autonomy. Autonomy as part of the power process may not be necessary for every individual, but most people need a greater or lesser degree of autonomy in working toward their goals. Their effort must be undertaken on their own initiative and must be under their own direction and control. Yet most people do not have to exert this initiative, direction, and control as single individuals. It is usually enough to act as a member of a small group. Thus, if half a dozen people discuss a goal among themselves and make a successful joint effort to attain that goal, their need for the power process will be served. But if they work under rigid orders handed down from above that leave them no room for autonomous decision and initiative, then their need for the power process will not be served. The same is true when decisions are made on a collective basis if the group making the collective decision is so large that the role of each individual is insignificant. It is true that some individuals seem to have little need for autonomy. Either their drive for power is weak or they satisfy it by identifying themselves with some powerful organization to which they belong. And then there are unthinking animal types who seem to be satisfied with a purely physical sense of power, the good combat soldier who gets his sense of power by developing fighting skills that he is quite content to use in blind obedience to his superiors. But for most people, it is through the power process, having a goal, making an autonomous effort, and attaining the goal, that self-esteem, self-confidence, and a sense of power are acquired. When one does not have adequate opportunity to go through the power process, the consequences are, depending on the individual and on the way the power process is disrupted, boredom, demoralization, low self-esteem, inferiority feelings, defeatism, depression, anxiety, guilt, frustration, hostility, spouse or child abuse, insatiable hedonism, abnormal sexual behavior, sleep disorders, eating disorders, etc. Sources of social problems. Any of the foregoing symptoms can occur in any society, but in modern industrial society they are present on a massive scale. We aren't the first to mention that the world today seems to be going crazy. This sort of thing is not normal for human societies. There is good reason to believe that primitive man suffered from less stress and frustration and was better satisfied with his way of life than modern man is. It is true that not all was sweetness and light in primitive societies. Abuse of women was common among the Australian Aborigines. Transsexuality was fairly common among some of the American Indian tribes. But it does appear that, generally speaking, the kinds of problems that we have listed in the preceding paragraph were far less common among primitive peoples than they are in modern society. We attribute the social and psychological problems of modern society to the fact that society requires people to live under conditions radically different from those under which the human race evolved, and to behave in ways that conflict with the patterns of behavior that the human race developed while living under the earlier conditions. It is clear from what we have already written that we consider lack of opportunity to properly experience the power process as the most important of the abnormal conditions to which modern society subjects people. But it is not the only one. Before dealing with disruption of the power process as a source of social problems, we will discuss some of the other sources. Among the abnormal conditions present in modern industrial society are excessive density of population, isolation of man from nature, excessive rapidity of social change, and the breakdown of natural small-scale communities such as the extended family, the village, or the tribe. It is well known that crowding increases stress and aggression. The degree of crowding that exists today and the isolation of man from nature are consequences of technological progress. All pre-industrial societies were predominantly rural. The Industrial Revolution vastly increased the size of cities and the proportion of the population that lives in them, and modern agricultural technology has made it possible for the Earth to support a far denser population than it ever did before. Also, technology exacerbates the effects of crowding because it puts increased disruptive powers in people's hands. For example, a variety of noise-making devices, power motors, radios, motorcycles, etc. If the use of these devices is unrestricted, people who want peace and quiet are frustrated by the noise. If their use is restricted, people who use the devices are frustrated by the regulations. But if these machines had never been invented, there would have been no conflict and no frustration generated by them. For primitive societies, the natural world, which usually changes only slowly, provided a stable framework and therefore a sense of security. In the modern world, it is human society that dominates nature rather than the other way around, and modern society changes very rapidly owing to technological change. Thus, there is no stable framework. The conservatives are fools. They whine about the decay of traditional values, yet they enthusiastically support technological progress and economic growth. Apparently, it never occurs to them that you can't make rapid, drastic changes in the technology and the economy of a society without causing rapid changes in all other aspects of the society as well, and that such rapid changes inevitably break down traditional values. The breakdown of traditional values to some extent implies the breakdown of the bonds that hold together traditional small-scale social groups. The disintegration of small-scale social groups is also promoted by the fact that modern conditions often require or tempt individuals to move to new locations, separating them from their communities. Beyond that, a technological society has to weaken family ties and local communities if it is to function efficiently. In modern society, an individual's loyalty must be first to the system and only secondarily to a small-scale community, because if the internal loyalties of small-scale communities were stronger than loyalty to the system, such communities would pursue their own advantage at the expense of the system. Suppose that a public official or corporation executive appoints his cousin, his friend, or his co-religionist to a position rather than appointing the person best qualified for the job. He has permitted personal loyalty to supersede his loyalty to the system, and that is nepotism or discrimination, both of which are terrible sins in modern society. Would-be industrial societies that have done a poor job of subordinating personal or local loyalties to loyalty to the system are usually very inefficient. Look at Latin America. Thus, an advanced industrial society can tolerate only small-scale communities that are emasculated, tamed, and made into tools of the system. Crowding, rapid change, and the breakdown of communities have been widely recognized as sources of social problems, but we do not believe they are enough to account for the extent of the problems that are seen today. A few pre-industrial cities were very large and crowded, yet their inhabitants do not seem to have suffered from psychological problems to the same extent as modern man. In America today, there still are uncrowded rural areas, and we find there the same problems as in urban areas, though the problems tend to be less acute in the rural areas. Thus, crowding does not seem to be the decisive factor. On the growing edge of the American frontier during the 19th century, the mobility of the population probably broke down extended families and small-scale social groups to at least the same extent as these are broken down today. In fact, many nuclear families lived by choice in such isolation, having no neighbors within several miles, that they belong to no community at all, yet they do not seem to have developed problems as a result. Furthermore, change in American frontier society was very rapid and deep. A man might be born and raised in a log cabin outside the reach of law and order and fed largely on wild meat, and by the time he arrived at old age, he might be working at a regular job and living in an ordered community with effective law enforcement. This was a deeper change than that which typically occurs in the life of a modern individual, yet it does not seem to have led to psychological problems. In fact, 19th century American society had an optimistic and self-confident tone, quite unlike that of today's society. The difference, we argue, is that modern man has the sense, largely justified, that change is imposed on him, whereas 19th century frontiersmen had the sense, also largely justified, that he created change himself by his own choice. Thus, a pioneer settled on a piece of land of his own choosing and made it into a farm through his own effort. In those days, an entire country might have only a couple hundred inhabitants and was a far more isolated and autonomous entity than a modern country is. Hence, the pioneer farmer participated as a member of a relatively small group in the creation of a new ordered community. One may well question whether the creation of this community was an improvement, but at any rate it satisfied the pioneer's need for the power process. Disruption of the power process in modern society. It would be possible to give other examples of societies in which there has been rapid change and or lack of close community ties without the kind of massive behavioral aberration that is seen in today's industrial society. We contend that the most important cause of social and psychological problems in modern society is the fact that people have insufficient opportunity to go through the power process in a normal way. We don't mean to say that modern society is the only one in which the power process has been disrupted. Probably most, if not all, civilized societies have interfered with the power process to a greater or lesser extent. But in modern industrial society, the problem has become particularly acute. Leftism, at least in its recent mid to late 20th century form, is in part a symptom of deprivation with respect to the power process. We divide human drives into three groups. 1. Those drives that can be satisfied with minimal effort. 2. Those that can be satisfied but only at the cost of serious effort. 3. Those that cannot be adequately satisfied no matter how much effort one makes. The power process is the process of satisfying the drives of the second group. The more drives there are in the third group, the more there is frustration, anger, eventual defeatism, depression, etc. In modern industrial society, natural human drives tend to be pushed into the first and third groups, and the second group tends to consist increasingly of artificially created drives. In primitive societies, physical necessities generally fall into group 2. They can be obtained, but only at the cost of serious effort. But modern society tends to guarantee the physical necessities to everyone, in exchange for only minimal effort. Hence, physical needs are pushed into group 1. There may be disagreement about whether the effort needed to hold a job is minimal, but usually, in lower to middle level jobs, whatever effort is required is merely that of obedience. You sit or stand where you are told to sit or stand, and do what you are told to do in the way you are told to do it. Seldom do you have to exert yourself seriously, and in any case you have hardly any autonomy in work, so the need for the power process is not well served. Social needs such as sex, love, and status often remain in group 2 in modern society, depending on the situation of the individual. But, except for people who have a particularly strong drive for status, the effort required to fulfill the social drives is insufficient to satisfy adequately the need for the power process. So certain artificial needs have been created that fall into group 2, hence serve the need for the power process. Advertising and marketing techniques have been developed that make many people feel they need things that their grandparents never desired or even dreamed of. It requires serious effort to earn enough money to satisfy these artificial needs, hence they fall into group 2. Modern man must satisfy his need for the power process, largely through a pursuit of the artificial needs created by the advertising and marketing industry and through surrogate activities. It seems that for many people, maybe the majority, these artificial forms of the power process are insufficient. A theme that appears repeatedly in the writings of the social critics of the second half of the 20th century is the sense of purposelessness that afflicts many people in modern society. This purposelessness is often called by other names, such as anomie or middle-class vacuity. We suggest that the so-called identity crisis is actually a search for a sense of purpose, often for commitment to a suitable surrogate activity. It may be that existentialism is in large part a response to the purposelessness of modern life. Very widespread in modern society is the search for fulfillment. But we think that for the majority of people, an activity whose main goal is fulfillment, that is, a surrogate activity, does not bring completely satisfactory fulfillment. In other words, it does not fully satisfy the need for the power process. That need can be satisfied only through activities that have some external goal, such as physical necessities, sex, love, status, revenge, etc. Moreover, where goals are pursued through earning money, climbing the status ladder, or functioning as part of the system in some other way, most people are not in a position to pursue their goals autonomously. Most workers are someone else's employee, and as we pointed out in paragraph 61, must spend their days doing what they are told to do in the way they are told to do it. Even most people who are in business for themselves have only limited autonomy. It is a chronic complaint of small business persons and entrepreneurs that their hands are tied by excessive government regulation. Some of these regulations are doubtless unnecessary, but for the most part, government regulations are essential and inevitable parts of our extremely complex society. A large portion of small businesses today operate on the franchise system. It was reported in the Wall Street Journal a few years ago that many of the franchise-granting companies require applicants for franchises to take a personality test that is designed to exclude those who have creativity and initiative, because such persons are not sufficiently docile to go along obediently with the franchise system. This excludes from small business many of the people who most need autonomy. Today, people live more by virtue of what the system does for them or to them than by virtue of what they do for themselves. And what they do for themselves is done more and more along channels laid down by the system. Opportunities tend to be those that the system provides. The opportunities must be exploited in accord with the rules and regulations, and techniques prescribed by the experts must be followed if there is to be a chance of success. Thus, the power process is disrupted in our society through a deficiency of real goals and a deficiency of autonomy in pursuit of goals. But it is also disrupted because of those human drives that fall into Group 3. The drives that one cannot adequately satisfy no matter how much effort one makes. One of these drives is the need for security. Our lives depend on decisions made by other people. We have no control over these decisions, and we usually do not even know the people who make them. We live in a world in which relatively few people, maybe 500 or 1,000, make the important decisions. Philip B. Hayman of Harvard Law School, quoted by Anthony Lewis in the New York Times, April 21, 1995. Our lives depend on whether safety standards of a nuclear power plant are properly maintained, or how much pesticide is allowed to get into our food, or how much pollution into our air, on how skillful or incompetent our doctor is. Whether we lose or get a job may depend on decisions made by government economists or corporation executives, and so forth. Most individuals are not in a position to secure themselves against these threats to more than a very limited extent. The individual's search for security is therefore frustrated, which leads to a sense of powerlessness. It may be objected that primitive man is physically less secure than modern man, as is shown by his shorter life expectancy. Hence, modern man suffers from less, not more, than the amount of insecurity that is normal for human beings. But psychological security does not closely correspond with physical security. What makes us feel secure is not so much objective security as a sense of confidence in our ability to take care of ourselves. Primitive man, threatened by a fierce animal or by hunger, can fight in self-defense or travel in search of food. He has no certainty of success in these efforts, but he is by no means helpless against the things that threaten him. The modern individual, on the other hand, is threatened by many things against which he is helpless. Nuclear accidents, carcinogens in food, environmental pollution, war, increasing taxes, invasion of his privacy by large organizations, nationwide social or economic phenomena that may disrupt his way of life. It is true that primitive man is powerless against some of the things that threaten him, disease for example, but he can accept the risk of disease stoically. It is part of the nature of things. It is no one's fault unless it's the fault of some imaginary impersonal demon. But threats to the modern individual tend to be man-made. They are not the results of chance, but are imposed upon him by other persons whose decisions he, as an individual, is unable to influence. Consequently, he feels frustrated, humiliated, and angry. Thus, primitive man, for the most part, has his security in his own hands, either as an individual or a member of a small group, whereas the security of modern man is in the hands of persons or organizations that are too remote or too large for him to be able to personally influence them. So modern man's drive for security tends to fall into groups 1 and 3. In some areas, food, shelter, etc., his security is assured at the cost of only trivial effort, whereas in other areas he cannot attain security. The foregoing greatly simplifies the real situation, but it does indicate in a rough general way how the condition of modern man differs from that of primitive man. People have many transitory drives or impulses that are necessarily frustrated in modern life, hence fall into group 3. One may become angry, but modern society cannot permit fighting. In many situations, it does not even permit verbal aggression. When going somewhere, one may be in a hurry, or one may be in a mood to travel slowly, but one generally has no choice but to move with the flow of traffic and obey the signals. One may want to do one's work in a different way, but usually one can only work according to the rules laid down by one's employer. In many other ways as well, modern man is strapped down by a network of rules and regulations, explicit or implicit, that may frustrate many of his impulses and thus interfere with the power process. Most of these regulations cannot be dispensed with because they are necessary for the functioning of industrial society. Modern society is, in certain respects, extremely permissive. In matters that are irrelevant to the functioning of the system, we can generally do what we please. We can believe in any religion, as long as it does not encourage behavior that is dangerous to the system. We can go to bed with anyone we like, as long as we practice safe sex. We can do anything we like, as long as it is unimportant. But in all important matters, the system tends increasingly to regulate our behavior. Behavior is regulated not only through explicit rules, and not only by the government. Control is often exercised through indirect coercion or through psychological pressure or manipulation, and by organizations other than the government or by the system as a whole. Most large organizations use some form of propaganda to manipulate public attitudes or behavior. Propaganda is not limited to commercials and advertisements, and sometimes is not even consciously intended as propaganda by the people who make it. For instance, the content of entertainment programming is a powerful form of propaganda. An example of indirect coercion. There is no law that says we have to go to work every day and follow our employer's orders. Legally, there is nothing to prevent us from going to live in the wild like primitive people or from going into business for ourselves. But in practice, there is very little wild country left, and there is room in the economy only for a limited number of small business owners. Hence, most of us can only survive as someone else's employee. We suggest that modern man's obsession with longevity and with maintaining physical vigor and sexual attractiveness to his advanced age is a symptom of unfulfillment resulting from deprivation with respect to the power process. The midlife crisis is also such a symptom. So is the lack of interest in having children that is fairly common in modern society, but almost unheard of in primitive societies. In primitive societies, life is a succession of stages. The needs and purposes of one stage having been fulfilled, there is no particular reluctance about passing on to the next stage. A young man goes through the power process by becoming a hunter, hunting not for sport or fulfillment, but to get meat that is necessary for food. In young women, the process is more complex with greater emphasis on social power. We won't discuss that here. This phase having been successfully passed through, the young man has no reluctance about settling down to the responsibilities of raising a family. In contrast, some modern people indefinitely postpone having children because they are too busy seeking some kind of fulfillment. We suggest that the fulfillment they need is adequate experience of the power process with real goals instead of the artificial goals of surrogate activities. Again, having successfully raised his children, going through the power process by providing them with the physical necessities, the primitive man feels that his work is done and he is prepared to accept old age, if he survives that long, and death. Many modern people, on the other hand, are disturbed by the prospect of physical deterioration and death, as is shown by the amount of effort they expend trying to maintain their physical condition, appearance, and health. We argue that this is due to unfulfillment resulting from the fact that they have never put their physical powers to any practical use, have never gone through the power process using their bodies in a serious way. It is not the primitive man who has used his body daily for practical purposes who fears the deterioration of age, but the modern man who has never had a practical use for his body beyond walking from his car to his house. It is the man whose need for the power process has been satisfied during his life who is best prepared to accept the end of that life. In response to the arguments of this section, someone will say, society must find a way to give people the opportunity to go through the power process. For such people, the value of the opportunity is destroyed by the very fact that society gives it to them. What they need is to find or make their own opportunities. As long as the system gives them their opportunities, it still has them on a leash. To attain autonomy, they must get off that leash. How some people adjust. Not everyone in industrial technological society suffers from psychological problems. Some people even profess to be quite satisfied with society as it is. We now discuss some of the reasons why people differ so greatly in their response to modern society. First, there doubtless are differences in the strength of the drive for power. Individuals with a weak drive for power may have relatively little need to go through the power process, or at least relatively little need for autonomy in the power process. These are docile types, who would have been happy as plantation darkies in the Old South. We don't mean to sneer at the plantation darkies of the Old South. To their credit, most of the slaves were not content with their servitude. We do sneer at people who are content with their servitude. Some people may have some exceptional drive in pursuing which they satisfy their needs for the power process. For example, those who have an unusually strong drive for social status may spend their whole lives climbing the status ladder without ever getting bored of that game. People vary in their susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques. Some are so susceptible that, even if they make a great deal of money, they cannot satisfy their constant craving for the shiny new toys that the marketing industry dangles before their eyes. So they always feel hard-pressed financially, even if their income is large and their cravings are frustrated. Some people have low susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques. These are the people who aren't interested in money. Material acquisition does not serve their need for the power process. People who have medium susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques are able to earn enough money to satisfy their cravings for goods and services, but only at the cost of serious effort, putting in overtime, taking a second job, earning promotions, etc. Thus, material acquisition serves their needs for the power process, but it does not necessarily follow that their need is fully satisfied. They may have insufficient autonomy in the power process. Their work may consist of following orders, and some of their drives may be frustrated. For example, security, aggression. We are guilty of oversimplification in paragraphs 80 through 82 because we've assumed that the desire for material acquisition is entirely a creation of the advertising and marketing industry. Of course, it's not that simple. Some people partly satisfy their need for power by identifying themselves with a powerful organization or mass movement. An individual lacking goals or power joins a movement or organization, adopts its goals as his own, then works towards those goals. When some of the goals are attained, the individual, even though his personal efforts have played only an insignificant part in the attainment of the goals, feels, through his identification with the movement and organization, as if he had gone through the power process. This phenomenon was exploited by the fascists, Nazis, and communists. Our society uses it too, though less crudely. Example, Manuel Noriega was an irritant to the U.S. Goal, punish Noriega. The U.S. invaded Panama, effort, and punished Noriega, attainment of goal. Thus, the U.S. went through the power process, and many Americans, because of their identification with the U.S., experienced the power process vicariously, hence the widespread public approval of the Panama invasion. It gave people a sense of power. We see the same phenomenon in armies, corporations, political parties, humanitarian organizations, religious or ideological movements. In particular, leftist movements tend to attract people who are seeking to satisfy their need for power, but for most people, identification with a large organization or a mass movement does not fully satisfy the need for power. Another way in which people satisfy their need for the power process is through surrogate activities. As we explained in paragraphs 38 through 40, a surrogate activity is an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that the individual pursues for the sake of the fulfillment that he gets from pursuing the goal, not because he needs to attain the goal itself. For instance, there is no practical motive for building enormous muscles, hitting a little ball into a hole, or acquiring a complete series of postage stamps. Yet many people in our society devote themselves with passion to bodybuilding, golf, or stamp collecting. Some people are more other-directed than others, and therefore will more readily attach importance to a surrogate activity simply because the people around them treat it as important or because society tells them it is important. That is why some people get very serious about essentially trivial activities such as sports or bridge or chess or arcane scholarly pursuits, whereas others who are more clearly sighted never see these things as anything but the surrogate activities that they are, and consequently never attach enough importance to them to satisfy their need for the power process in that way. It only remains to point out that in many cases a person's way of earning a living is also a surrogate activity. Not a pure surrogate activity, since part of the motive for the activity is to gain the physical necessities and, for some people, social status and the luxuries that advertising makes them want. But many people put into their work far more effort than is necessary to earn whatever money and status they require. And this extra effort constitutes a surrogate activity. This extra effort, together with the emotional investment that accompanies it, is one of the most potent forces acting toward the continual development and perfecting of the system, with negative consequences for individual freedom. Especially for the most creative scientists and engineers, work tends to be largely a surrogate activity. This point is so important that it deserves a separate discussion, which we shall give in a moment. In this section, we have explained how many people in modern society do satisfy their need for the power process to a greater or lesser extent, but we think that for the majority of people, the need for the power process is not fully satisfied. In the first place, those who have an insatiable drive for status, or those who get firmly hooked on a surrogate activity, or who identify strongly enough with a movement or organization to satisfy their need for power in that way, are exceptional personalities. Others are not fully satisfied with surrogate activities or by identification with an organization. In the second place, too much control is imposed by the system through explicit regulation or through socialization, which results in a deficiency of autonomy and in frustration due to the impossibility of attaining certain goals and the necessity of restraining too many impulses. But even if most people in industrial technological society were well satisfied, we would still be opposed to that form of society because, among other reasons, we consider it demeaning to fulfill one's need for the power process through surrogate activities or through identification with an organization rather than through pursuit of real goals. The motives of scientists. Science and technology provide the most important examples of surrogate activities. Some scientists claim that they are motivated by curiosity or by a desire to benefit humanity, but it is easy to see that neither of these can be the principal motive of most scientists. As for curiosity, that notion is simply absurd. Most scientists work on highly specialized problems that are not the object of any normal curiosity. For example, is an astronomer, a mathematician, or an entomologist curious about the properties of isopropyl trimethylmethane? Of course not. Only a chemist is curious about such a thing, and he is curious about it only because chemistry is his surrogate activity. Is the chemist curious about the appropriate classification of a new species of beetle? No, that question is of interest only to the entomologist, and he is interested in it only because entomology is his surrogate activity. If the chemist and the entomologist had to exert themselves seriously to obtain the physical necessities, and if that effort exercised their abilities in an interesting way, but in some non-scientific pursuit, then they wouldn't give a damn about isopropyl trimethylmethane or the classification of beetles. Suppose that lack of funds for postgraduate education had led the chemist to become an insurance broker instead of a chemist. In that case, he would have been very interested in insurance matters, but would have cared nothing about isopropyl trimethylmethane. In any case, it is not normal to put into the satisfaction of mere curiosity the amount of time and effort that scientists put into their work. The curiosity explanation for the scientist's motive just doesn't stand up. The benefit of humanity explanation doesn't work any better. Some scientific work has no conceivable relation to the welfare of the human race, most of archaeology or comparative linguistics, for example. Some other areas of science present obviously dangerous possibilities, yet scientists in these areas are just as enthusiastic about their work as those who develop vaccines or study air pollution. Consider the case of Dr. Edward Teller, who had an obvious emotional involvement in promoting nuclear power plants. Did this involvement stem from a desire to benefit humanity? If so, then why didn't Dr. Teller get emotional about other humanitarian causes? If he was such a humanitarian, then why did he help to develop the H-bomb? As with many other scientific achievements, it is very much open to question whether nuclear power plants actually do benefit humanity. Does the cheap electricity outweigh the accumulating waste and the risk of accidents? Dr. Teller saw only one side of the question. Clearly, his emotional involvement with nuclear power arose not from a desire to benefit humanity, but from a personal fulfillment he got from his work and from seeing it put to practical use. The same is true of scientists generally. With possible rare exceptions, their motive is neither curiosity nor a drive to benefit humanity, but the need to go through the power process, to have a goal, a scientific problem to solve, to make an effort, research, and attain the goal, solution of the problem. Science is a surrogate activity because scientists work mainly for the fulfillment they get out of the work itself. Of course, it's not that simple. Other motives do play a role for many scientists. Money and status, for example. Some scientists may be persons of the type who have an insatiable drive for status, and this may provide much of the motivation for their work. No doubt the majority of scientists, like the majority of the general population, are more or less susceptible to advertising and marketing techniques and need money to satisfy their craving for goods and services. Thus, science is not a pure surrogate activity, but it is in large part a surrogate activity. Also, science and technology constitute a power mass movement, and many scientists gratify their need for power through identification with this mass movement. Thus, science marches on blindly without regard to the real welfare of the human race or to any other standard, obedient only to the psychological needs of the scientists and the government officials and corporation executives who provide the funds for research. The nature of freedom. We are going to argue that industrial technological society cannot be reformed in such a way as to prevent it from progressively narrowing the sphere of human freedom. But because freedom is a word that can be interpreted in many ways, we must first make clear what kind of freedom we are concerned with. By freedom, We mean the opportunity to go through the power process with real goals, not the artificial goals of surrogate activities, and without interference, manipulation, or supervision from anyone, especially from any large organization. Freedom means being in control, either as an individual or as a member of a small group, of the life and death issues of one's existence: food, clothing, shelter, and defense against whatever threats there may be in one's environment. Freedom means having power, not the power to control other people, but the power to control the circumstances of one's own life. One does not have freedom if anyone else, especially a large organization, has power over one, no matter how benevolently, tolerantly, and permissively that power may be exercised. It is important not to confuse freedom with mere permissiveness.
It is said that we live in a free society because we have a certain number of constitutionally guaranteed rights, but these are not as important as they seem. The degree of personal freedom that exists in a society is determined more by the economic and technological structure of the society than by its laws or form of government. Most of the Indian nations of New England were monarchies, and many of the cities of the Italian Renaissance were controlled by dictators. But in reading about these societies, one gets the impression that they allowed far more personal freedom than our society does. In part, this was because they lacked efficient mechanisms for enforcing their rulers' will. There were no modern, well-organized police forces, no rapid long-distance communications, no surveillance cameras, no dossiers of information about the lives of average citizens. Hence, it was relatively easy to evade control.
As for our constitutional rights, consider, for example, that of freedom of the press. We certainly don't mean to knock that right. It is a very important tool for limiting concentration of political power and for keeping those who do have political power in line by publicly exposing any misbehavior on their part. But freedom of the press is of very little use to the average citizen as an individual. The mass media are mostly under the control of large organizations that are integrated into the system. Anyone who has a little money can have something printed and can distribute it on the internet or in some way. But what he has to say will be swamped by the vast volume of material put out by the media. Hence, it will have no practical effect. To make an impression on society with words is therefore almost impossible for most individuals and small groups. Take us, for example. If we had never done anything violent and had submitted the present writings to a publisher, they probably would not have been accepted. If they had been accepted and published, they probably would not have attracted many readers, because it's more fun to watch the entertainment put out by the media than to read a sober essay. Even if these writings had many readers, most of these readers would soon have forgotten what they had read, as their minds were flooded by the massive material to which the media exposed them. In order to get our message before the public with some chance of making a lasting impression, we've had to kill people. Constitutional rights are useful up to a point, but they do not serve to guarantee much more than what might be called the bourgeois conception of freedom. According to the bourgeois conception, a free man is essentially an element of a social machine and has only a certain set of prescribed and delimited freedoms, freedoms that are designed to serve the needs of the social machine more than those of the individual. Thus, the bourgeois free man has economic freedom because that promotes growth and progress. He has freedom of the press because public criticism restrains misbehavior by political leaders. He has a right to a fair trial because imprisonment at the whim of the powerful would be bad. This was clearly the attitude of Simon Bolivar. To him, people deserved liberty only if they used it to promote progress as conceived by the bourgeois. Other bourgeois thinkers have taken a similar view of freedom as a mere means to a collective ends. Chester C. Tan, Chinese Political Thought in the 20th Century, page 202, explains the philosophy of the Kuomintang leader Hu Han-min. An individual is granted rights because he is a member of society, and his community life requires such rights. By community, Hu meant the whole society of the nation. And on page 259, Tan states that according to Carson Chiang Cheng-mai, head of the State Socialist Party in China, freedom had to be used in the interest of the state and of the people as a whole. But what kind of freedom does one have if one can use it only as someone else prescribes? FC's conception of freedom is not that of Bolivar, Hu, Chang, or any other bourgeois theorists. The trouble with such theorists is that they have made the development and application of social theories their surrogate activity. Consequently, the theories are designed to serve the needs of the theorists more than the needs of any people who may be unlucky enough to live in a society on which the theories are imposed.
One more point to be made in this section. It should not be assumed that a person has enough freedom just because he says he has enough. Freedom is restricted in part by psychological controls of which people are conscious, and moreover, many people's ideas of what constitutes freedom are governed more by social convention than by their real needs. For example, it's likely that many leftists of the over-socialized type would say that most people, including themselves, are socialized too little rather than too much. Yet the over-socialized leftist pays a heavy psychological price for his high level of socialization. Some principles of history. Think of history as being the sum of two components: an erratic component that consists of unpredictable events that follow no discernible pattern, and a regular component that consists of long-term historical trends. Here we are concerned with the long-term trends. First principle: if a small change is made that affects a long-term historical trend, then the effect of that change will almost always be transitory. The trend will soon revert to its original state. Example: a reform movement designed to clean up political corruption in a society rarely has more than a short-term effect. Sooner or later, the reformers relax, and corruption creeps back in. The level of political corruption in a given society tends to remain constant, or to change only slowly with the evolution of the society. Normally, a political cleanup will be permanent only if accompanied by widespread social changes. A small change in the society won't be enough. If small change in a long-term historical trend appears to be permanent, it is only because the change acts in the direction in which the trend is already moving, so that the trend is not altered but only pushed a step ahead. The first principle is almost a tautology. If a trend were not stable with respect to small changes, it would wander at random rather than following a definite direction. In other words, it would not be a long-term trend at all. Second principle: if a change is made that is sufficiently large to alter a permanently long-term historical trend, then it will alter society as a whole. In other words, society is a system in which all parts are interrelated, and you can't permanently change any important part without changing the other parts as well. Third principle: if a change is made that is large enough to alter permanently a long-term trend, then the consequences for society as a whole cannot be predicted in advance, unless various other societies have passed through that same change and have all experienced the same consequences, in which case one can predict on empirical grounds that another society that passes through the same change will be likely to experience similar consequences. Fourth principle: a new kind of society cannot be designed on paper. That is, you cannot plan out a new form of society in advance, then set it up and expect it to function as it was designed to do. The third and fourth principles result from the complexity of human societies. A change in human behavior will affect the economy of a society and its physical environment. The economy will affect the environment and vice versa. And the changes in the economy and the environment will affect human behavior in complex, unpredictable ways, and so forth. The network of causes and effects is far too complicated to be untangled and understood. Fifth principle: people do not consciously and rationally choose the form of their society. Societies develop through processes of social evolution that are not under rational human control. The fifth principle is a consequence of the other four. To illustrate, by the first principle, generally speaking, an attempt at social reform either acts in the direction in which the society is developing anyway, so that it merely accelerates a change that would have occurred in any case, or else it has only a transitory effect, so that the society soon slips back into its old groove. To make a lasting change in the direction of development of any important aspect of society, reform is insufficient and revolution is required. A revolution does not necessarily involve an armed uprising or the overthrow of a government. By the second principle, a revolution never changes only one aspect of a society, it changes the whole society. And by the third principle, changes occur that were never expected or desired by the revolutionaries. By the fourth principle, when revolutionaries or utopians set up a new kind of society, it never works out as planned. The American Revolution does not provide a counterexample. The American Revolution was not a revolution in our sense of the word, but a war of independence followed by a rather far-reaching political reform. The Founding Fathers did not change the direction of American society, nor did they aspire to do so. They only freed the development of American society from the retarding effects of British rule. Their political reform did not change any basic trend, but only pushed American political culture along its natural direction of development. British society, of which American society was an offshoot, had been moving for a long time in the direction of representative democracy, and prior to the War of Independence, the Americans were already practicing a significant degree of representative democracy in the colonial assemblies. The political system established by the Constitution was modeled on the British system and on the colonial assemblies. With major alteration, to be sure, there is no doubt that the Founding Fathers took a very important step, but it was a step along the road that English-speaking world was already traveling. proof is that Britain and all of its colonies that were populated predominantly by people of British descent ended up with systems of representative democracy essentially similar to that of the United States. If the Founding Fathers had lost their nerve and declined to sign the Declaration of Independence, our way of life today would not have been significantly different. Maybe we would have had somewhat closer ties to Britain, and we would have had a parliament and a prime minister instead of a Congress and a president. No big deal. Thus, the American Revolution provides not a counterexample to our principles, but a good illustration of them. Still, one has to use common sense in applying the principles. They are expressed in imprecise language that allows latitude for interpretation, and exceptions to them can be found. So we present these principles not as inviolable laws, but as rules of thumb or guides to thinking that may provide a partial antidote to naive ideas about the future of society. The principles should be borne constantly in mind, and whenever one reaches a conclusion that conflicts with them, one should carefully re-examine one's thinking and retain the conclusion only if one has good, solid reasons for doing so. Industrial technological society cannot be reformed.
The foregoing principles help to show how hopelessly difficult it would be to reform the industrial system in such a way as to prevent it from progressively narrowing our sphere of freedom. There has been a consistent tendency going back at least to the Industrial Revolution for technology to strengthen the system at a high cost in individual freedom and local autonomy. Hence, any change designed to protect freedom from technology would be contrary to a fundamental trend in the development of our society. Consequently, such a change either would be a transitory one soon swamped by the tide of history, or, if large enough to be permanent, would alter the nature of our whole society. This by the first and second principles. Moreover, since society would be altered in a way that could not be predicted in advance, third principle, there would be great risk. Changes large enough to make a lasting difference in favor of freedom would not be initiated because it would be realized that they would gravely disrupt the system, so any attempts at reform would be too timid to be effective. Even if changes large enough to make a lasting difference were initiated, they would be retracted when their disruptive effects became apparent. Thus, permanent changes in favor of freedom could be brought about only by persons prepared to accept radical, dangerous, and unpredictable alteration of the entire system. In other words, by revolutionaries, not reformers. People anxious to rescue freedom without sacrificing the supposed benefits of technology will suggest naive schemes for some new form of society that would reconcile freedom with technology. Apart from the fact that people who make such suggestions seldom propose any practical means by which the new form of society could be set up in the first place, it follows from the fourth principle that even if the new form of society could be once established, it either would collapse or would give results very different from those expected. So even on very general grounds, it seems highly improbable that any way of changing society could be found that would reconcile freedom with modern technology. In the next few sections, we will give more specific reasons for concluding that freedom and technological progress are incompatible. As explained in paragraphs 65 through 67, 70 through 73, modern man is strapped down by a network of rules and regulations, and his fate depends on the actions of persons remote from him whose decisions he cannot influence. This is not accidental or a result of the arbitrariness of arrogant bureaucrats. It is necessary and inevitable in any technologically advanced society. The system has to regulate human behavior closely in order to function. At work, people have to do what they are told. Otherwise, production would be thrown into chaos. Bureaucracies have to be run according to rigid rules. To allow any substantial personal discretion to lower-level bureaucrats would disrupt the system and lead to charges of unfairness due to differences in the way the individual bureaucrats exercise their discretion. It is true that some restrictions on our freedom could be eliminated, but generally speaking, the result is a sense of powerlessness on the part of the average person. It may be, however, that formal regulations will tend increasingly to be replaced by psychological tools that make us want to do what the system requires of us. Propaganda, educational techniques, mental health programs, etc. The system has to force people to behave in ways that are increasingly remote from the natural pattern of human behavior. For example, the system needs scientists, mathematicians, and engineers. It can't function without them, so heavy pressure is put on children to excel in these fields. It isn't natural for an adolescent human being to spend the bulk of his time sitting at a desk absorbed in study. A normal adolescent wants to spend his time in active contact with the real world. Among primitive peoples, the things that children are trained to do tend to be in reasonable harmony with natural human impulses. Among the American Indians, for example, boys were trained in active outdoor pursuits, just the sort of thing that boys like. But in our society, children are pushed into studying technical subjects, which most do grudgingly.
Because of the constant pressure that the system exerts to modify human behavior, there is a gradual increase in the number of people who cannot or will not adjust to society's requirements. Welfare leeches, youth gang members, cultists, anti-government rebels, radical environmentalist saboteurs, dropouts, and resistors of various kinds. In any technologically advanced society, the individual's fate must depend on decisions that he personally cannot influence to any great extent. A technological society cannot be broken down into small autonomous communities because production depends on the cooperation of very large numbers of people. When a decision affects, say, 1 million people, then each of the affected individuals has on average only 1/millionth share in making the decision. What usually happens in practice is that decisions are made by public officials or corporation executives or by technical specialists. But even when the public votes on a decision, the number of voters ordinarily is too large for the vote of any one individual to be significant. Thus, most individuals are unable to influence measurably the major decisions that affect their lives. There is no conceivable way to remedy this in a technologically advanced society. The system tries to solve this problem by using propaganda to make people want the decisions that have been made for them. But even if this solution were completely successful in making people feel better, it would be demeaning. Conservatives and some others advocate more local autonomy. Local communities once did have autonomy, but such autonomy becomes less and less possible as local communities become more enmeshed with and dependent on large-scale systems like public utilities, computer networks, highway systems, the mass communications media, the modern healthcare system. Also operating against autonomy is the fact that technology applied in one location often affects people at other locations far away. Thus, pesticide or chemical use near a creek may contaminate the water supply hundreds of miles downstream, and the greenhouse effect affects the whole world.
The system does not and cannot exist to satisfy human needs. Instead, it is human behavior that has to be modified to fit the needs of the system. This has nothing to do with the political or social ideology that may pretend to guide the technological system. It is not the fault of capitalism, and it is not the fault of socialism. It is the fault of technology, because the system is guided not by ideology, but by technical necessity. Of course, the system does satisfy many human needs, but generally speaking, it does this only to the extent that it is to the advantage of the system to do so. It is the needs of the system that are paramount, not those of the human being. For example, the system provides people with food because the system couldn't function if everyone starved. It attends to people's psychological needs whenever it can conveniently do so because it couldn't function if too many people became depressed or rebellious. But the system, for good, solid, practical reasons, must exert constant pressure on people to mold their behavior to the needs of the system. Too much waste accumulating? The government, the media, the educational system, environmentalists, everyone inundates us with a massive propaganda about recycling. Need more technical personnel? A chorus of voices exhorts kids to study science. No one stops to ask whether it is inhumane to force adolescents to spend the bulk of their time studying subjects most of them hate. When skilled workers are put out of a job by technical advances and have to undergo retraining, no one asks whether it's humiliating for them to be pushed around in this way.
Efforts to make room for a sense of purpose and for autonomy within the system are no better than a joke. For example, one company, instead of having each of its employees assemble only one section of a catalog, had each assemble a whole catalog, and this was supposed to give them a sense of purpose and achievement. Some companies have tried to give their employees more autonomy in their work, but for practical reasons, this usually can be done only to a very limited extent, and in any case, employees are never given autonomy as to their ultimate goals. Their autonomous efforts can never be directed toward goals that they select personally, but only towards their employer's goals, such as the survival and growth of the company. Any company would soon go out of business if it permitted its employees to act otherwise. Similarly, in any enterprise within a socialist system, workers must direct their efforts toward the goals of the enterprise. Otherwise, the enterprise will not serve its purpose as a part of the system. Once again, for purely technical reasons, it is not possible for most individuals or small groups to have much autonomy in industrial society. Even the small business owner commonly has only limited autonomy. Apart from the necessity of government regulation, he is restricted by the fact that he must fit into the economic system and conform to its requirements. For instance, when someone develops a new technology, the small business person often has to use that technology whether he wants to or not in order to remain competitive.
The bad parts of technology cannot be separated from the good parts.
A further reason why industrial society cannot be reformed in favor of freedom is that modern technology is a unified system in which all parts are dependent on one another. You can't get rid of the bad parts of technology and retain only the good parts. Take modern medicine, for example. Progress in medical science depends on progress in chemistry, physics, biology, computer science, and other fields. Advanced medical treatments require expensive, high-tech equipment that can be made available only by a technologically progressive, economically rich society. Clearly, you can't have much progress in medicine without the whole technological system and everything that goes with it. Even if medical progress could be maintained without the rest of the technological system, it would by itself bring certain evils. Suppose, for example, that a cure for diabetes is discovered. People with a genetic tendency to diabetes would then be able to survive and reproduce as well as anyone else. Natural selection against genes for diabetes will cease, and such genes will spread throughout the population. This may be occurring to some extent already, since diabetes, while not curable, can be controlled through use of insulin. The same thing will happen with many other diseases, susceptibility to which is affected by genetic degradation of the population. The only solution will be some sort of eugenics program or extensive genetic engineering of human beings, so that man in the future will no longer be a creation of nature or of chance or of God, depending on your religious or philosophical opinions, but a manufactured product. If you think that big government interferes in your life too much now, just wait till the government starts regulating the genetic constitution of your children. Such regulation will inevitably follow the introduction of genetic engineering of human beings, because the consequences of unregulated genetic engineering would be disastrous. The usual response to such concerns is to talk about medical ethics, but a code of ethics would not serve to protect freedom in the face of medical progress. It would only make matters worse. A code of ethics applicable to genetic engineering would be in effect a means of regulating the genetic constitution of human beings. Somebody, probably the upper middle class mostly, would decide that such and such applications of genetic engineering were ethical, and others were not, so that in effect they would be imposing their own values on the genetic constitution of the population at large. Even if a code of ethics were chosen on a completely democratic basis, the majority would be imposing their own values on any minorities who might have a different idea of what constituted an ethical use of genetic engineering. The only code of ethics that would truly protect freedom would be one that prohibited any genetic engineering of human beings, and you can be sure that no such code will ever be applied in a technological society. No code that reduced genetic engineering to a minor role would stand up for long, because the temptation presented by the immense power of biotechnology would be irresistible, especially since to the majority of people many of its applications will seem obviously and unequivocally good, eliminating physical and mental diseases, giving people the abilities they need to get along in today's world. Inevitably, genetic engineering will be used extensively, but only in ways consistent with the needs of the industrial technological system. Technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. It is not possible to make a lasting compromise between technology and freedom, because technology is by far the more powerful social force and continually encroaches on freedom through repeated compromises. Imagine the case of two neighbors, each of whom at the outset owns the same amount of land, but one of whom is more powerful than the other. The powerful one demands a piece of the other's land. The weak one refuses. The powerful one says, "Okay, let's compromise. Give me half of what I asked." The weak one has little choice but to give in. Sometime later, the powerful neighbor demands another piece of land. Again, there is a compromise, and so forth. By forcing a long series of compromises on the weaker man, the powerful one eventually gets all of his land. So it goes in the conflict between technology and freedom. Let us explain why technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. A technological advance that appears not to threaten freedom often turns out to threaten it very seriously later on. For example, consider motorized transport. A walking man formerly could go where he pleased, go at his own pace without observing any traffic regulations, and was independent of technological support systems. When motor vehicles were introduced, they appeared to increase man's freedom. They took no freedom away from the walking man. No one had to have an automobile if he didn't want one, and anyone who did choose to buy an automobile could travel much faster and further than a walking man. But the introduction of motorized transport soon changed society in such a way as to restrict greatly man's freedom of locomotion. When automobiles became numerous, it became necessary to regulate their use extensively. In a car, especially in densely populated areas, one cannot just go where one likes at one's own pace. One's movement is governed by the flow of traffic and by various traffic laws. One is tied down by various obligations: license requirements, driver test, renewing registration, insurance, maintenance required for safety, monthly payments on purchase price. Moreover, the use of motorized transport is no longer optional. Since the introduction of motorized transport, the arrangement of our cities has changed in such a way that the majority of people no longer live within walking distance of their place of employment, shopping areas, and recreational opportunities, so that they have to depend on the automobile for transportation. Or else they must use public transportation, in which case they have even less control over their own movement than when driving a car. Even the walker's freedom is now greatly restricted. In the city, he continually has to stop to wait for traffic lights that are designed mainly to serve auto traffic.
In the country, motor traffic makes it dangerous and unpleasant to walk along the highway. Note this important point that we have just illustrated with the case of motorized transport. When a new item of technology is introduced as an option that an individual can accept or not as he chooses, it does not necessarily remain optional. In many cases, the new technology changes society in such a way that people eventually find themselves forced to use it. Another reason why technology is such a powerful social force is that, within the context of a given society, technological progress marches in only one direction. It can never be reversed. Once a technical innovation has been introduced, people usually become dependent on it, so that they can never again do without it, unless it is replaced by some still more advanced innovation. Not only do people become dependent as individuals on a new item of technology, but, even more, the system as a whole becomes dependent on it. Imagine what would happen to the system today if computers, for example, were eliminated. Thus, the system can move in only one direction, toward greater technologization. Technology repeatedly forces freedom to take a step back, but technology can never take a step back, short of the overthrow of the whole technological system.
Technology advances with great rapidity and threatens freedom at many different points at the same time. Crowding, rules and regulations, increasing dependence of individuals on large organizations, propaganda and other psychological techniques, genetic engineering, invasion of privacy through surveillance devices and computers, etc. To hold back any one of the threats to freedom would require a long and difficult social struggle. Those who want to protect freedom are overwhelmed by the sheer number of new attacks and the rapidity with which they develop. Hence, they become apathetic and no longer resist. To fight each of the threats separately would be futile. Success can be hoped for only by fighting the technological system as a whole, but that is revolution, not reform. Technicians, we use this term in its broad sense to describe all those who perform a specialized task that requires training, tend to be so involved in their work, their surrogate activity, that when a conflict arises between their technical work and their freedom, they almost always decide in favor of their technical work. This is obvious in the case of scientists, but it also appears elsewhere. Educators, humanitarian groups, conservation organizations do not hesitate to use propaganda or other psychological techniques to help them achieve their laudable ends. Corporations and government agencies, when they find it useful, do not hesitate to collect information about individuals without regard to their privacy. Law enforcement agencies are frequently inconvenienced by the constitutional rights of suspects, and often of completely innocent persons, and they do whatever they can do legally, or sometimes illegally, to restrict or circumvent those rights. Most of these educators, government officials, and law officers believe in freedom, privacy, and constitutional rights, but when these conflict with their work, they usually feel that their work is more important. It is well known that people generally work better and more persistently when striving for a reward than when attempting to avoid punishment or a negative outcome. Scientists and other technicians are motivated mainly by the rewards they get through their work, but those who oppose technological invasions of freedom are working to avoid a negative outcome. Consequently, there are few who work persistently and well at this discouraging task. If reformers ever achieved a signal victory that seemed to set up a solid barrier against further erosion of freedom through technical progress, most would tend to relax and turn their attention to more agreeable pursuits. But the scientists would remain busy in their laboratories, and technology as it progresses would find ways, in spite of any barriers, to exert more and more control over individuals and make them always more dependent on the system.
No social arrangements, whether laws, institutions, customs, or ethical codes, can provide permanent protection against technology. History shows that all social arrangements are transitory. They all change or break down eventually, but technological advances are permanent within the context of a given civilization. Suppose, for example, that it were possible to arrive at some social arrangements that would prevent genetic engineering from being applied to human beings, or prevent it from being applied in such a way as to threaten freedom and dignity. Still, the technology would remain waiting. Sooner or later, the social arrangement would break down, probably sooner given the pace of change in our society. Then genetic engineering would begin to invade our sphere of freedom, and this invasion would be irreversible, short of a breakdown of technological civilization itself. Any illusions about achieving anything permanent through social arrangements should be dispelled by what is currently happening with environmental legislation. A few years ago, it seemed that there were secure legal barriers preventing at least some of the worst forms of environmental degradation. A change in the political wind, and those barriers begin to crumble.
For all the foregoing reasons, technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. But this statement requires an important qualification. It appears that during the next several decades, the industrial technological system will be undergoing severe stresses due to economic and environmental problems, and especially due to problems of human behavior, alienation, rebellion, hostility, a variety of social and psychological difficulties. We hope that the stresses through which the system is likely to pass will cause it to break down, or at least will weaken it sufficiently so that a revolution against it becomes possible. If such a revolution occurs and is successful, then at that particular moment the aspiration for freedom will have proved more powerful than technology. In paragraph 125, you used an analogy of a weak neighbor who is left destitute by a strong neighbor who takes all his land by forcing him on a series of compromises. But suppose now that the strong neighbor gets sick so that he is unable to defend himself. The weak neighbor can force the strong one to give him his land back, or he can kill him. If he lets the strong man survive and only forces him to give the land back, he is a fool, because when the strong man gets well again, he will take all the land for himself. The only sensible alternative for the weaker man is to kill the strong one while he has the chance. In the same way, while the industrial system is sick, we must destroy it. If we compromise with it and let it recover from its sickness, it will eventually wipe out all of our freedom. Simpler social problems have proved intractable. If anyone still imagines that it would be possible to reform the system in such a way as to protect freedom from technology, let him consider how clumsily and for the most part unsuccessfully our society has dealt with other social problems that are far more simple and straightforward. Among other things, the system has failed to stop environmental degradation, political corruption, drug trafficking, or domestic abuse. Take our environmental problems, for example. Here, the conflict of values is straightforward. Economic expedience now versus saving some of our natural resources for our grandchildren. But on this subject, we only get a lot of blather and obfuscation from people who have power, and nothing like a clear, consistent line of action. And we keep piling up environmental problems that our grandchildren will have to live with. Attempts to resolve the environmental issue consist of struggles and compromises between different factions, some of which are ascendant at one moment, others at another moment. The line of struggle changes with the shifting currents of public opinion. This is not a rational process, nor is it one that is likely to lead to a timely and successful solution to the problem. Major social problems, if they get solved at all, are rarely or never solved through any rational, comprehensive plan. They just work themselves out through a process in which various competing groups pursuing their own, usually short-term, self-interest arrive, mainly by luck, at some more or less stable modus vivendi. In fact, these principles we formulated in paragraphs 100 through 106 make it seem doubtful that rational long-term social planning can ever be successful. Thus, it is clear that the human race has at best a very limited capacity for solving even relatively straightforward social problems. How then is it going to solve the far more difficult and subtle problem of reconciling freedom with technology? Technology presents clear-cut material advantages, where freedom is an abstraction that means different things to different people, and its loss easily obscured by propaganda and fancy talk. And note this important difference. It is conceivable that our environmental problems, for example, may someday be settled through a rational, comprehensive plan. But if this happens, it will be only because it is in the long-term interest of the system to solve these problems. But it is not in the interest of the system to preserve freedom or small group autonomy. On the contrary, it is in the interest of the system to bring human behavior under control to the greatest extent possible. Thus, while practical considerations may eventually force the system to take rational, prudent approach to environmental problems, equally practical considerations will force the system to regulate human behavior ever more closely, preferably by indirect means that will disguise the encroachment on freedom. This isn't just our opinion. Eminent social scientists, for example James Q. Wilson, have stressed the importance of socializing people more effectively. Revolution is easier than reform. We hope we've convinced the reader that the system cannot be reformed in such a way as to reconcile freedom with technology. The only way out is to dispense with the industrial technological system altogether. This implies revolution, not necessarily an armed uprising, but certainly a radical and fundamental change in the nature of society. People tend to assume that because revolution involves a much greater change than reform does, it is more difficult to bring about than reform is. Actually, under certain circumstances, revolution is much easier than reform. The reason is that a revolutionary movement can inspire an intensity of commitment that a reform movement cannot inspire. A reform movement merely offers to solve a particular social problem. A revolutionary movement offers to solve all problems at one stroke and create a whole new world. It provides the kind of ideal for which people will take great risks and make great sacrifices. For this reason, it would be much easier to overthrow the whole technological system than to put effective permanent restraints on the development or application of any one segment of technology, such as genetic engineering, for example. Not many people will devote themselves with a single-minded passion to imposing and maintaining restraints on genetic engineering, but under suitable conditions, large numbers of people may devote themselves passionately to a revolution against the industrial technological system. As we noted in paragraph 132, reformers seeking to limit certain aspects of technology would be working to avoid a negative outcome, but revolutionaries work to gain a powerful reward. fulfillment of their revolutionary vision, and therefore work harder and more persistently than reformers do. Reform is always restrained by the fear of painful consequences if change goes too far. But once a revolutionary fever has taken hold of society, people are willing to undergo unlimited hardships for the sake of their revolution. This was clearly shown in the French and Russian revolutions. It may be in such cases only a minority of the population is really committed to the revolution, but this minority is sufficiently large and active so that it becomes the dominant force in society. We will have more to say about a revolution in paragraphs 180 through 205. Control of human behavior. Since the beginning of civilization, organized societies have had to put pressures on human beings for the sake of the functioning of the social organism. The kinds of pressures vary greatly from one society to another. Some of the pressures are physical, poor diet, excessive labor, environmental pollution, and some are psychological, noise, crowding, forcing human behavior into the mold that society requires. In the past, human nature has been approximately constant, or at any rate has varied only within certain bounds. Consequently, societies have been able to push people only up to certain limits. When the limit of human endurance has passed, things start going wrong. Rebellion, or crime, or corruption, or evasion of work, or depression, and some other mental problems, or an elevated death rate, or a declining birth rate, or something else, so that either the society breaks down, or its functioning becomes too inefficient, and it is quickly or gradually, through conquest, attrition, or evolution, replaced by some more efficient form of society. Thus, human nature has in the past put certain limits on the development of societies. People could be pushed only so far and no farther. But today, this may be changing because modern technology is developing ways of modifying human beings. Imagine a society that subjects people to conditions that make them terribly unhappy, then gives them drugs to take away their unhappiness. Science fiction? It's already happening to some extent in our own society. It is well known that the rate of clinical depression has been greatly increasing in recent decades. We believe that this is due to disruption of the power process, as explained in paragraphs 59 through 76. But even if we are wrong, the increasing rate of depression is certainly the result of some conditions that exist in today's society. Instead of removing the conditions that make people depressed, modern society gives them antidepressant drugs. In effect, antidepressants are a means of modifying an individual's internal state in such a way as to enable him to tolerate social conditions that he would otherwise find intolerable. Yes, we know that depression is often of purely genetic origin. We are referring here to the cases in which environment plays the predominant role. Drugs that affect the mind are only one example of the new methods of controlling human behavior that modern society is developing. Let us look at some of the other methods. To start, there are techniques of surveillance. Hidden video cameras are now used in most stores, and in many other places, computers are used to collect and process vast amounts of information about individuals. Information so obtained greatly increases the effectiveness of physical coercion, in other words, law enforcement. Then there are methods of propaganda for which the mass communication media provide effective vehicles. Efficient techniques have been developed for winning elections, selling products, influencing public opinion. The entertainment industry serves as an important psychological tool of the system, possibly even when it is dishing out large amounts of sex and violence. Entertainment provides modern man with an essential means of escape. While absorbed in television, videos, etc., he can forget stress, anxiety, frustration, dissatisfaction. Many primitive peoples, when they don't have work to do, are quite content to sit for hours at a time doing nothing at all because they are at peace with themselves and their world. But most modern people must be constantly occupied or entertained, otherwise they get bored. In other words, they get fidgety, uneasy, irritable. Other techniques strike deeper than the foregoing. Education is no longer a simple affair of paddling a kid's behind when he doesn't know his lessons and patting him on the head when he does know them. It is becoming a scientific technique for controlling the child's development. Sylvan Learning Centers, for example, have had great success in motivating children to study, and psychological techniques are also used with more or less success in many conventional schools. Parenting techniques that are taught to parents are designed to make children accept fundamental values of the system and behave in ways that the system finds desirable. Mental health programs, intervention techniques, psychotherapy, and so forth are ostensibly designed to benefit individuals, but in practice, they usually serve as methods for inducing individuals to think and behave as the system requires. There is no contradiction here. An individual whose attitudes or behavior bring him into conflict with the system is up against a force that is too powerful for him to conquer or escape from. Hence, he is likely to suffer from stress, frustration, defeat. His path will be much easier if he thinks and behaves as the system requires. In that sense, the system is acting for the benefit of the individual when it brainwashes him into conformity. Child abuse, in its gross and obvious forms, is disapproved in most, if not all, cultures. Tormenting a child for trivial reasons, or no reason at all, is something that appalls almost everyone. But many psychologists interpret the concept of abuse much more broadly. Is spanking, when used as a part of rational, consistent system of discipline, a form of abuse? The question will ultimately be decided by whether or not spanking tends to produce behavior that makes a person fit in well with the existing system of society. In practice, the word abuse tends to be interpreted to include any method of child rearing that produces behavior inconvenient for the system. Thus, when they go beyond the prevention of obvious senseless cruelty, programs for preventing child abuse are directed toward the control of human behavior on behalf of the system. Presumably, research will continue to increase the effectiveness of psychological techniques for controlling human behavior, but we think it is unlikely that psychological techniques alone will be sufficient to adjust human beings to the kind of society that technology is creating. Biological methods probably will have to be used. We have already mentioned the use of drugs in this connection. Neurology may provide other avenues for modifying the human mind. Genetic engineering of human beings is already beginning to occur in the form of gene therapy, and there is no reason to assume that such methods will not eventually be used to modify those aspects of the body that affect mental functioning. As we mentioned in paragraph 134, industrial society seems likely to be entering a period of severe stress, due in part to the problems of human behavior and in part to economic and environmental problems. And a considerable proportion of the system's economic and environmental problems result from the way human beings behave. Alienation, low self-esteem, depression, hostility, rebellion, children who won't study, youth gangs, illegal drug use, rape, child abuse, other crimes, unsafe sex, teen pregnancy, population growth, political corruption, race hatred, ethnic rivalry, bitter ideological conflict, for example, pro-choice versus pro-life, political extremism, terrorism, sabotage, anti-government groups, hate groups. All these threaten the very survival of the system. The system will therefore be forced to use every practical means of controlling human behavior. The social disruption that we see today is certainly not the result of mere chance. It can only be a result of the conditions of life that the system imposes on people. We have argued that the most important of these conditions is disruption of the power process. If the system succeeds in imposing sufficient control over human behavior to assure its own survival, a new watershed in human history will have been passed. Whereas formerly the limits of human endurance have imposed limits on the development of societies, as we explain in paragraphs 143 and 144, industrial technological society will be able to pass those limits by modifying human beings, whether by psychological methods or biological methods or both. In the future, social systems will not be adjusted to suit the needs of human beings. Instead, human beings will be adjusted to suit the needs of the system. Generally speaking, technological control over human behavior will probably not be introduced with a totalitarian intention or even through a conscious desire to restrict human freedom. Each new step in the assertion of control over the human mind will be taken as a rational response to a problem that faces society, such as curing alcoholism, reducing the crime rate, or inducing young people to study science and engineering. In many cases, there will be a humanitarian justification. For example, when a psychiatrist prescribes an antidepressant for a depressed patient, he is clearly doing that individual a favor. It would be inhumane to withhold the drug from someone who needs it. When parents send their children to Sylvan learning centers to have them manipulated into becoming enthusiastic about their studies, they do so from concern for their children's welfare. It may be that some of these parents wish that one didn't have to have specialized training to get a job, and that their kid didn't have to be brainwashed into becoming a computer nerd. But what can they do? They can't change society, and their child may be unemployable if he doesn't have certain skills, so they send him to Sylvan. Thus, control over human behavior will be introduced not by a calculated decision of the authorities, but through a process of social evolution, rapid evolution, however. The process will be impossible to resist because each advance, considered by itself, will appear to be beneficial, or at least the evil involved in making the advance will appear to be beneficial. Or, at least the evil involved in making the advance will seem to be less than that which would result from not making it. Propaganda, for example, is used for many good purposes, such as discouraging child abuse or race hatred. Sex education is obviously useful, yet the effect of sex education, to the extent that it is successful, is to take the shaping of sexual attitudes away from the family and put it in the hands of the state as represented by the public school system. Suppose a biological trait is discovered that increases the likelihood that a child will grow up to be a criminal, and suppose some sort of gene therapy can remove this trait. Of course, most parents whose children possess the trait will have them undergo the therapy. It would be inhumane to do otherwise, since the child would probably have a miserable life if he grew up to be a criminal. But many or most primitive societies have a low crime rate in comparison with that of our society, even though they have neither high-tech methods of child rearing nor harsh systems of punishment. Since there is no reason to suppose that more modern men than primitive men have innate predatory tendencies, the high crime rate of our society must be due to the pressures that modern conditions put on people, to which many cannot or will not adjust. Thus, a treatment designed to remove potential criminal tendencies is at least in part a way of re-engineering people so that they suit the requirements of the system. Our society tends to regard as a sickness any mode of thought or behavior that is inconvenient for the system. And this is plausible because when an individual doesn't fit into the system, it causes pain to the individual as well as problems for the system. Thus, the manipulation of an individual to adjust him to the system is seen as a cure for a sickness and therefore as good. In paragraph 127, we pointed out that if the use of a new item of technology is initially optional, it does not necessarily remain optional because the new technology tends to change society in such a way that it becomes difficult or impossible for an individual to function without using that technology. This applies also to the technology of human behavior. In a world in which most children are put through a program to make them enthusiastic about studying, a parent will almost always be forced to put his kid through such a program, because if he does not, then the kid will grow up to be, comparatively speaking, an ignoramus and therefore unemployable. Or suppose a biological treatment is discovered that, without undesirable side effects, will greatly reduce the psychological stress from which so many people suffer in our society. If large numbers of people choose to undergo the treatment, so that it will be impossible for the system to increase the stress-producing pressures. In fact, something like this seems to have happened already with one of our society's most important psychological tools for enabling people to reduce, or at least temporarily escape from stress, namely mass entertainment. Our use of mass entertainment is optional. No law requires us to watch television, listen to the radio, read magazines. Yet mass entertainment is a means of escape and stress reduction on which most of us have become dependent. Everyone complains about the trashiness of television, but almost everyone watches it. A few have kicked the TV habit, but it would be a rare person who could get along today without any form of mass entertainment. Yet until quite recently in human history, most people got along very nicely with no other entertainment than that which each local community created for itself. Without the entertainment industry, the system probably would not have been able to get away with putting as much stress-producing pressure on us as it does. Assuming the industrial society survives, it is likely that technology will eventually acquire something approaching a complete control over human behavior. It has been established beyond any rational doubt that human thought and behavior have a largely biological basis. As experimenters have demonstrated, feelings such as hunger, pleasure, anger, and fear can be turned on and off by electrical stimulation of appropriate parts of the brain. Memories can be destroyed by damaging parts of the brain, or they can be brought to the surface by electrical stimulation. Hallucinations can be induced or moods changed by drugs. There may or may not be an immaterial human soul, but if there is one, it is clearly less powerful than the biological mechanisms of human behavior. For if that were not the case, then researchers would not be able to so easily manipulate human feelings and behavior with drugs and electrical currents. It presumably would be impractical for all people to have electrodes inserted into their heads so that they could be controlled by the authorities. But the fact that human thoughts and feelings are so open to biological intervention shows that the problem of controlling human behavior is mainly a technical problem, a problem of neurons, hormones, and complex molecules, the kind of problem that is accessible to scientific attack. Given the outstanding record of our society in solving technical problems, it is overwhelmingly probable that great advances will be made in the control of human behavior. Will public resistance prevent the introduction of technological control of human behavior? It certainly would if an attempt were made to introduce such control all at once, but since technological control will be introduced through a long sequence of small advances, there will be no rational and effective public resistance. To those who think all this sounds like science fiction, we point out that yesterday's science fiction is today's fact. The Industrial Revolution has radically altered man's environment and way of life, and it is only to be expected that as technology is increasingly applied to the human body and mind, man himself will be altered as radically as his environment and way of life have been. Human race at a crossroads. But we have gotten ahead of our story. It is one thing to develop in the laboratory a series of psychological or biological techniques for manipulating human behavior, and quite another to integrate these techniques into a functioning social system. The latter problem is the more difficult of the two. For example, while the techniques of educational psychology doubtless work quite well in the lab schools where they were developed, it is not necessarily easy to apply them effectively throughout our educational system. We all know what many of our schools are like. The teachers are too busy taking knives and guns away from the kids to subject them to the latest techniques for making them into computer nerds. Thus, in spite of all its technical advances relating to human behavior, the system to date has not been impressively successful in controlling human beings. The people whose behavior is fairly well under the control of the system are those of the type that might be called bourgeois. But there are growing numbers of people who in one way or another are rebels against the system. Welfare leeches, youth gangs, cultists, Satanists, Nazis, radical environmentalists, militiamen, etc. The system is currently engaged in a desperate struggle to overcome certain problems that threaten its survival, among which the problems of human behavior are the most important. If the system succeeds in acquiring sufficient control over human behavior quickly enough, it will probably survive. Otherwise, it will break down. We think the issue will most likely be resolved in the next several decades, say 40 to 100 years. Suppose the system survives the crisis of the next several decades. By that time, it will have to have solved, or at least brought under control, the principal problems that confront it, in particular that of socializing human beings. That is, making people sufficiently docile so that their behavior no longer threatens the system. That being accomplished, it does not appear that there would be any further obstacle to the development of technology, and it would presumably advance towards its logical conclusion, which is complete control over everything on Earth, including human beings and all other important organisms. The system may become a unitary monolithic organization, or it may be more or less fragmented and consist of a number of organizations coexisting in a relationship that includes elements of both cooperation and competition. Just as today, the government, the corporations, and other large organizations both cooperate and compete with one another. Human freedom will mostly have vanished because individuals and small groups will be impotent vis-a-vis large organizations armed with super technology and an arsenal of advanced psychological and biological tools for manipulating human beings, besides instruments of surveillance and physical coercion. Only a small number of people will have any real power, and even these probably will have only very limited freedom, because their behavior too will be regulated. Just as today, our politicians and corporation executives can retain their positions of power only as long as their behavior remains within fairly narrow limits. Don't imagine that the systems will stop developing further techniques for controlling human beings and nature once the crisis of the next few decades is over and increasing control is no longer necessary for the system's survival. On the contrary, once the hard times are over, the system will increase its control over people and nature more rapidly because it will no longer be hampered by difficulties of the kind that it is currently experiencing. Survival is not the principal motive for extending control. As we explain in paragraphs 87 through 90, technicians and scientists carry on their work largely as a surrogate activity. That is, they satisfy their need for power by solving technical problems. They will continue to do this with unabated enthusiasm, and among the most interesting and challenging problems for them to solve will be those of understanding the human body and mind and intervening in their development, for the good of humanity, of course. But suppose, on the other hand, that the stresses of the coming decades prove to be too much for the system. If the system breaks down, there may be a period of chaos, a time of troubles such as those that history has recorded at various epochs in the past. It is impossible to predict what would emerge from such a time of troubles, but at any rate, the human race would be given a new chance. The greatest danger is that the industrial society may begin to reconstitute itself within the first few years after the breakdown. Certainly there will be many people, power-hungry types especially, who will be anxious to get the factories running again. Therefore, two tasks confront those who hate the servitude to which the industrial system is reducing the human race. First, we must work to heighten the social stresses within the system so as to increase the likelihood that it will break down or be weakened sufficiently so that a revolution against it becomes possible. Second, it is necessary to develop and propagate an ideology that opposes technology and the industrial society if and when the system becomes sufficiently weakened. And such an ideology will help to assure that if and when industrial society breaks down, its remnants will be smashed beyond repair so that the system cannot be reconstituted. The factories should be destroyed, technical books burned, etc. Human suffering. The industrial system will not break down purely as a result of revolutionary action. It will not be vulnerable to revolutionary attack unless its own internal problems of development lead it into very serious difficulties. So if the system breaks down, it will do so either spontaneously or through a process that is in part spontaneous, but helped along by revolutionaries. If the breakdown is sudden, many people will die, since the world's population has become so overgrown that it cannot even feed itself any longer without advanced technology. Even if the breakdown is gradual enough so that the reduction of the population can occur more through lowering of the birth rate than through elevations of the death rate, the process of deindustrialization probably will be very chaotic and involve much suffering. It is naive to think it likely that technology can be phased out in a smooth, managed, orderly way, especially since the technophiles will fight stubbornly at every step. Is it therefore cruel to work for the breakdown of the system? Maybe, but maybe not. In the first place, revolutionaries will not be able to break the system down unless it is already in enough trouble so that there will be a good chance of its eventually breaking down by itself anyway. And the bigger the system grows, the more disastrous the consequences of its breakdown will be. So it may be that revolutionaries, by hastening the onset of the breakdown, will be reducing the extent of the disaster. In the second place, one has to balance struggle and death against the loss of freedom and dignity. To many of us, freedom and dignity are more important than a long life or avoidance of physical pain. Besides, we all have to die sometime, and it may be better to die fighting for survival for a cause than to live a long but empty and purposeless life. In the third place, it is not certain that the survival of the system will lead to less suffering than the breakdown of the system would. The system has already caused and is continuing to cause immense suffering all over the world. Ancient cultures that for hundreds of years gave people a satisfactory relationship with each other and with their environment have been shattered by contact with the industrial society, and the result has been a whole catalog of economic, environmental, social, and psychological problems. One of the effects of the intrusion of industrial society has been that over much of the world, traditional controls on population have been thrown out of balance.
Hence the population explosion with all that that implies.
Then there is the psychological suffering that is widespread throughout the supposedly fortunate countries of the West. No one knows what will happen as a result of ozone depletion, the greenhouse effect, and other environmental problems that cannot yet be foreseen. And, as nuclear proliferation has shown, new technology cannot be kept out of the hands of dictators and the irresponsible third world nations. Would you like to speculate about what Iraq or North Korea will do with genetic engineering? Oh, say the technophiles, science is going to fix all that. We will conquer famine, eliminate psychological suffering, and make everybody healthy and happy. Yeah, sure. That's what they said 200 years ago. The Industrial Revolution was supposed to eliminate poverty, make everybody happy, etc. The actual result has been quite different. The technophiles are hopelessly naive or self-deceiving in their understanding of social problems. They are unaware or choose to ignore the fact that when large changes, even seemingly beneficial ones, are introduced into society, they lead to a long consequence of other changes, most of which are impossible to predict. The result is disruption of the society. So it is very probable that in their attempts to end poverty and disease, engineer docile, happy personalities, and so forth, the technophiles will create social systems that are terribly troubled, even more so than the present ones. For example, scientists boast that they will end famine by creating new genetically engineered food plants. But this will allow the human population to keep expanding indefinitely, and it is well known that crowding leads to increased stress and aggression. This is merely one example of the predictable problems that will arise. We emphasize that, as past experience has shown, technical progress will lead to other new problems that cannot be predicted in advance. In fact, ever since the Industrial Revolution, technology has been creating new problems for society far more rapidly than it has been solving old ones. Thus, it will take a long and difficult period of trial and error for the technophiles to work the bugs out of their brave new world, if they ever do. In the meantime, there will be great suffering. So it is not at all clear that the survival of industrial society would involve less suffering than the breakdown of that society would. Technology has gotten the human